test at this moment is over. Let's shift focus to the other big story that we have been tracking here on NDTV. The Congress party has been making a lot of claims. The day after claims of election fraud using 2 or 3 epic numbers of people, or they have been saying that these are repeated voter IDs, which many possibly could be using to cast fraudulent votes. A day after, Rahul Gandhi's yatra got over and warned that he has a hydrogen bomb waiting to be unveiled as far as his vote chori allegations are concerned. The ruling party BJP today hit back by showing that one of Congress party's important leader, Pavan Khera, has 2 epic ID, 2 active voter IDs. And they have questioned whether Mr. Khera is involved in any kind of voter fraud. Now, this was put out today by Amit Malviya, the IT cell chief of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and he, in fact, has gone ahead and said that Pavan Khera has 2 active epic numbers, both registered in 2 different constituencies of the national capital. An investigation should be made whether Mr. Khera is indulging in any fraudulent, in fact, voter practices because he has 2 epic numbers. It's an attempt to try and turn the tables as far as the Congress party is concerned. Now, there have been similar allegations which the Congress party and their allies have made against leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, claiming that they are indulging in possibly some kind of voter fraud. Who are these leaders? Let's very quickly tell you. This same allegation was made by Tejasvi Yadav against Vijay Kumar Sinha, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister, who was accused of having 2 epic IDs. Tejasvi Yadav charged him and said that, this could be fraudulent. He could be using them for fraudulent votes. The charge was he was registered voter in Lakhisarai constituency and also in Bakipur. Election Commission has issued a notice to him. Then Nirmala Kaur, mayor of Muzaffarpur, again Tejasvi Yadav said she also has 2 voter IDs. Again, the notice response, Election Commission issued a notice, response is awaited. Then Bhiku Bhai Dalsania, BJP leader from Gujarat, allegation was he registered voter in Gujarat and also in Bihar. No official action so far has been reported. Remember, Tejasvi Yadav himself has 2 voter IDs. That was Election Commission's expose on him as well. He was also asked those questions. So what does the Congress party has to say about it on the allegations which have been made? Let me very quickly go across live and exclusive at this moment to Mr. Pavan Khera, who is joining me himself to answer the allegations which have been leveled against him as far as these questions are concerned. Mr. Pavan Khera, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Amit Malviya today, sir, exposed 2 voter IDs and he tweeted that and has asked a question that there should be an investigation whether Pavan Khera is indulging in any kind of voter fraud. These are some similar allegations that you and your party and your friends have made against leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, the responsibility of cleaning up the voters list does not lie with Pavan Khera, unfortunately for the BJP. It does not lie with the Congress party. It does not lie with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. It lies solely with the Election Commission of India. So by posting my 2 epic cards, which I also got to know this morning that I have another epic card, our case has been strengthened by BJP. Last month, Anurag Thakur strengthened our case by repeating what we have been saying about some constituencies. He got in 6 more constituencies. This morning, Mr. Amit Malviya has also strengthened our case. Well, we thank them. Please join us. This is what we have been demanding from 7th August onwards, that please clean up the electoral rolls. There is a mess going on there.
But Mr. Khera, I'm sure you had applied for deletion. And Mr. Khera?
Obviously, I did.
But did you?
Absolutely. That's not my job, I'm sorry. I apply Form 7, I give it to them, and after that, when I shift to a new place, I applied Form 6, I got my vote here. The moment I get my new vote, Election Commission has a computerized system, they should have deleted it. I have already applied for deletion in 2016-17. Why didn't they delete? Not my headache.
But Mr. Khera, these are similar allegations that the BJP has been, or at least the assertions that the BJP has been making, that there are problems as far as the voter list is concerned. And that is why SIR is necessary. Your epic number, dual epic number seems to be suggesting exactly the same thing.
I'll tell you what. This name, Pavan Khera, cannot misuse his name, his vote, because, well, most of you know me and, I'll get caught if I do something wrong. But there are lakhs and lakhs of people who have multiple votes. What happens to them? There is a huge vulnerability of those votes getting misused. Why should it not be cleaned up? Well, we've given you the Mahadevpura example. We'll give you more. In the words of Mr. Gandhi, another hydrogen bomb is coming soon.
But Mr. Khera, whether it is Mahadevpura or the hydrogen bomb that you are talking about, sir, the whole question and argument about cleanup, that is why the SIR practice in Bihar is being in fact undertaking. But saying that these possible clerical errors, like you are saying the Election Commission responsibility to delete the name or incompetence of a BLO on the ground, does that in fact mean fraud? Does that in any way back the vote chori argument that you and your party has been making, sir?
I'll come to that. Now, between 2016 and 2025, 2016 is when I shifted out of my government house and came to the private house. 9 years, several role revisions have happened. This shows to you the way these role revisions are carried out. If the BLO had bothered to go and check whether I live in that same house or not, this wouldn't have come out. This would have been corrected. This shows that the BLOs don't even go on the ground. They sit in their offices and just make the lists. This is exactly what we are pointing out in the so-called SIR exercise going on in Bihar. 33,000 people who are alive have been shown as dead. Is this correct? Lakhs and lakhs of people have been removed from the voters list saying that they are not there. They were there. 75% women from various constituencies have been declared dead or migrated. Just the women of the household have migrated. How is it even possible? So all these issues that we are raising or flagging are issues that weaken our democracy if they are not addressed in time. And they become a tool in the hands of the ruling party to be misused.
Mr. Khera, but then, I'm asking you this again, because the fact is, sir, that all these anomalies or the problems as far as the Election Commission's functioning is concerned, how do they then add on to your charge of vote chori? And if they do, then you are in fact strengthening what the BJP has been saying. When Tejasvi Yadav goes across and says 2 epic number means fraud, then the same argument can be, ascribed to you as well. 2 epic numbers means fraud. So should the fraud allegations be then accepted for the Congress party as well?
No, absolutely. The question has to be asked to the ECI. Show us the CCTV footage of New Delhi Assembly segment. Show if anybody has misused my ID. I also want to know. In fact, it absolutely strengthens what we've been saying from 7th of August 2025 for the last 1 month. The onus to run a clean election lies with the ECI. The onus to clean up the electoral rolls lies with the ECI.
Khera, while we are speaking, just a short while back, the Election Commission has also put out a notice. And in that notice, the Election Commission has asked you to explain how and why do you have 2 epic IDs and why action should not be initiated against you as it is in the violation of the rules as far as the Election Commission is concerned.
Well, I'm very grateful for the lightning speed with which the Election Commission has responded to this. I wish they had done the same with all other anomalies that we pointed out. I don't know why they didn't act on Mahadevpura. For Mahadevpura, they wanted Mr. Gandhi to give an affidavit. For this, no affidavit is required from Mr. Amit Malviya. Straight notice to me. I want to ask the Election Commission if they've issued 100,000 notices in Mahadevpura Assembly segment. Having said that, I will definitely respond to this notice much before the 8th.
Mr. Pavan Khera, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV and presenting your side of the story as far as these allegations are concerned. All right, let me very quickly get in a quick response from Shweta Shalini, BJP spokesperson, who is with us on what Mr. Pavan Khera has just said on the allegations which have been made by the Congress or by the BJP on the Congress party. Shweta, you heard Mr. Pavan Khera. He's saying that, listen, it only strengthens the claim that we have been making, that there are anomalies as far as the Election Commission is concerned, and that is the reason why there needs to be an investigation.
Ankit ji, I absolutely heard Mr. Pavan Khera, and I also heard you putting words into his mouth by asking him directly if he actually applied for deletion, because he himself did not say that he applied for deletion. Having said that, I would again want to say that this does not justify his claim. In fact, it justifies our claim that SIR is important. In fact, that is why we are saying chor ki dadi mein tinka, and now that Pavan Khera does not have a dadi, so maybe chor ke gaon mein kheda. Because ultimately, if you actually look at it, see, what did he say? They have given 69,000 complaints in Bihar for SIR, but not one place they have given Form 6 and Form 7. Here, he talked about Form 6 and
Okay, ma'am. I'm sorry, we have to cut across to the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde of Maharashtra speaking on this very important issue of Manoj Jarange Patil.
सबसे पहले मैं मनोज जरांगे पाटिल इनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। उनके सभी मराठा समाज के आंदोलक बहनें और भाइयों का भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं, उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं, क्योंकि उन्होंने आज अपना आंदोलन वापस लिया है और यहाँ पर जो उनकी मांगे थी वो हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करना, ये भी हमारी महायुति सरकार ने मंजूर किया है, उसका GR भी निकाला गया है और उसी के साथ उनके जो हैदराबाद गैजेट लागू करने के लिए त्रिसदस्यीय कमेटी का गठन किया है और उसमें ग्राम पंचायत अधिकारी, ग्राम महसूल अधिकारी, सहायक कृषि अधिकारी होंगे और ये वेरीफाई करेंगे और ये सर्टिफिकेट जो है वो देने का काम करेंगे। और उसी के साथ सातारा गैजेट को अभी निर्णय हुआ है, उसके लिए 1 महीने का समय लगेगा और उसको भी सरकार ने सकारात्मक लिया है। और जो भी और भी मांगे जो थी उनके ऊपर जो केसेस है उसको पीछे लेना, जो लोग आंदोलन में जिनकी मौत हुई है, मृत्यु हुई है, उनको मुआवजा देना। मैं जब मुख्यमंत्री था तब कई लोगों को मुआवजा दिया है, 10 लाख रुपए और नौकरी दी हुई है। अभी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी हैं, उनके मार्गदर्शन में आगे की भी कार्रवाई हो जाएगी। मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। हमारी जो उप समिति जो है जो गठित की गई थी इस मसले को सुलझाने के लिए, वो राधा कृष्ण विखे पाटिल और सभी हमारे जो मंत्रीगण हैं उनका भी अभिनंदन मैं करता हूँ। और ये जो सब बातें हैं जो मनोज जरांगे पाटिल जी ने मराठा समाज के लिए जो अनशन किया था, आंदोलन किया था, आज उन्होंने अपना आंदोलन वापस लिया है। वह सरकार हमेशा इस मराठा समाज को लेकर सकारात्मक रही है और अन्य किसी समाज का नुकसान नहीं करते हुए ये मराठा समाज चल रहा था, जब मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर था तब
जी सर, जो आंदोलन चल रहा था उनकी एक प्रमुख मांग ये थी कि मराठा समुदाय को कुनबी का दर्जा दिया जाए, उसमें शामिल किया जाए। और ये एक ऐसी कानूनी पेचीदगी है कि ये इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे होगी, इस पर लोगों के मन में काफी प्रश्न है। तो ये कैसे तय होगा, ये स्टेटस कैसे दिया जाएगा, किस आधार पर दिया जाएगा, क्या महत्वपूर्ण फैक्टर्स होंगे?
अब तो GR जो निकला है उनकी मांग ये भी थी हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करे। हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करते समय यहाँ पर जो भी जो गांव है वहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं उनको एफिडेविट देना है, उनके कोई रिलेशन में जो है उनको कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र उनके पास हो तो उनके आधार पर उनको कुनबी मैं हूँ करके एफिडेविट देना पड़ेगा। और उसके बाद एक होम इंक्वायरी, गृह चौकसी कहते हैं उसको, वो हो जाएगी और गांव के लोग उससे सर्टिफाई करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से वहाँ पर उनको कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट मिल सकता है और मिलेगा, ऐसा तय हुआ है। क्योंकि ये जो निर्णय हमने लिया है, पिछले बार भी 58 लाख लोगों को कुनबी दर्ज किया था, कुनबी उनकी रजिस्टर किया था, उसमें 10,35,000 लोगों को कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट इशू भी किए थे जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था। और अभी तक के कार्यकाल में कभी भी कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट इशू नहीं हुए थे, लेकिन पिछले 2.5 साल से 58 लाख लोगों की नोंद हुई है और 10,35,000 लोगों को कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट इशू भी किया है। और इसलिए जो उसमें और सुलभता आ जाए, जो रूल्स 2012 है उसमें हमने और सुलभता लाने के लिए ये हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करने का निर्णय लिया है। और हैदराबाद गैजेट में भी जो भी लोग एफिडेविट देंगे कि मैं कुनबी हूँ और उनके दादा परदादा जो भी गांव के कोई भी व्यक्ति रिलेशन में कोई भी व्यक्ति है उसके पास कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र हो तो निश्चित रूप से उसके आधार पर उसकी जांच होकर उसको सर्टिफिकेट इशू हो जाएगा तो उसको उसका फायदा लाभ मिल सकता है।
सर, मैं आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूंगी कि आपकी पर्सनली मनोज जरांगे से कम्युनिकेशन हुई, उनसे बात हुई और क्या ये कंफर्म माना जा रहा है, सरकार ये मान रही है कि रात 9 बजे तक प्रदर्शन स्थल पूरी तरह से खाली हो जाएगा और आंदोलन कंप्लीटली खत्म हो गया है? ये कंफर्मेशन आपके पास आ गया है सर?
हाँ बिल्कुल, हमारे उप समिति के लोग वहाँ पहुँचे हैं, उन्होंने हमारा जीआर उनको सुपुर्द किया है और जीआर उन्होंने खुद पढ़ा है और उसके बाद उन्होंने शरबत, नींबू शरबत लेकर ये आंदोलन को ख़त्म किया है। और निश्चित रूप से 5 दिन का उन्होंने आंदोलन किया था। मनोज जरांगे पाटिल ये पिछले समय भी जब आंदोलन किया था तब हमारी सरकार ने 10% उनको मराठा रिजर्वेशन दिया था SC/BC में से और 58 लाख लोगों को कुनबी है करके उनके दस्तावेज मिले थे और 10,35,000 लोगों को कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र इशू किए थे। जस्टिस शिंदे कमेटी अभी भी काम कर रही है और जस्टिस शिंदे कमेटी के वजह से ये काम हुआ है और इससे काफ़ी लोगों को फायदा हुआ है।
ओके सर, इन सब के बीच जब ये आंदोलन चल रहा था पूरे देश की निगाहें लगातार टिकी हुई थी कि आखिर इस आंदोलन को कैसे खत्म कराया जाएगा और आरक्षण को लेकर सरकार का डिसीजन क्या होगा, जिस पर काफी हद तक पिक्चर आज क्लियर भी हो गई है। लेकिन इस आंदोलन की आड़ में प्रश्न चिन्ह महायुति को लेकर भी उठ रहे थे और ये सवाल लगातार पूछे जा रहे थे कि क्या सब कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा है।
धन्यवाद बोलले ना सर, हे चालू आहे तिकडे, त्यांचं पण चालू आहे
नहीं देखिए त्यांचा आवाज उनका आवाज नहीं आया।
जी सर, सुन पा रहे हैं?
तू काहीतरी केलंय ते।
सरकार के भीतर सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा है सर?
नहीं, अभी आवाज कट हुई थी। हाँ बिल्कुल ठीक है और इसीलिए तो इतना बड़ा फैसला जो लिया है हम मुख्यमंत्री हमारे देवेंद्र जी, मैं, अजीत दादा पवार, हम तीनों ने यहाँ पर चर्चा की है और चर्चा करने के बाद हमारी जो उप समिति है विके पाटिल, उनके जो मेंबर्स हैं उनको ये जो निर्णय हमने लिया है, हैदराबाद गैजेट हो, सातारा गैजेट हो, उनके ऊपर आंदोलन के केसेस हो, उनको मुआवजा हो, कई जो भी मांगे थी उस पर हम तीनों ने मिलकर बैठकर चर्चा की हुई है। और ये सरकार हमेशा ये आम आदमी जो लोग हैं, सर्वसामान्य लोग हैं, उनके लिए काम कर रही है। निश्चित रूप से हमारी सरकार पूरी तरह पॉजिटिव और प्रैक्टिकल है।
ठीक, थैंक यू सो मच सर, अपना समय देने के लिए, हमारे साथ डिटेल में इस बातचीत को शेयर करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। एक
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire dabba trading scam.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's on.
गोल्ड ग्लास, क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं, लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit. The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Pulling us
other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been speaking about this continuously throughout this monsoon, whether it's the national capital or to talk about the hills, the plains of this country. Rain fury, flood fury has absolutely put life in chaos across North India. Delhi, NCR, the waterlogging and what you saw yesterday. I mean, Yamuna has breached the danger level mark. Gurgaon, at the suburb, we saw what happened there yesterday. Citizens wading through knee-deep waters, chaos on the streets, jam for kilometers after kilometers has almost become, completely paralyzed. These cities, both Delhi and Gurugram, have completely become paralyzed. This was yesterday, and people at this moment when the peak hour of traffic is on are praying that they are spared today. But it's just not about Delhi, NCR, Punjab, suffering from one of the worst floods that it has seen in the last many decades. There are cities after cities, villages after villages which are submerged. Lakhs of hectares of agricultural land has completely been submerged, and people are on the knees at this moment. Whether it's Odisha, where the water has rushed into people's homes, emergency has been called, and there are rain battered these cities in many places. The government trying to help citizens. Look at the situation, people wading through knee-deep waters. Or it is Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Jammu and Kashmir, the hill states which have seen one of the worst floods, landslides, cloudburst. The question that people are asking, is there even a watertight solution to this? Short break, we are coming back.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा टेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात, खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ. कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Elections sometimes bring out the talent in political leaders which many didn't know that they had. And to try and connect with the youth in the upcoming elections of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav, the former Deputy Chief Minister, found a noble way. There were some of these young kids making reels there, dancing. So he thought, why not try his hand at dancing and singing with them? Will this virality with the youth help Tejasvi Yadav in the upcoming election? We will have to wait and see. But till then, enjoy Tejasvi Yadav's dance moves. I mean, they'll go to any extent to try and connect with their voters. All right, that's all the time that I have, ladies and gentlemen, of Nationwide at 6. I'll be back tomorrow with much more on the show. Thank you so much for being with us.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
buy, sell, or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide, and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Pulling us into this country. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Vasudha couldn't make it this evening, but lots lined up over the next 60 minutes on the show, from the Prime Minister launching an emotional offensive against the opposition in Bihar, to the family politics of the BRS split wide open in Telangana, and Sri Lankan President Disanayake's Kachativu message to India. But first, let's take you through the headlines this hour. No risk for former JNU student Umar Khalid and 7 others jailed in the 2020 death case. They are denied bail even after 5 years of lamenting in prison. Sharp reaction activists and JNU students associations who say to the Supreme Court. The death toll in Afghanistan crosses 1,400 as a massive humanitarian situation unravels after a series of earthquakes in the war-torn country flattens towns and villages. Flood fury in Punjab as it battles one of its worst ever floods. Serious concerns in the national capital. Yamuna reaches danger mark. Well, let's start this evening with the big northern political focus. A day after Rahul Gandhi said he still had a hydrogen bomb on vote theft in Bihar, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took an emotional offensive against the India bloc. He declared that the abusive comments hurled at him by youth at Rahul Gandhi's Vote Adhikar Yatra in Darbhanga on the 27th of August is an insult, quote-unquote, not just to his mother, but to all mothers and sisters in the country. The abusive comments at the rally came as a severe embarrassment for the Congress, which distanced itself from those who hurled it as it conducted and concluded its Vote Adhikar Yatra. The Prime Minister made an emotional pitch as he spoke to mothers and sisters in Bihar and the country and chastised the opposition for the abuse hurled at him. It's a battle of narratives in Bihar. Does the emotional hit back invoking mothers and sisters diffuse the threatened hydrogen bomb of Rahul Gandhi? Who is winning the battle of narratives in Bihar? A special face-off up ahead. But first, listen in to the Prime Minister and the reactions.
आरजेडी कांग्रेस के मंच से मेरी मां को गालियां दी गई। ये गालियां सिर्फ मेरी मां का अपमान नहीं है, ये देश की मां, बहन, बेटी का अपमान है। मुझे पता है आप सबको भी, बिहार की हर मां को, बिहार की हर बेटी को, बिहार के हर भाई को ये देख सुनकर कितना बुरा लगा है। भारत की धरती ने मां का अपमान कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं किया है। इसलिए आरजेडी और कांग्रेस को सात बहिनी से माफी मांगनी चाहिए, छठी मैया से माफी मांगनी चाहिए। साथियों, मैं बिहार के लोगों से भी कहूंगा, इस अपमान की जवाबदेही तय करवाना बिहार के हर बेटे की भी जिम्मेदारी है। आरजेडी कांग्रेस के नेता जहां भी जाएं, जिस गली, जिस शहर में जाएं, उन्हें चारों तरफ से एक आवाज सुनाई देनी चाहिए। हर मां बहन को मैदान में उतर करके उनसे जवाब मांगना चाहिए। हर गली मोहल्ले में से एक ही आवाज आनी चाहिए, मां को गाली नहीं सहेंगे, नहीं सहेंगे।
प्रधानमंत्री ने उनको लेकर जो अपशब्द कहे गए थे पिछले दिनों कांग्रेस के मंच से, उस पर पहली बार रिएक्ट किया है और कहा है कि एक बार के लिए वो तो माफ़ कर भी दें, लेकिन जो देश की माताएं हैं वो माफ़ नहीं करेंगी। क्या आपका इस पर रिएक्शन है?
देखिए, इस हालत तक देश को पहुंचाने के लिए अगर कोई जिम्मेदार है तो स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री है। जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री ने सोनिया जी के बारे में, राहुल जी की माता जी के बारे में जिस शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया, वो लोग भूले नहीं। देश आज भी याद रखता है। जर्सी गाय से उनको संबोधन किया था। और हर चुनाव में जब भी कोई चुनाव आता है तो कोई ना कोई ऐसी बात वो बोलते हैं जो लोगों को बुरी लगती है। जैसे मंगलसूत्र छील के ले जाएंगे अगर कांग्रेस वाले जीत गए, गठबंधन, इंडिया गठबंधन जीत गया, तो जो प्रधानमंत्री के पद पर रहते वो इस तरह की भाषा, अपशब्द का इस्तेमाल करता हो, वो एक मामूली कार्यकर्ता से क्या अपेक्षा करता है, क्या उम्मीद करता है?
देखिए, कोई भी हो, अगर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की मां को किसी ने गाली दी है, उनको फांसी पर लटका देना चाहिए, कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। इस बात के हम पक्षधर हैं। इसको लेकर भाजपा वाले फेक प्रोपगंडा फैला रहे हैं। जब उस मंच पर श्री राहुल गांधी जी और श्री तेजस्वी यादव जी गए ही नहीं, ये गाली दिलवाने का साजिश षड्यंत्र किसने किया? मां के नाम पर सियासत नहीं होनी चाहिए। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की मां पूज्य हैं, लेकिन इस पर सियासत नहीं होनी चाहिए। ये बात भी ख्याल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को रखना चाहिए। जब दूसरे की मां को, श्री राहुल गांधी जी की माता को गाली दी जाती है, तब क्यों चुप हो जाते हैं?
So who's winning the battle of narratives in Bihar? Joining us this evening, Maratha Quota of the BJP, Bhavna Jain of the Congress, and NDTV's consultant Ajit Kumar Jha. For a change, instead of going to the political guests, let me come to you first, Ajit Kumar Jha. It's a battle of narratives in Bihar. Who has now got the edge?
Look, the abuse to the Prime Minister's mother is absolutely condemnable, reprehensible, and it should be condemned in very strong language. In fact, I would have been happier if Rahul Gandhi and Tejaswi Yadav had apologized on behalf of this person who abused the Prime Minister's mother. So having said that, right now, campaign has officially not begun. The election has not been announced. The last 16 days rally by Rahul Gandhi and Tejaswi Yadav has obviously created a buzz all around Bihar. They have traversed 110 assembly constituencies, across 3,000 plus kilometers, and 16 long days. So given that, and given the fact that SIR had created some kind of turbulence in the state. So at this moment, the advantage in terms of agenda seems to be with Rahul Gandhi.
Right.
But having said that, the Prime Minister's speech in Gayaji, and by the way, he's going there again for Pindadan, that will sort of obviously going to counter the narrative. So advantage Rahul, but I think the Prime Minister and the entire BJP, when they begin the campaign, I think that will be a blitzkrieg.
Bhavna Jain, the emotional hit from the Prime Minister, some believe can negate the rally and the Congress's impact on the ground. In some sense, as one observer put it, if Rahul Gandhi is threatening a hydrogen bomb, the Prime Minister has dropped the mother of all bombs. How does the Congress demand? Is it time for the party and its allies to apologize and put this controversy to rest?
First of all, we are a Gandhi-Vadi party. We believe in the Gandhian philosophy of no violence, whether it is through mouth or through your body or your actions. We are against any kind of violence. Actually, it is very surprising that, the BJP toolkit has become so predictable. What they do is they, Prime Minister has used this in the past as well in Karnataka elections, where I'm abused, or my mother is abused, or that becomes the narrative. We are the people of Bihar. We are talking about Rahulji's Yatra voter adhikar rally that has been. It's not a rally; it's a yatra for protecting the rights of the Bihar voters. The question is of the mother of, thousands of millions of those children whose jobs have been lost and they have no employment available in Bihar. They have to leave their homes and travel to, far off places to find jobs. That is the issue. The issue is of a SIR. The issue is of the mother, 84-year-old mother of Mr. Vinod Prasad, whose mother Urmila Devi was declared dead in SIR. So, the question is of those
Radhika Khera, respond to Bhavna Jain. She says the real issues are the ones being fought on the ground and not the emotional hit.
Good evening to everyone. I was just listening to the Congress spokesperson. She was talking about that they have learned from Mahatma Gandhi ji. This is what you have learned from Mahatma Gandhi ji, to abuse the mother of the Prime Minister of India. Is this the freedom that Mahatma Gandhi ji fought for? Is this what you have learned from him? I thought Mahatma Gandhi ji ने तो ये सिखाया था, अगर आपको कोई एक थप्पड़ मारे तो दूसरा गाल भी आगे कर दीजिए. But if you had actually learnt even 10 bits from Mahatma Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, Priyanka Vadra ji and Sonia Gandhi ji would have come and apologized in front of the nation. And let alone apologize, they could have just simply said that we will not tolerate anything that comes from any of our manch. Manch to aap hi ka tha na, Bhavna ji. That stage was a Congress stage where Rahul Gandhi just was there a few minutes back. And if you remember, in Bihar, in a similar stage, Mr. Pappu Yadav was not allowed to get on the stage. Your own AICC Secretary Kanhaiya Kumar was not allowed to get on the stage. All stages of Rahul Gandhi's so-called yatras, or the Bharat Todo Yatra, or his rallies are controlled by Mr. KB Baiju, who is the security head in conjunction with the state president of the state. And they decide who will get on, off, even before and after Rahul Gandhi leaves the program. It was absolutely clear that on instructions of Rahul Gandhi, his main stooge, Mr. Naushad, who is a very well-known person who keeps on visiting Rahul Gandhi's house, who's a very close aide of Rahul Gandhi, he was told, given the orders that aise Pradhan Mantri ji ko bola, and it's sad and shameful that today the country is witnessing such filthy politics, such dirty politics, where a lady who has given birth to a man who is today bringing laurels for the country, and she's not even in the world, that lady has died. And tell me one instance when the Prime Minister's mother has ever spoken anything about politics, or the fact that she never even stayed with her own son. She's not reaped benefits like the Gandhi family or the Yadav family of Bihar.
Radhika, let me take that question that you're posing to Bhavna. Bhavna, given the kind of outrage one has seen, and this is across the board, for the kind of remarks that was used, Why is the Congress and the RJD not apologizing for it, or at least condemning it in unequivocal terms?
What I would like to reply to Radhika ji, she so eloquently described the stage security of the Congress Manch. She's so familiar with the Congress Manch and who is allowed on the stage or not allowed on the stage, being part of the Congress for a very long time. What I want to outline is that Rahul ji and Tejasvi Yadav were not there on the stage for a long time. It is an empty stage. No, who knows who got up there and spoke. So what is it to stop that BJP themselves have put in a person and created this mess? So the thing is, it's very, very clear. We are very clear in the control in. Following the
Let
issues
Radhika
of the
respond to
people
what
of
you
Bihar.
said. You're saying that the person may not even be the Congress person. We don't know who made that comment. So why should we apologize? Radhika, respond.
First of all,
and the stage was not even, stage was almost a free for all at that time.
Let me complete, madam. I didn't speak in between. Sir, please. This is not the kind of debate that I'm signed up for. Thank you.
Radhika, go ahead.
So Mr. Naushad, who was conducting this program, he was a very close aide of Mr. Ahmed Patel, and he was very well known for passing documents and whatever money or whatever to Rahul Gandhi's office, which was sent usually by Mr. Ahmed Patel, and he is an insider of the Gandhi family. Now he came out and apologized and said, if you remember, that this happened and this was someone who was from my team who went and said this, and I apologize, and this should not have been said. And all I'm saying again and again over here, see, that stage was a Congress party stage. Who got onto it? You just have to condemn it. What is the harm in condemning कि भाई हमारे स्टेज पे चाहे वो कोई भी था, हमारे स्टेज पे ऐसे शब्दों की जगह नहीं है. That is one line that Mr. Gandhi had to speak. He can talk about अगर आपके पास 10% भी इंदिरा गांधी जितना हिम्मत है, राहुल गांधी
always make it very personal with the Prime Minister. When is the Prime Minister going to address the issues of the people of Bihar? Every single time.
So you will abuse his mother?
Practice
so you will abuse his mother?
And make it like a personal attack and always keep
no, but condemn it and then we can get back to the issue. Once you condemn it in unequivocal terms, it will come back to the substance will come back to the issue that's there, Bhavna. The fact is there is no condemnation.
My issue is always, first of all, we don't, as I said, we don't even know who said it. So if somebody comes on a free-for-all stage, which becomes when after Mr. Gandhi and Mr. Tejasvi Yadav have already left the stage long back. And, Miss Radhika Khera is continuously talking about some individual who is not even an office bearer of the Congress and talking about him apologizing.
Madam Naushad is an office bearer. You don't know about your own party?
Radhika, Bhavna is saying this is a diversionary tactic from
the
court.
It's a
total diversionary tactic. Every corner of Bihar
20 seconds, Radhika, before I go to Ajit.
1 second, I'd like to finish. Every corner of Bihar is,
it's sad.
Is reverberating.
Okay, ma'am, my name is Radhika. You're not Radhika.
I said I want to finish.
Thank you. It's sad that...
Finish, 10 seconds, go ahead.
No, you can't keep taking the time.
Second, Radhika,
if you want to finish, you should apologize.
I want to say one thing, that it's very important to note that how BJP uses every tactic, every corner of Bihar is now reverberating with one slogan: vote chor, gaddi chhod. Every
Radhika,
small child of Bihar is reverberating. When
now, see, it's been over 10 seconds. Can you please mute the
Go ahead,
Thank you. It's an irony. Irony dies a zillion deaths when Chara Chor, National Herald Chor and Tuti Chor all get together and talk about humne vote chori kari. Ma'am, Jawaharlal Nehru to Indira Gandhi ji to today Pavan Khera ji, sab vote chori kar rahe hai, sab samne aa raha hai. What are you talking about? But tell me, how does that give you the right to give your stage to any XYZ to abuse the Prime Minister? Please, your stage is not free for all. If it was free for all, Kanhaiya Kumar and Pappu Yadav would have been on Rahul Gandhi's stage a couple of weeks back. The fact of the matter is that no Rahul Gandhi stage before or after his rally is free for all. And Rahul Gandhi has ensured that these words were used, because earlier also he's spoken badly, the Congress has spoken badly about the Prime Minister's father. And I have a list here of 140 times that the Prime Minister and his family have been abused. I repeat it again. A woman who is not in this world anymore. A woman who has never said one political statement in her entire life. Who never even lived with her own son. Not took one privilege of being the Prime Minister's mother. You didn't even spare her.
Right.
ये गांधी जी से सीखा है. शर्मनाक. And थू है ऐसी राजनीति पर.
Ajit Kumar Jha, you've heard both arguments. What do you believe is going to be the final outcome?
Look, I still believe that the whole act is abominable, reprehensible, abusing the Prime Minister's late mother. It's not done in our country. I come from Bihar. It's never done in Bihar. It's a serious crime. And by the way, the Simri police station has filed a complaint and arrested a person named Mohammad Rizvi alias Raza. He's already arrested. So we don't know, but at least the police claims that was the person. RJD leaders privately or in front of the press have condemned, so have Congress leaders. It would have been nice if Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav would have also condemned. Right. That would have disarmed the BJP's attack right now, plus it would have shown them to be of great moral fiber. So that would have been wonderful. Right. But so on this issue, that is what I have to say. But at this moment, right, because of this long campaign by the Congress and the RJD, the agenda advantage seems to be with the Mahagathbandhan. But as I said, elections are to be announced. We have an entire campaign which will begin, and we know that the BJP's campaign style, the fact they have an agent in every booth. So, right, things can change. But right now, advantage with the Mahagathbandhan.
Ajit, as you said there, you said it would have been wonderful if Rahul Gandhi or Tejaswi Yadav condemned it unequivocally. It could have been not just wonderful, perhaps politically prudent as well. But thanks to all three of you for joining us. Obviously, a serious political exchange there in Bihar. Now to the southern political soap opera from Telangana. The battle within the BRS between KCR's daughter and party MLC K. Kavita and her brother KT Ramarao and cousin Harish Rao is split wide open now. Kavita was suspended from the BRS and is likely to resign both from the party and her MLC post a day after she publicly alleged that her father K. Chandrasekhar Rao was made a scapegoat by her cousin and former minister Harish Rao and party MP Santosh Rao. She alleged that Harish Rao and Santosh Rao were being shielded by Revanth Reddy, who has handed the investigations into the alleged Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR is an accused, to the CBI. The statement from Kavita came perhaps as a last straw in the bitter battle in the family that dates back to Kavita's 2019 defeat at the Nizamabad Lok Sabha seat. Listen in to K. Kavita and the reactions.
ఇరిగేషన్ మంత్రిగా చేసినటువంటి హరీష్ రావు గారిది మేజర్ పాత్ర లేదా దీంట్లో? అందుకే కదా కేసీఆర్ గారు వారిని సెకండ్ టర్మ్లో తప్పించిండ్రు. ఈ మొత్తం కాళేశ్వరం ఎపిసోడ్లో కేసీఆర్ గారికి మరక అంటిందంటే ఇద్దరు ముగ్గురు వ్యక్తులు కారణం. మాజీ రాజ్యసభ సభ్యుడు ఒకలైతే, హరీష్ రావు గారు ఒకలైతే, మేఘా కృష్ణారెడ్డి గారు ఇంకోటి, మేఘానో బోగానో ఏదో. ఈ పెద్ద పెద్ద కాంట్రాక్టర్లు అందరితో కుమ్మక్కై కేసీఆర్ గారు ప్రజల కోసం ఆలోచన చేస్తే, నీళ్ల కోసం ఆలోచన చేస్తే, వీళ్ళు సొంత వనరుల కోసం, డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసం, ఆస్తులు పెంచుకోవడం కోసం ఆలోచన చేసి ఇవాళ మీ వల్ల రేవంత్ రెడ్డి లాంటి వ్యక్తి, తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమానికి సంబంధం లేని వ్యక్తి, కేసీఆర్ గారి కాలి గోటికి సరిపోని వ్యక్తి, ఆయన నిలబడి కేసీఆర్ గారిని చేయెత్తి చూపించి కేసీఆర్ గారి మీద సిబిఐ ఇవాళ నేను వేస్తా అని చెప్తున్నాడంటే కారణం ఎవరు దీనికి? నేను భరించిన, ఇదే హరీష్ రావు గారు, ఇదే సంతోష్ రావు గారు అనేక కుట్రలు చేసినా కూడా భరించిన. నా మీద ఓపెన్గా మీడియా మిత్రులందరితో రకరకాల మాటలు చెప్తే కూడా నేను భరించిన. నా పర్సనల్ అటాక్కి నేను ఎప్పుడు కూడా వాళ్ళను ఇంతవరకు పేరు పెట్టి పిలవలేదు.
Well, joining us this evening, Ravula Sridhar Reddy, senior spokesperson of the BRS. He'll try and join in a bit, some technical issues with him. Ravikant Reddy, political editor of The Hindu, and NDTV's Uma Sudhir joins us live. Uma, what have you heard from Kavita? It now seems obvious that she's going to possibly resign from the MLC post and the party tomorrow. But what's the road ahead, both for the BRS and for Kavita?
So Kavita is most likely going to be resigning from both the BRS as well as MLC, and she is going to be going to the Legislative Council chairperson to hand over her resignation, after which she intends to hold a press conference to put forth her ideas or her road ahead as well. What Kavita has done, the tremors were already being felt, and the quake in that sense, or the ground moving from under BRS feet really happened with Kavita actually targeting senior members of the BRS and who are part of the ministry and also part of the BRS of the KCR extended family as well. By targeting them, she has created that kind of a political earthquake for the BRS. And now they are going to experience the aftershock as well, because the kind of arsenal that she has provided to both the Congress as well as the BJP to target the BRS, that is the reason why, in fact, the BRS could not keep quiet at this time. As you have been mentioning, yes, all this, kind of trouble has been brewing for quite some time. But now she targeted Harish Rao, Santosh Rao, who are part of the top leadership of the BRS, and what she has done is to actually play into the same kind of a narrative that both the Congress and the BJP, even Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said that Kaleshwaram was the ATM for the BRS. And in this case, by saying that they were guilty of amassing wealth,
sorry, because you've raised a very important point on the Kaleshwaram
point.
issue. Ravikant Reddy, the fact that this seems to have been timed with the Kaleshwaram case, which is considered a big embarrassment for the BRS, shows that this is not perhaps a sudden move. What do you see the road ahead for KCR, KTR, Harish Rao and Kavita individually? Unmute yourself, Ravikant.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
So as far as Kavita is concerned, I think, she was expecting for a few days, because, she was removed from one of the biggest, strongest organizations, Singareni workers organizations, which controls over actually 30 to 35 assembly constituencies. She was the president of the union, and she was unceremoniously, what she calls, was removed when she was in US. And another former MLA was made the head. So she was expecting that there was a lot of pressure on KCR to remove her from the party, and that was one of the first steps. And when Kavita landed in India from US 2 days ago, I think this was obviously the Kaleshwaram Commission's report was a chance for her to to expose the people whom she called the ghosts behind Mr. KCR. And whom she claimed that they were the ghosts. They were actually creating the distance between her and her father. Were actually so she chose used the right moment to target them, as she was expecting that she would be removed from the party. But I think from her point of view, I think this was not the right time to name them, because the elections are far away, and the elections. What kind of impact she would be making politically is to be seen. Just for a few days she'll be in news, people will be after her. But after that, I think it's really going to get interesting.
Ravi, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the one man who may possibly have an inside track, hopefully, is Ravula Sridhar Reddy. He joins us from the BRS. Ravula Sridhar Reddy, your BRS was denying all along to Uma and us that there was any rift within the party and the family. It's now split wide open. What's the game plan? Does it not embarrass the party in the midst of an offensive from the Congress on the Kaleshwaram issue targeting KCR himself?
Yes, Congress might take some advantage out of the entire issue, but people of Telangana knows what is Mr. KCR and what he has done for the state of for Telangana during the Telangana agitation of 14 years, and 10 years rule of Telangana after the separate state formation, and what sacrifices he has made for the state of Telangana. So today, it's a party's decision in the interest of the entire Telangana state, just not BRS party. Because for this development of Telangana state and welfare of the people, we are only the party who always taken enough care, and even today, we are fighting against the unruly behavior of the Congress party and undemocratic practice of the Congress party. So she is an MLC in the party.
Is this a clear message, Ravula Sridhar Reddy, to K? Sorry, is this a very clear message of reiteration that KTR is the unchallengeable leader of the party, and that Kavita's dissent is not acceptable?
See, Mr. KTR is our party's working president. Sri KCR is our party's president, and everybody must work, irrespective of their status, position, and the relations in the party. It is a political party. So whatever they may be their status and relation, they should work under the framework, within the guidelines and the decorum of the party lines. So nobody is above the organization. If organization is good, if the decorum is good, if the discipline is in proper place, if conduct is good, everything is good. And she was an MP with us. She's an MLC currently. She's one of the she's the daughter of KCR. So every freedom was given to work and elevate herself. There is nothing more than this. So here it is not the question of who is the supreme. Sri KCR is the tallest leader of Telangana, and he is our leader, he is our party president. And there is no question of this kind of rifties, allowed rather. And today, the letter of suspension clearly states the recent activities and statements made by her are not in the interest of the party, and definitely is against the party lines and in the lines of tarnishing the party's image and Sri KCR's image. So the party has taken a decision
that this is a categorical message that anyone who works against the party or throws in, tarnishes its image will not have space. Very, very briefly, Ravikant Reddy, before I give the last word to Uma, is this a clear reiteration of putting the house in order, or do you believe that the mess is going to get worse within the BRS?
Well, I feel, Kavita will make some dent into the party because, she's a very determined lady. She's not like, any other political party leader. She's a very determined lady. She has, throughout the Telangana agitation, she had made a name for herself. She has created her own space. Of course, the BRS, the aura of KCR helped her. But, once out of the BRS, she'll definitely, create some space for her. But the problem is, if she's looking at elections, I think that they're quite far away. And whether she'll be sustaining that kind of space is a big challenge. That is what really we have to see. But she's a very determined lady, given her background, given her charisma, the way she talks,
she's
very
both
good
determined
orator.
and she's aggressive. Uma, what do you see the next moves to be? Is it going to be a problem for the BRS to contain the damage?
So inevitably, the comparison is always made between the brother-sister duo drama that happened in Andhra Pradesh and now what is playing out in Telangana. So will Kavita become a Sharmila is a question. Three things that I must point out. One, she has delivered quite a lethal blow on the BRS because she has actually, while talking about Nana or father being somebody who's been made a scapegoat, what she is suggesting by saying that Harish Rao or Santosh were amassing wealth and in fact, she even suggests that the second term as irrigation minister was not given to Harish Rao because he had indulged in this kind of a corruption. That means the father was in the know, or the party president was in the know of what was happening, and that is certainly going to sow seeds of suspicion, and that narrative is something, the damage control that the BRS will have to do, which they will continue to be attacked by both by the Congress as well as the BJP. For Kavita, two options. She will obviously, she's already started consolidating her Telangana Jagriti and trying to make it into a political entity, but the fact is, she cannot join hands with either the Congress or the BJP. She will never be able to realize her political ambitions by doing that and by attacking KCR himself, from where actually all of them draw their charisma.
Let's just give Ravula Sridhar Reddy the last word.
Kavita has damaged herself as well as she has damaged herself as well as the party, I think.
These allegations of corruption in Kaleshwaram, Raghav, these allegations of corruption in Kaleshwaram case or something else has been done by Congress party and BJP to a certain extent for a long time. So now somebody else is speaking this language doesn't make much difference because we've been fighting this allegations for a long time, even for the last 2 days, even before we.
She's someone who is within your party, Mr. Sridhar. Who was within your party.
But when the threat comes within the party, Ravula Sridhar Reddy, that should make you nervous. Yes or no? Very quick response before I close.
The allegations of corruption that we will fight out. If it has a base, at the end of the day, the government has ordered an inquiry now. Let's see. We will face it.
Okay. The inquiry is not the issue. The internal rivalry is the issue. I'm sorry we have to leave this conversation right now. But Uma was making some very interesting points, as well as Ravikant Reddy. Thanks very much for joining us, all three of you. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, much more on The Southern View.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियाँ आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशित आई ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में, चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Finesta.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, Decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
माय बर्थडे गिफ्ट टू पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में। फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free for all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Find Finer Finesta.
Sri Lankan President Dissanayake to the island of Kachativu that was ceded to Sri Lanka by India in 1974. It's a contentious issue historically used by Indian fishermen, the island, as well and has been at the center of a sharp political exchange in Tamil Nadu. On Monday, Dissanayake, who was visiting Jaffna in northern Sri Lanka, made a sudden visit to the island and declared that Sri Lanka resist any external pressure to safeguard its seas and islands. Such a visit by the president isn't heard of in the recent past. Political parties in Tamil Nadu have raised the issue of Indian fishermen shot at and captured by the Sri Lankan Navy and have demanded that India retrieve Kachativu. The TVK chief and actor Vijay had raised the issue recently at his rally in Madurai. The BJP had accused the Congress of ceding the island and the DMK of not pushing its get it back when it was in power in the UPA, and the DMK has hit out at the BJP for not doing anything last decade. Leave the domestic politics in Tamil Nadu aside. This coincides with complex Indian foreign policy realities at the moment. What's the message Colombo is sending? Joining us this evening, former diplomat Ashok Sajjanahar and senior journalist R.K. Radhakrishnan, who follows Sri Lanka closely. Mr. Sajjanahar, what message does India take from Disanayake's Kachativu visit? Is it a response to the noise from Tamil political parties, or is there a more strategic diplomatic message to take from it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Veera Raghav, for having me on the show. I think it is not a standalone visit. Of course, this visit by Mr. Dissanayake is the first time I understand that a Sri Lankan head of state is visiting Kachativu. Not in recent past, not ever, frankly, after 1974 when it, went to Sri Lanka. But it is not being done on its own. What I understand is that there was this meeting, rally in Madurai that you have referred to on the 21st of August, in which the TVK leader, actor and political leader, Vijay, he sort of, spoke about this and said that, we retrieve, our fishermen are dying, they are being killed by Sri Lankans. And so it is the duty of the central government or Prime Minister Modi that this should be retrieved from there, that it should be taken back so that our people can go, our fishermen can go and fish. Now, of course, this was termed as political posturing by the Sri Lankan foreign minister, who said that since the elections in Tamil Nadu are going to be held in the beginning of 2026. So, of course, different parties are stoking these, regional nationalist sentiments and trying to do that. So, he took it in, the Sri Lankan foreign minister took it in that light and that spirit. But of course, to drive home the point, the Sri Lankan president has gone there. You see, relations between India and Sri Lanka are excellent. I think they are the best that, in recent times. And so I think it is Mr. Dissanayike's visit is also in response to some of the noises that are coming from Tamil Nadu. And these noises could become, more frequent and louder as we approach the elections early next year. Veeraraga.
R.K. Radhakrishnan, the visit an effort to preempt or ensure that Sri Lanka sends a message across categorically to the political noise in Tamil Nadu, says Ashok Sajjanahar. How do you see it?
Thank you, Veeraraga, for the opportunity, and good evening, viewers. Obviously, a message to Tamil Nadu is a message to India because Tamil Nadu happens to be part of India. So I see this as unnecessary muscle flexing. Before we go anywhere, let me make it very clear. Tamil Nadu politicians, Tamil Nadu, every single political party keeps saying that Indian fishermen, fish near Kachativu and hence get arrested. That is completely false. That is wrong. Indian fishermen fish in very close to the Sri Lankan coast and hence they get arrested. Let's get that out of the way. Second thing, every single political party in every single election, in every single manifesto for about 20-25 years has this point in there that Kachativu meet pom. We'll get back Kachativu. Now, no political party in Sri Lanka or the ruling dispensation in Sri Lanka has thought it fit to actually respond seriously or flex muscles just as Anurag Kumara Dissanayake has done now. See, the war ended in 2009 May. Now, the point is that no Sri Lankan president or prime minister, right from Mahinda, who actually won the war for Sri Lanka, or Sirisena, has wanted to go to Kachativu because it doesn't make sense at all. Now, this muscle flexing, I see as a coordinated effort because Anurag Kumara Dissanayake, whatever said and done, of course, I would agree with the ambassador that our relationship with Sri Lanka is very good, but he is closer to China than he is to India. I see this as in coordination with what Nepal has done very recently on the Lipu Lake Pass, where it has protested to both Xi Jinping and to Narendra Modi that you cannot have it. Land trade between India and China bypassing Nepal because Nepal claims ownership of both all the Lipu Lake Pass, the Kalapani, and the Libya Dura, all which are, according to Nepal, east of Mahakali. We contest that where the origins of Mahakali. So I see two countries acting in tandem, which is, which for me is cause for concern.
Right. You say it's cause for concern. Mr. Sajjanahar, you heard what R.K. Radhakrishnan said very briefly. Would you see the timing of this visit in the midst of the global situation that we're in at the moment as something that's chosen or something that's purely a spur of the moment, demonstration of Sri Lanka's hold over Kachativu?
No, it's not, as I said, it's not a standalone. It's not in the context of the global situation, the global turmoil and turbulence and flux that is taking place. It's really in response to the noises that have started coming out of Tamil Nadu. And, as Sri Lanka would have expected, that these noises are going to get louder as we get closer to the elections. Now, 2 points, that Mr. Radhakrishnan has made. And, I don't know whether I could agree with him that, Sri Lanka is at this moment closer to China than it is to India. Because I think these comparisons are always very odious and, there are different arguments that can be extended. Of course, when AKD came and, JVP was thought to be against anti-India and much closer to China. But then you see the manner in which his first visit to India, his first visit after coming to power was to India. The first leader that he invited, foreign leader that he invited to Sri Lanka was Prime Minister Modi. Right. And I think these declarations have been made very often because, our concerns, our sensitivities on, these submarines and spying vessels coming into Sri Lanka and categorically stating that Sri Lanka will not allow its territory or waters to be used against the security of India. Secondly, I think the comparison between Nepal and Sri Lanka, I think, is a little faulty, because, that was an issue of dispute, this Kalapani, Limpiadhura, Lipulekh, etc., and discussions were going on between the two sides, while Kachativu was handed over in 1974. So, there was no dispute about it as such, whatever the Tamil Nadu politicians might say, but it was handed over formally.
You're making a nuanced point there. R.K. Radhakrishnan, very briefly, 20 seconds, your response to what Mr. Sajjanahar has said.
Yeah, I see a gradual ganging up of the smaller states around India. We see what is happening in Bangladesh and the kind of positions that Bangladesh is taking vis-a-vis India. I see Nepal's coordinated effort vis-a-vis India, and I see Sri Lanka in that context. There is no need for Anura to do this. His army commanders, anybody could have made that point. He could have himself made that point in Colombo or Jaffna, because he was anyway visiting Jaffna. But I think this is a clear message to India and not just to Tamil Nadu.
All right, thanks very much there. We leave that conversation, but we'll keep a close watch of that relationship, the diplomatic relationship between Colombo and New Delhi. Quick focus now on the domestic realities for the huge garment sector in Tamil Nadu's Tirupur and Coimbatore belt. They are hugely dependent, remember, on exports to the United States, and the tariffs from the US have a debilitating impact on the industry there. The DMK-led alliance in Tamil Nadu today held a huge protest march in Tirupur to push for support to the industry, similar to what was offered to keep it afloat during the COVID pandemic. Demands include financial assistance, moratorium on loans, and a financial package to help the medium and small-scale industries sustain this period of uncertainty till there is clarity on the tariff war started by Trump. Lakhs of workers, remember, from across India are employed by the garment units in the area. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is in Germany wooing investments to the state. The Tamil Nadu government says it's got commitments for around 7,000 crores of investments. This visit, of course, is seen as a pre-election optics of the state's industrial potential. Sam Daniel has the details.
இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் பெருமை அடைகிறேன். தமிழ்நாட்டை பற்றி உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் சொல்லணும்னா, தமிழ்நாடு தான் இந்தியாவிலேயே 2வது பெரிய பொருளாதாரம். இந்தியாவிலேயே அதிகமான டபுள் டிஜிட் பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியையும் உற்பத்தித்துறை வளர்ச்சியையும் அடைஞ்சிருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே மாநிலம். ஜெர்மனி மற்றும் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு இடையில பொருளாதாரத்தில் நிறைய ஒற்றுமைகள் இருக்கு. ஜெர்மனி எப்படி ஐரோப்பிய யூனியனோட முக்கிய தொழில்துறை நாடோ, அதே மாதிரி இந்திய ஒன்றியத்தில் தொழில்துறையோட இதய துடிப்பாக தமிழ்நாடு மாநிலம் விளங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இன்னும் சொன்னால் தமிழ்நாடு தான் இந்தியாவினுடைய ஜெர்மனி.
In his first leg of Europe tour, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin claims to have got commitments worth 7,020 crore investments to be made in Tamil Nadu, which could potentially generate 15,000 jobs. The key investors include braking systems major Nordbremse, which is investing 2,000 crore in Tamil Nadu, potentially creating 3,500 jobs, and wind turbines major Nordex will be investing 1,000 crore rupees, generating 2,500 jobs by expanding its operations in Tamil Nadu. Already this has triggered a war of words between the key opposition AIADMK and the ruling DMK. AIADMK demands a white paper alleging that these declarations or announcements are mere drama and theatrics, as it calls it. And it wants a white paper on the kind of commitments made during M.K. Stalin's earlier overseas trip to Japan, Gulf countries, Europe and the US, besides the global investors meet held in Chennai last year. The DMK rubbishes these allegations, saying that it was the result of M.K. Stalin's overseas trips that has effectively contributed for the state to emerge number 1 in terms of its growth touching 2 digits, the only state in the country. M.K. Stalin would now head to the United Kingdom for a series of investment meetings and academic engagements. In Chennai, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Well, now to the historic flood situation in parts of northern India. Punjab, remember, is suffering from one of its worst ever floods, and the inundation has forced a massive relief operation there. Meanwhile, serious concerns in the national capital region after flood waters entered houses as the water level of the Yamuna River crossed the danger mark after heavy overnight rainfall. The rising water levels have also caused significant traffic congestion, particularly at the Delhi-Gurugram border. This is a ground report from the national capital region.
The national capital is right now under high alert as the water level in Yamuna is increasing steadily. Right now as we are speaking, the water level is at 205.75 meter above the danger mark. We are seeing that the levels has pushed flood waters into low-lying areas, with Yamuna Bazar among the first to be affected. By early morning, water had entered residential lanes in the locality, leaving ground floors submerged and narrow alleys waterlogged. Access roads are partially cut off and movement of vehicles have become difficult. Small shops and makeshift stalls along the riverfront remain shuttered, where civic teams patrol the area to ensure residents shift to safer locations. The DM on Monday evening had directed the closure of Old Railway Bridge, a key flood gauge point, after water levels rose rapidly. Railway authorities have been requested to seal the bridge at 5 p.m. and train services are being diverted as a precautionary measure. Relief camps have been activated in Mayur Vihar, Sonia Vihar and other vulnerable pockets. Authorities are carrying out round-the-clock monitoring with disaster response teams on standby for possible evacuations. Now, the release of over 3 lakh cubic of water from Hatnikund barrage in Haryana continues to feed the surge, and officials warn that levels may remain high over the next 24 hours. We can clearly see how strong the stream is flowing at this particular point, and people are evacuating this area. This is the same place where the Delhi Chief Minister had come last time when the water had crossed warning levels. But now we are seeing that the situation remains grim, with people who are living in low-lying areas evacuating their household because the flood water has entered the residence. You can clearly see the books of the children, how books are right now floating here because the water started increasing by the night, and by morning the flood water had entered the residence. People are trying to evacuate this place. They are shifting on the first floor of their residence, but still this is a quite crucial time, crucial 24 hours for Delhi, because the water level has increased, and with the Hatnikund barrage feeding the water levels, it is yet to be seen when the water level goes down, and people who are living in low-lying areas are requested by the authorities to evacuate this particular place and shift to the relief camps till the water levels decreases.
I'll call it the consequence of unplanned urbanization, massive urbanization and climate change at the same time. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV.
Brought to you by Super Chennai. It's hot, it's happening. And Weka, India's largest selling UPVC window.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशित आई ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में, चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out there.
गोल्ड ग्लास, क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind.
जो पार्टीशन 1947 में शुरू हुआ था वो आज तक चल रहा है और कभी खत्म ही नहीं होगा।
Theaters are now refusing to show it because they fear that there will be a political turmoil.
हिंदू मुस्लिम एक नहीं है। आप वेदों को मानते हैं, हम कुरान को मानते हैं, आप लाखों भगवान को मानते हैं, हम सिर्फ अल्लाह को मानते हैं।
If you shun the history, shut the history, then it will keep repeating.
The fact that Bengal was also divided and made into East Pakistan is something that is not in people's everyday memory.
भारत हिंदुओं का राष्ट्र है और इस युद्ध में हिंदू हार रहे हैं।
Is it a lonely road? You are not part of Bollywood.
It's just the two of us, and I think the two of us are enough for each other.
Really, in India happened on August the 16th, 1946, a year before India's independence, right when the British were about to leave, and yet bigger really in India's collective memory. It doesn't figure free textbooks. I personally remember having been educated about it through my school system, and yet a film that is finally in the spotlight on the railings of 1946 is kicking up the dust, perhaps like no film has in recent memory. It is no surprise that the makers of this new film that's coming up in the next couple of days, that continues to be the subject of FIRs and censorship and a great deal of controversy, are none other than a film couple that is no stranger to controversy and who've been known to choose topics that are making people think, making people fight, making people polarized and feel like they are divided, but also to revisit history, which is an important question. Vivek and Pallavi Joshi, welcome and thank you for being here on NDTV just days before the Bengal Files comes out. And I know the both of you are here at a time when your film, even before it's released, has caused so much of a firestorm. I hear not only are theatres a little sensitive about showing it, but that there are FIRs, that there are issues with the media, some media, not NDTV obviously, actually talking about your film, listing your film, where it's going to be played, etc. Vivek, I'll start with you. Just days before the film comes out, what kind of roadblocks are you facing?
See, people, if to understand, you have to look at chronological order. About a year and a half or maybe 2 years ago, I don't remember exact date, the Chief Minister of West Bengal publicly in her press conference said that some people have been funded and sent to make a film called The Bengal Files, which humiliates Bengalis. I will never let it, I won't allow it. After that, a lot of people started threatening us. We were not allowed to shoot in Bengal.
This is before you announced the film also?
No, after we announced the film. On record, there is a video, I can send it to you. And then after that, when we announced the release date of the film, I was in America. We had gone to US to do special screenings there in 12 cities. Then I started getting FIRs. And not just one, multiple FIRs in different thana, different city. That's a strategy to demoralize us, to harass us, to entangle us in legal issues. And even yesterday I received a FIR. You know, so every second day some FIR is coming. Then after that, when we came from US, straight away we went to Kolkata to release the trailer on 16th August. It's appropriate we release on 16th August, yeah. As soon as we landed at the airport, we got to know that the theatres, trailers are launched in theatres, in multiplexes. They have refused to take it under political pressure, and somebody used the term that there will be political turmoil if we show it. So finally we said, okay, the safe space, since the entire unit had landed in Kolkata, so we said, let's do it in a 5-star hotel. And as we were doing it, then there was an intervention, and the police came and they stopped it, cut the wires, and they also said the same thing, that we have political pressure and we have to stop it. Still we said, okay, but now in last 24 hours, the development is, because we opened the advance booking and theatres have to be finalized, I've got to know through my distributors. The distributor said if film releases in Bengal, it will create history. But I just learned that theatres are now refusing to show it because they fear that there will be a political turmoil if they do it. And the worst thing is, I mean, unimaginable thing, unprecedented thing which has happened is in the history of cinema anywhere in the world, those ads which show the show timings, small ads which come in newspapers, some of the major newspapers are refusing to take even those ads. So this is where we are.
Pallavi, the hostility between the West Bengal government and you has made the headlines. Have either of you tried to reach out to Mamata Banerjee or the West Bengal government and said, we are filmmakers, we are making a film, you watch the film, you decide for yourself?
We want to. We want to, and I so want to sit down across the table and have a dialogue with her.
Mamata Banerjee?
Yes, because I understand, you know, there could be some, I mean, she has a different political ideology and everything, but at the end of the day, she's an Indian. She's an Indian woman. She's a Bengali Indian woman. I'm sure her forefathers have gone through the same thing that we are showing in the film. Maybe they were, you know, in some way, maybe not victims, but in some way they have witnessed the Direct Action Day or the Noakhali genocide. The things that we've shown in the films are something that I'm sure are very close to her heart. So if she can just give us an audience, we are ready to show her the film. Let her see the film and then decide. But on the basis of a trailer or on the basis of some past film for which she has some problem, she cannot ban a piece of work. She cannot curb freedom of expression like
because the timing also will come up, Vivek. People will say that, you know, the Bengal elections are coming, that's why you've timed it with that. You know, that would explain the political sensitivity over it. You know, because you're portraying and you know, something that opens old wounds, creates divisions right before the elections.
Okay. So
inconvenient for the politicians.
Shiv, there are two answers to this. There are two things you have addressed. Number one, please give some respect to my political acumen. I make political films. I'm not a politician. If I have to effect the elections, I'll release it in January for April elections. Why will I release it before Bihar elections? Number one. And as far as opening old wounds, there is something called in social science and psychiatry is called conspiracy by silence. You know, if somebody is going through depression or some trauma or there is some very inhuman thing has happened, then by maintaining silence and saying, no, nothing has happened, nothing has happened. In lots of Indian families, if you see people suffering from anxiety or depression, okay, they reach the ultimate stage because parents say, nahi, tumhe kuch nahi hua, tumhe kuch nahi hua, tumhe kuch nahi hua, something like that. Same thing has happened with India also. There is a generational trauma. No other country has witnessed the kind of communal violence we have witnessed. Yes, Holocaust, but Holocaust, very short period of time. We have witnessed for 1200 years, we were persecuted, enslaved. It's time that we give it a voice. Because if you go to a psychiatrist, he'll tell you acknowledging the trauma is the first step towards healing. Indian society will heal only when we acknowledge, yes, there is an issue, there is a major communal issue in this country. Otherwise, if you shun the history, shut the history, then it will keep repeating. And 70 years later, we are still suffering from exactly the same communal politics, sinister politics for which partition happened.
But those who, those who talk about this conspiracy of silence will say that, but this is not the way to heal it. They will say that you're distorting aspects of it. Is that true? How do you respond to that? Is your answer to those people say, watch the film first and then decide, if that is the case? Because, no, Vivek, the reason I'm asking that question also is because the 1946 riots themselves are contentious. There are many different versions over what happened, the number of people who actually died.
No, that's not true.
Aren't there historical divergences?
That's not true. No, that's not true, Shiv. That's the problem. See, what communist people have done so far is that they confuse people by writing, they confuse over numbers.
So there is no doubt about what happened. It's just been suppressed.
Here. Over 40,000 casualties in Calcutta riots. Sir Henry Twainham statement. He was the governor of West Bengal. That's his statement. There are reports after reports after, and forget numbers. Whether it's 40,000 or 10,000 people are being killed.
In their thousands.
Second thing is people who are killed. Okay, you have to understand this because this must be exposed. There were 24 police stations in Calcutta. Suhrawardi, who is known as Butcher of Bengal, the headlines were in all newspapers. He transferred all Hindu inspectors and he installed Muslim inspectors in 22 out of 24 police stations. In 2 they were Anglo-Indians. For 2 days he declared holiday. Police started distributing weapons and arms and guns and whatever ammunition to Muslim Guard, which is the youth wing. Mujibur Rahman announced he hoisted a flag of Pakistan at Calcutta University, and from there it began. 100,000 people came at Shaheed Minar for Suhrawardi's speech, and he said for 2 days, go annihilate all Hindus, nothing is going to happen. And they chose 16th August. There's a reason. In his speech, Jinnah also announced, Suhrawardi, that 16th August is the 18th day of Ramzan. On this day, Battle of Badr was fought by 313 Muslims. He said, Allah has allowed us to do this jihad against Hindus. The reason was that Hindus were more in population marginally than Muslims in Calcutta. Muslim League wanted Calcutta in Pakistan. The only way they could have got it if the Muslim population changed, the demography changed. So they announced that kill as many Hindus so that Muslim demography changes. It was a marginal difference. And 40,000 people were killed in 2 days. Streets were full of their skeletons and the vultures were eating their flesh. These are such painful stories. The entire world calls it genocide. Except for some people, they were not riots, first of all. Because it was a call to kill them like Nazis called to kill Jews. It's exactly parallel to that.
Pallavi, how did the both of you choose this topic? The people, audiences will want to know, when they watch this film, I think one of the common themes, when you made the Kashmir Files, people had a general sense of what happened with the Kashmiri Pandits, even though they didn't know the specifics, right? Some people had a problem with some of the things that you brought out in your film. The Bengal Files is a little different because even well-read persons will say, hey, I didn't even really know about this. I am freely admitting that I had an extremely obscure kind of sense of what happened in 1946. Certainly nothing like this. How did you choose this particular story?
Same here. Even I had a very faint idea about what had happened. And being a keen reader, I had read about a lot of things, didn't really know how the dots joined until the research started coming up. So back in the day in 2020, when we were about to go and start shooting for Kashmir Files, the first wave of COVID hit us, and after that, when everyone was sitting home for 7-8 months doing nothing, that was the time we started with the research. We knew for certain that we wanted to make a movie on partition, and as the research started coming in, we also knew that Direct Action Day and Noakhali are going to be a part of it, because that is one side of our partition which nobody has seen. A lot of filmmakers have made films on Punjab partition, books have been written on it, but the fact that Bengal was also divided and made into East Pakistan is something that is not in people's everyday memory. And therefore we wanted to visit that era also, to make people aware that our country was also divided on this side, and also because of the sheer tragic tales that were coming out of our research. And slowly and steadily, as we gathered more information, we realized that this is a story which has to be told, because when we decided to make films on our democracy, and our themes were going to be right to truth, right to justice, and right to life, we realized that Bengal is that one place where there were boards like dogs and Indians not allowed. So there was an absolute absence of dignity of life. People were killed in huge numbers, and yet those numbers also never came out. So whoever died was just a statistic. So much apathy for human life was found there during the partition. And then also, after that, during the 78 years of our independence, as things panned out throughout the different governments that Bengal has seen, and the illegal immigration that has been happening, we decided that there has to be some commentary on our state, because Bengal is my state. Bengal is a part of my country. Maybe we were late in making the Kashmir Files, because we were in our 20s when the problem in Kashmir happened. So yes, we tried to make a film on Kashmir after the damage was done, but while the damage is not done, while we still can do something about it, why not make a film and make people aware that there is this issue that is burning there, and it is exactly like how it was during the partition, and we should take, stand up, sit up, take cognizance of what is happening.
I just want to say, as a director of the film, why I made this film, because you will never ever find a Jew child who doesn't know about Holocaust. You'll never find a black child in the world who doesn't know about the slavery. How is it that we don't know about one of the recorded, documented, one of the most tragic genocide of Hindus in Bengal? We don't know about it.
But Vivek and Pallavi, both of you want to sit across the table from Mamata Banerjee at a time when the demographic shift is a politically nuclear issue in this country. So you must have expected that this was going to happen when you chose this topic.
No. I knew there will be opposition. I knew people will call it propaganda. They will say BJP. They will say right wing. All that I expect. I never expected that anybody can ban the trailer of a film. Not in my wildest dreams I had thought. Honestly, I'm telling you.
Also not the way the whole thing
Not the way whole thing.
Okay. No, so you've reached out to Mamata Banerjee. I'm wondering whether she will give you time to actually sit across the table. Let's see. I don't know. Because I have my doubts about it. Because something like this goes to the very heart of the politics of what's playing out in Bengal. And you know what I'm talking about. Let's come to the specific troubles that you've faced. You've said you've lost count of the number of FIRs that you have.
I've got all of them for you.
Is there a number?
I don't know the number, but every day I'm getting, see, all these are FIRs.
Okay.
FIRs. These are full of FIRs.
How big is your legal team, Vivek and Pallavi? Do you have like a big legal team?
No. We are very small.
Big legal team, but a lawyer is very busy at the moment.
Yeah, so you obviously have a full-time lawyer and legal team. But some of these FIRs have been bigger than others. Like, for example, the Gopal Mukherjee issue. His grandson has apparently filed a police complaint against the both of you for the portrayal of his...
No, he has just sent a legal notice.
His legal notice. I read in one of the media reports that he's filed a police complaint. Anyway, saying that his grandfather has been misportrayed in your film, even though the film is not out yet? It's only the trailer so far. How have you? Are you speaking to him? Are you responding to him? Because the reason I ask is because these are historical figures. These are real life figures in Bengal.
Yeah.
So as filmmakers, I'm sure your priority is also to be sensitive to what the descendants of some of these people have.
Yeah. So let me tell you, I have deep respect for Gopal Mukherjee. He was a hero. I have shown him as a hero. Hindus in Bengal treat him as a hero, and they say why his name is not there as one of the great freedom fighters of our country. So I have portrayed him only as a hero. As far as the grandson is concerned, he has been talking to me on the phone for a long time. In fact, I offered to say thank you to him and his family. But I have been told that he is part of TMC, and after this I don't want to elaborate because there's a legal procedure going on. We have replied legally. But the thing is, I also want to say on record, just because somebody is somebody's grandson doesn't make him as great a person as his grandfather was. So, and when the film gets into little media and things like that, then lots of people jump the wagon and they want to participate in that. I don't think, once he sees the film, he'll... Actually, whatever role of Gopal Mukherjee is based only on two documents, because there is very little is being written on him. One is Gopal Mukherjee's own interview to BBC, quote, I've just translated it into Hindi, and his grandson Shantanu's own interview to newspaper. Only on these documents, whatever they have said, I have shot it. He doesn't know. I don't want to say more than this, because otherwise I don't want another controversy standing.
Pallavi, you're in the film, as you have been in the last ones as well. You know, as you've interacted with the other stars and the other cast and crew, what have their sentiments been like about making a film that is provocative, that is going to provoke emotions, that is going to be the subject matter of real world trouble? You know, FIRs and stuff is no joke at the end of the day. What was the mood on set when this film was being made?
The mood on the set was like any other sets, you know. We have worked with few actors in the past also.
Yeah.
And
many of them are in this film as well.
Yes, Darshan is here, there in the film, Mithunda is there in the film, Anupamji is there in the film. They are almost like family to us. They are great actors. We respect them tremendously. They love us, and they will do every project with us, you know, if possible. As far as the other cast is concerned, a lot of them were Bengalis that we cast because we wanted the film to look authentic. And they were more than happy to be a part of this subject, because all of them felt that a story like this has to come out. And it is very important to talk about the situation of Bengal, both in 1946 and the current times also. So the set atmosphere was as good and as creative as any other sets, you know. Not just our sets, but any other sets that I have worked on.
Yeah. You know, a far less controversial subject matter become controversies in this day and age, Vivek, as you know. It takes nothing to become a controversy in this age we live in. The both of you have chosen like something nuclear. It's an issue that is that has communal violence in it. It has a political aspect to it. It has a real world situation right now where we're talking about appeasement. There are oncoming elections. There's a lot of, in one sense, people say there is a lot of hyper-nationalism, polarization, etc. So what do you say to people who say, why are you getting into these subjects? Shouldn't you be choosing subjects that are healing? These don't really heal. How would you respond to those people? They'll say that as a filmmaker, you have a choice.
Yeah, but then I would rather spend my filmmaking career making movies on taboo subjects and telling uncomfortable truths rather than taking the audience into la la land as if nothing is wrong with the country, there is nothing wrong. Just to tell you, Shiv, how deep is our research and understanding of the subject. We shot this film in October, November, December 2024, last year. So the film moves into past and present and creates a parallel how the same politics which partitioned India exists today or does not exist. That was the hypothesis. So we present time, earlier it was Kolkata, but just 2 days before the shoot, I said, no, let's shift it to Murshidabad. So a lot of my assistants said, people will think Murshidabad is in UP, sir, you are making a mistake. I said, no, let's do it in Murshidabad because demography change is real. And so we showed how these riots, communal riots are created, designed and created to consolidate vote banks. The way we shot, whatever we shot, whatever we have shown, even the headlines which we printed on newspapers just to show in the film, same thing, frame by frame, exactly happened in April 25, 6 months after what we shot. So we know something, 5 years of research, we have 18,000 pages of just the summary of our research. And left, right, center, west, east, everything we have included. This which I have got is basically made for CBFC. Every single dialogue, every frame has been scrutinized. I made this document for them. So, yes, but I don't want to compare myself to Galileo and Socrates or somebody else, but let me tell you, whenever somebody speaks the truth, there is controversy. Even Holocaust, let me tell you, Schindler's List. The Holocaust word came because somebody made a documentary called Holocaust. There were protests in Germany. People came out on the street, there was violence. When Schindler's List came, there were lots of protests against that film. So it's not that Schindler's List, there was no controversy attached to it. There was a lot of controversy against Spielberg and all. But somebody has to, there are hundreds of films on World War and Holocaust. Why shouldn't there be at least one film on a tragedy? If there was no direct action day and no Khali genocide of Hindus, there wouldn't have been any partition.
Finally, to both of you, at the end of the day, the choice of topics you choose, taboo topics, as you said, is your prerogative as a filmmaker. And I think what you have proven with Kashmir Files especially is that you will have your hecklers, but you will also have this enormous audience that will be awakened to what you've made for them and the windows that you've actually opened for them. But I'd like to end by asking the both of you, Pallavi, to you first, is it a lonely road? Because you are both big filmmakers who've made these big successful films, and yet you are not part of Bollywood. You are not sort of assigned a place in any film industry as such. So is it you have the adoration of your audiences who support and agree with the views you put out and the facts you put out, but is it, in terms of a fraternity, in terms of an industry, a lonely job that the both of you have?
Yes, it is a lonely road, but it's a road that we've chosen to walk on. So we don't expect anyone to hold our hand and anyone to tweet about our film saying, oh, what a wonderful film they've made, and I hope that it makes them happy and gets them a lot, lots of money, and it does Silver Jubilee and stuff like that. So we don't have anyone in the film industry who's going to tweet that for us, but we also knew what we had signed up for. So it's just the two of us, and I think the two of us are enough for each other.
What is your relationship like with Bollywood? I understand Bollywood is many things to many different people. But what is that relationship like? Usually people will say that, success opens a lot of doors, breaks down a lot of barriers.
You're right.
You have a place in Bollywood.
You're right. You're right. Yes, after Kashmir Files, yes, lots of doors open, but it's your choice whether you want to enter those doors or not. And Shiv, thanks you asked me, and I have written it on my social media at least 1,000 times. I always write after 3-4 days because it makes me resolve better. I follow Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore's mantra, Ekla Chalo Re, and I walk alone, I live alone, and I enjoy being alone. That way you have no baggage and nobody is around you. I mean, Pallavi and I always, we don't go to parties, we have childhood friends. She has childhood friends, I have childhood friends. That's all, that's our world and our family. So we like to be alone because it frees you from making films which people want to hear, to tell stories which people want to hear, easy answers. Like politicians and religious leaders, they give easy answers so that people, we like telling uncomfortable truths, and Ekla Chalo Re is my mantra.
Okay, so a film that you're saying is not going to be full of easy answers, it's not going to be digestible to many. It's already created quite a bit of indigestion before its actual launch in the theatres. I hope there is no more trouble for you, both of you personally, because at the end of the day, Our personal view is let the film come out, let people see it and decide for themselves. We have structures in this country. We have a censor board, we have a government, we have law and order machinery. Those things should be taking care of some of these things. There will always be political heat and there will be political compulsions, but that's what we are as a democracy. It's important to shine the spotlight on those dark recesses of history, perhaps, that have been ignored and are no longer part of our collective memory. All the very best, Vivek and Pallavi, and thank you for being with me here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you, Chef.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशी ताई, ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में? चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Finesta.
हेलो, बोलिए मैडम। डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Finesta.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Pulling us into opposition party. They argue,
India is making a serious effort to diversify its foreign engagements. So President Trump has a very distinctive view about India, and right now it's not a favorable one. But his administration, I think, understands the stakes about the relationship with India.
Joining me now to try and understand what the Modi-Trump rift is about, what this new India-Russia-China alignment at the SCO signals, and why things are at this turbulent pass between Delhi and Washington, is Dr. Ashley J. Tellis, one of America's most respected commentators on Asian strategic issues and India-US relations. Dr. Tellis, good to have you as always here on NDTV. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to kick it off by asking you, Dr. Tellis, what does Modi's presence, in your view, alongside Putin and Xi at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit, say to the world in the current circumstances? What's the big message that you're seeing here?
I think the message that it conveys is that India is making a serious effort to diversify its foreign engagement. It wants to demonstrate that it has alternatives beyond the United States and that it is willing to pursue an independent foreign policy by engaging with countries that may not always be in great favor in Washington. And so I think it is as much a reaction to recent developments involving President Trump as it is an assertion of India's own desire to choose an independent path in the world.
In your reading, Dr. Tellis, how bad are things between India and the United States thanks to the things that Trump has said?
I think it's really at a dangerous pass because the personal trust that Prime Minister Modi had invested in the president, I think that personal trust has been corroded significantly. And the tragedy is that this problem has arisen not because there is a genuine dispute about the issues, but simply because you've had a fractious personality change his view about India. And that is a more idiosyncratic, development, which I think was entirely avoidable.
There doesn't seem to be much consensus, Dr. Tellis, as to why specifically, Trump may have done this. Why do you think Trump has chosen to go after India, in such a personal, punishing way, beyond the stated Russia, oil and weapons and Ukraine issue? Why specifically? There are some who say it is about credit for making peace between India and Pakistan. Trump is having a fit over not being credited with that. What is your reading?
Well, I think there are definitely policy disagreements pertaining to India's purchase of Russian oil. But I think that disagreement masks a deeper grievance. And the deeper grievance is the one that you've alluded to, which is President Trump has huge personal stakes in the way that he conducts America's business with different partners around the world. And I think he feels cheated that he did not get the credit that he believes is his due for having resolved the India-Pakistan crisis in May earlier this year. And my suspicion is that Prime Minister Modi's call to him to set the record right only inflamed the situation rather than resolving it, because it challenged Trump's conception of the facts. And in Trump's conception of the facts, he played an outsized role in bringing peace about. And the Prime Minister, in effect, just denied that. And I think that is at the root of this grievance. All the rest are things that simply have taken on a larger-than-life character because of this fundamental dissatisfaction with what he believes is India's posture towards his contributions.
Do you believe, Dr. Tellis, that Trump has overreacted or overreached politically, with this sustained, very personal targeting of India, not just by him, but also through people like Pete Navarro?
Well, I don't know whether we can conclude that he's overreached yet, but he certainly damaged the relationship. And he has put India in a position where it is now, cavorting with some of America's enemies, precisely because it has few other choices. And that is something that one has to leave at the feet, of President Trump himself.
What do you make, Dr. Tellis, of someone like a Peter Navarro, being permitted to use explicitly, perceivedly bigoted, some people say racist. Today he used the word Brahmin while attacking India. There hasn't been any pushback yet domestically from the White House or from Trump about some of the words and the phrases that Pete Navarro has used. What are you making of that?
Well, I see this as part of a bigger style, a bigger issue of style in this administration, which is the president has a certain view. And then all the people who work for him, work double time to amplify those views. And as long as those views are broadly in tune with Trump's preferences, how they proceed to amplify is never really a problem. So they have the latitude to say pretty much what they want, as long as they're not crosswise of the president. And I expect we will continue to see more and more of this if these issues that we face right now, especially on Russian oil, are not resolved.
How do you assess India's official and diplomatic response so far? There's been the periodic comment from India's External Affairs Ministry. You've had the Prime Minister say, we will stand up to tariffs and we will stand up for ourselves. But there's been no sort of direct reply to some of these stronger things that are being said by either the US president or his advisors. What do you make of India's response? Strong enough, too cautious? What do you think?
No, I think India is actually adopting a very considered and deliberate course. They do not want to get into a mindless escalation with all those in the administration who are in essence baiting it. They don't believe that anything good will come out of that kind of an escalation. And so what they've decided to do is to sort of hunker down, be very temperate in their public responses, while continuing to reach out diplomatically to look for solutions.
Yeah.
Now, the question really to my mind is whether what India offers will be sufficient to satisfy the president and his aides. But India is certainly making that effort. I know that firsthand.
What could India offer in your view? Is there any clarity from an analysis perspective as to what Trump may actually be looking at in terms of an offer or a solution or a way off this current standoff?
So I think there are several issues in play, but let's just focus on Russian oil because that is the one thing that has triggered Trump's attention, in a very conspicuous way. I think what India needs to do is to look at the objective of tapering its oil purchases over the next few months. And there are two parts to this issue. There is the oil offtake by state-owned oil companies, which India can turn the tap off on pretty quickly because they are under state control. And then, of course, there are the purchases of private companies, which are mostly locked into short-term contracts. My sense is that if India can look to quickly taper state oil purchases and encourage its private companies to look for other suppliers over some defined time period, say, 90 days, then I think we might have the building blocks for some kind of a reconciliation between the two countries.
But Dr.
It's not going to solve all problems, but at least it will create the preconditions for dealing with other issues, which I think are actually easier to resolve, like the trade dispute.
How would India, back off from Russian oil, given the, specific strong position it has taken? These are issues where it has, pronounced that these are decisions based on autonomy, on sovereignty, on India's national interest, on national security. How would this tapering off actually happen? Is it even possible in your view?
Well, it's a very hard thing to pull off, given that we have traded charges publicly. If we had dealt with this in old-fashioned diplomatic ways, I think it might have been easier. But having done all this, right, there is still one instrument that India can use, and that is essentially the markets. India can make its decisions based on what market signals are and package its decisions as responses to market signals. So it doesn't have to be doing this as an explicit way of satisfying the United States, but it can do exactly what the United States wants without reference to the United States itself, just looking at the conditions in international oil markets and responding appropriately. And in my view, India has actually begun to do that, because if you look at the character of India's oil purchases from Russia over the last few months, they have indeed been tapering. because Russian discounted oil has actually, the discounts have actually dropped. So if India can sustain that and then communicate that as a way of satisfying US objectives, that might be a way forward. But this is certainly one issue on which Indian diplomats are going to earn their pay.
This is certainly where they're going to earn their pay. I completely agree with you, because an off-ramp as far as the Russian oil issue is concerned seems a difficult one, considering the sort of entrenched positions that have been taken in public, like you rightly said. Dr. Tellis, zooming out just a little bit more, in your view, India-US relations, like you said, they are at a dangerous juncture. Do you see them facing an irreparable rift in the near term? Do you see a possibility of a possible quick repair beyond the Russian oil issue, perhaps after November?
I hope that's possible, but it certainly looks very bleak right now. The two things that I think we have going for us is, first, oddly, President Trump's own tempestuousness. He's tilted in one direction right now, which is anti-Indian, but he could just as quickly tilt in another direction, which is much more affirming of India in ways that we cannot anticipate. So the very mercurial quality of the president actually, gives us some hope that that could happen. The second is, the distinction that I often make between President Trump and the Trump administration. So President Trump has a very distinctive view about India, and right now it's not a favorable one. But his administration, I think, understands the stakes about the relationship with India. And they're looking for ways to continue to sustain that partnership that we've built over the last 25 years. And so, at least for the moment, what I would like to see both countries do is to continue the cooperation that has been put on the rails under the radar. Don't make a big noise about it. Just keep the trains moving. And I'm hoping that if we can sustain that, we will have built a few buffers against the worst forms of interference that, are likely to continue to come from the top.
Interesting. And, I agree with you, Dr. Tellis, when you say that, the engagement continues at the diplomatic level, and this is where the diplomats are really going to be earning their money. But these are two very individualistic leaders we're talking about. The friction is between two leaders with strong personalities, both mercurial, though you can't really compare Modi with Trump in that department. And amidst this very sort of public crossfire, which is startling to many, who are used to all of this taking place behind closed doors through diplomatic cables and such, there's all this talk of calls being ignored and, intemperate things being said in conversations. Are you hearing the same things? Because there's no clarity on whether those things have actually happened.
Well, I'm a little handicapped in commenting on that because I know some of this firsthand. But I think the report that came out in the New York Times a couple of days ago, which sort of detailed the sequence of this meltdown, is broadly speaking correct. It's not entirely correct, but I think it's broadly speaking correct. There was clearly a painful consequence of Prime Minister Modi's last call with the president. And I think at this stage, what both leaders have to do is to look for ways to repair that. And the only way you repair that, I think, is through personal engagement. I don't think this can be done through the diplomatic machinery. One or both of them have to really take the lead to speak to each other and preferably actually meet each other. Because my view is that once they actually meet, you can actually have the foundations of a restoration. But it has to be done face to face between two individuals. I mean, to me, the classic example is Trump's engagement with President Zelensky. We saw both sides of what an alienated relationship and a re-engaged relationship could mean. And I'm hopeful that we could have some sort of a replay, involving India.
Dr. Tellis, how do you think Trump reads, the very compelling visual of Modi with Putin and Xi in Tianjin in China? Do you see that, would he read that as defiance? emphasizing India's neutrality, or something else? How would Trump see that?
Well, I can't imagine that he'd be enthusiastic about the image that he sees. Because if you've noticed in the last few months, he's gone out of his way to excoriate the BRICS and the SCO and so on and so forth. Remember, at the end of the day, Trump is a genuine American nationalist. And he thinks that all these coalitions that exclude the United States are always directed against it. And certainly, in some ways, both the BRICS and the SCO are reactions to American power. So he will not be enthusiastic about this. But I think, thankfully, Prime Minister Modi has not said anything in these fora that could be interpreted as being anti-US. And, the Prime Minister is an extremely disciplined individual, as you just alluded to. He is not going to go out there to provoke President Trump, even as he's meeting with, Presidents Putin and Xi.
Very true. And when you say, Dr. Tellis, that it would probably take some kind of personal engagement between the two leaders, you said, a physical meeting between the two. There will be some occasions this year and the next when things might happen, though we've read reports that, a visit for the Quad Summit is off the table and Trump won't actually be coming, which is bad news as far as that option is concerned. Do you think the initiative needs to be from Prime Minister Modi's side?
I don't know. I mean, I think in the present circumstances, it probably has to be Prime Minister Modi. I don't know for certain whether the president has made a decision not to come to the Quad Summit. But there will be opportunities. I'm hopeful that at the Anga in September, maybe an opportunity for the two to meet face to face. In any event, I think, the Prime Minister ought to be looking for ways to make that happen.
Do you think Modi's alignment this week with Putin and Xi in China in any way complicates India's ability to repair ties, with a potential, with a Trump White House? Like you said, he's not going to be very enthusiastic looking at these pictures. But does that, do the events of the last couple of days complicate things even further?
It probably does. But at the end of the day, President Trump has to also recognize that India is not a country with simply one option. All countries have multiple options. And they are going to exercise those options depending on how they are treated by Washington. And to the degree that Prime Minister Modi has exercised that option, I think, Washington bears a significant part of the responsibility. And if Mr. Trump does not appreciate that, then I think we have, even more difficult challenges to overcome.
Dr. Tellis, while Prime Minister Modi was in China for the SCO, he received a call from President Zelensky of Ukraine. He held that widely publicized bilateral with Putin. You had all those very telling images of bonhomie and camaraderie between Modi and Putin, which are not new. We've seen those before as well, the hugs and the handshakes. And all of this comes amidst, Trump's very vocal sort of intent to be seen as a peacemaker in conflict. And the last couple of days have actually thrown up this sense that Modi is the kind of peacemaker or a potential peacemaker between Russia and Ukraine at a time when you've got Navarro and the Trump White House basically say that India is the country responsible for the Russia's war in Ukraine. How do you see that? That's an interesting situation.
Well, I think this is all kabuki. Neither Prime Minister Modi nor President Trump can engineer a peace in Ukraine. As long as President Putin stands fast to his original objectives. And I do not see any evidence that Putin has shifted away from the objectives for which he launched the war. And I don't think he is going to stop the war simply because, his best friends abroad have persuaded him that his adventure was madness. I mean, everyone has tried for the last 2 years to persuade him of that. But he believes that Russia has the upper hand. He's not going to stop as long as he believes Russia has the upper hand. And the international community has not found a solution to constrict his options in ways that might force him to rethink, his course in Ukraine.
Yeah.
So yes, everyone is going to play peacemaker, and we have to recognize the fact that there is enough room for people to play that role. But I don't think we're going to get the outcome that we all want.
Last couple of questions, Dr. Tellis. The obvious question on India-China on the back of the Modi-Xi bilateral, some mostly on expected lines, some surprising things, the theme of terror in that joint declaration, the fact that Modi and Xi did talk terror in their bilateral as well. Many of the things that have been committed to in public, look promising, but there is a sense of we've been here before as far as rapprochements with China are concerned. Do you think things are different this time, given the compelling circumstances radiating from Washington, that India and China, things could actually be moving towards a more meaningful reboot or a reset?
I'm skeptical, to be honest. I think both countries, as you point out, face terrific pressure from Washington and therefore see some value in a limited accommodation between themselves. But on the fundamentals that account for the differences, I don't see China actually taking bold steps in a way that would be satisfying to New Delhi. I mean, take the example you offered on terrorism, right? Both sides are happy to use the word and talk about the word, but both sides have very different meanings that they assign to terrorism. China does not consider what Pakistan is doing in Kashmir and elsewhere in India as terrorism. China thinks of terrorism with respect to the Uyghurs or with respect to the Tibetan resistance against China. That's terrorism. And so they're happy to join forces with India in using the word terrorism. But there is no genuine meeting of the minds, even on an issue like terrorism. So I think both sides, again, are engaged in an effort to increase the options they have, given that they have a very, you have a superpower sort of breathing down your neck in uncomfortable ways. But I don't think these portend real dramatic shifts in the bilateral relationship between China and India.
Final question then, Dr. Tellison, and this is circling back to where we began. I know you said you have a feeling that maybe the initiative, to stem or move away from the damage already done to this relationship needs to come from India. But if you were in a position to be advising the Trump administration right now, what would you tell them is the smart play, to prevent a deterioration or a full-blown rupture in what is, let's face it, a very, very deep and substantive relationship between India and the United States?
Well, I would tell them first to go back to fundamentals. There's a reason why we built the relationship with India as we did over the last 25 years. Let's not lose sight of those reasons. That's point number one.
Yeah.
Point number two, stop singling out India as the author of all the complications for Trump's peace initiative in Ukraine. There are many who bear the responsibility for making President Trump's life difficult with respect to his Ukraine peace initiative. So, stop sort of singling out India as if it is the only, author of his misfortunes.
Yeah.
And third, all the disagreements that we have with India, and we do have a few, are best managed through quiet diplomacy behind the scenes. We've done this before. We've done it actually in Trump's first term. So why don't we go back to a playbook that actually works?
Yeah. Interesting. We'll leave it there, Dr. Ashley Tellis. This has been very illuminating. It's an evolving story. It moves day by day. I bet Pete Navarro will have something to say tomorrow that takes the story forward with another layer of things he's going to say about Modi or India. But we'll have to keep it there, and hopefully we'll speak to you again. Ashley J. Tellis, thank you very much, sir, for speaking to NDTV.
Of course. Thank you, Shiv. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
फिनिस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Finesta.
माय बर्थडे गिफ्ट टू पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में। फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है। बुलाओ।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
हेलो, बोलिए मैडम। डब्बा टेलिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here. Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Padmasha Joshi, and on every issue that matters, the biggest story of the day, the buck stops here. It's been a week since a video of a man abusing the Prime Minister's mother from a Congress RJD stage in Bihar went viral. The BJP held protests against it nationwide, blamed the Congress and RJD for giving their platform of the Vote Adhikar Yatra to abusers like this. Senior leaders of the NDA condemned the abuse, but the Prime Minister so far had himself kept silent. Until today, that is. Today, the Prime Minister was speaking while virtually inaugurating the Bihar Rajya Jivika Nidhi Sakh Sehkari Sangh Limited. Basically, the aim of this cooperative society is to ensure that rural women entrepreneurs get more opportunities, and hence the audience, as you can imagine, was also largely rural women from Bihar. And it's to this audience of women from Bihar that the Prime Minister spoke about the abuse of his mother for the very first time. For over 30 minutes in his 52-minute address, he spoke of how pained he was, how his late mother had unnecessarily been dragged into a political crosshairs, and more importantly, he then said that this abuse wasn't to be seen on its own. It's a manifestation of the mindset of parties like the RJD and Congress, whose platform was used. A mindset that can't keep women safe when they are in power, and a mindset that wants to punish women for keeping them out of power.
समय पहले
100 साल की उम्र पूरी करके वो हम सबको छोड़ के चली गई। मेरी उस मां को, जिसका राजनीति से कोई लेना देना नहीं, जिसका शरीर भी अब नहीं है, मेरी उस मां को आरजेडी कांग्रेस के मंच से भद्दी भद्दी गालियां दी गई। माताएं बहनें, मैं देख रहा हूं आपके चेहरे, आपको भी कितना दर्द हुआ होगा। मैं देख रहा हूं कुछ माताओं के आंख में आंसू मुझे नजर आ रहे हैं। ये बहुत ही दुख देने वाला है, कष्ट देने वाला है, पीड़ा देने वाला है। क्या गुनाह उस मां का, क्या गुनाह जैसे भद्दी गालियां सुना दी जाए। मां को गाली देने वाली सोच, बहन को गाली देने वाली सोच महिलाओं को कमजोर समझती है। ये मानसिकता महिलाओं को शोषण और अत्याचार की वस्तु मानती है। इसलिए जब जब महिला विरोधी मानसिकता को सत्ता मिली है, सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफें माताओं, बहनों को, बेटियों को, महिलाओं को ही झेलनी पड़ी है। और ये बात बिहार की मेरी माताओं बहनों से ज्यादा कौन समझेगा? आरजेडी हो या कांग्रेस, ये लोग आज सबसे ज्यादा आप सभी महिलाओं के प्रति भी बौखलाए हुए हैं। बिहार की हर महिला को इनकी मनसा समझनी चाहिए।
But as soon as the PM spoke to the women of Bihar directly, the opposition took it as a vindication of the charge that the abuse itself, followed by the emotional appeal, all of that was orchestrated, it was coordinated, it was part of a political toolkit. The RJD and Congress said that faced with public anger over vote chori, the BJP was now trying to use the emotional toolkit in order to get sympathy and especially reach out to, appeal to women voters.
जिस दिन ये गाली कांड हुआ उसके दूसरे दिन से लगातार मैं आप सबको बार बार कह रहा हूं कि ये टूल किट का हिस्सा है। इस टूल किट में अगला चरण है कि प्रधानमंत्री बिहार में जाकर रोएंगे और कहेंगे ओ देखो मुझे गाली दे दी। वही हुआ।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, आपके सम्मान में कमी नहीं कोई करता, लेकिन मिथ्या आरोप लगा करके आप चाहते हैं कि ये वास्तविक जन आक्रोश है, उस आक्रोश से हम पिंड छुड़ाएं तो छूटने वाला नहीं।
And that brings us to the big questions on which the buck stops here. Has the abuse gate and its aftermath overshadowed the vote chori campaign? When the Prime Minister spoke about the hurt of his mother being abused, are the women of Bihar listening? And is this actually orchestrated? Is this really part of a toolkit to try and gain sympathy, especially from the women of Bihar? Joining us today, we have Shazia Almi, national spokesperson of the BJP, Suhail Seth, columnist, Harshvardhan Tripathi, senior journalist, Dr. Ajay Kumar, former MP and national spokesperson of the Congress, Rashid Kidwai, senior journalist, and Ajay Yadav, spokesperson of the RJD. But Shazia Almi, I want to start with you today. The Congress and the RJD is saying this is exactly what we said. You first had the Prime Minister abused, and then you created this entire toolkit so that he could then appeal to women voters of Bihar. That this whole emotional card was planned from the beginning.
Good evening, Padmaja, Adab and Namaskar. It's really sad that this kind of vilification has happened. And Congress, when every time you think they can't sink any lower, they surprise you. And this is really the nadir of slugfest and the filth that we see. Now a line has been crossed here, and I think it's unforgivable. Everybody knows that it was a Congress function, that Mohammad Naushad had organized it. He's a youth Congress leader. The person who abused was Rizvi. He was given the mic and the stage. Up till now, Rahul and Tejasvi have not apologized. And these remarks are just terrible. And it just shows the kind of mindset they have, the visceral hatred that they have, that they would not even spare Prime Minister's mother, who has nothing to do with politics.
But this is being linked to the RJD and Congress and saying that the women voters will punish them.
I want to say one more last thing,
Padmaja. In that sense, making it electoral, right? You're making it political.
It's very insulting. So why say it? If you think it would be used electorally, then why come up with this abusiveness? What kind of rant is this? Then you go on abusing the Prime Minister's mother and use expletives that can't even be used in public domain. And not just that, Padmaja, to add insult to injury, there is justification for the same. And all kinds of whataboutery is now taking place, and they're making all kinds of excuses for why it's been done. Now, the fact of the matter is that anybody, I mean, the word mother is sacred. So every mother, ma, ammi, amma, would be shocked and hateful of this. And there is pain. You heard Prime Minister. You could feel the pain in his voice, and I'm telling you, the tears, his tears, will be avenged. They will not be wasted. They were not in vain. And I think women of Bihar and of all of India will feel that pain, and they empathize with it. And I'm telling you, this was totally uncalled for. Had they apologized,
Dr. Ajay Kumar, this is not a toolkit. These are honest tears, and they'll be avenged.
But they're justifying it even now.
Okay, they'll be avenged first in Bihar and by rest of India then. Dr. Ajay Kumar.
No, first of all, any kind of language like that is not acceptable. To link it with Mr. Tejasvi Yadav and Rahul Gandhi is ridiculous. I want to ask the BJP, who said hybrid to child to Rahul Gandhi? Not anybody. Prime Minister.
There you go again.
One sec, can I complete? This is Padmaja. Please tell the BJP to have manners.
Let everyone have their opening comment, please. Then we'll open it up. Yes.
Shazia, please. I don't interrupt you, don't interrupt me. Jersey cow, 50 crore girlfriend. This is Prime Minister saying. It's not Rahul Gandhi. This is some random guy said, and nothing like that should have ever been said. I accept it. Prem Shukla, their spokesperson, called everything possible in the world. Shall I play? I can't play the video because it should be X-rated. He continues as spokesperson. The Prime Minister was laughing with Putin, and they were making it viral. A man who was so heartbroken is guffawing in China, and then he's saying tears. If not for acting, you tell me what is it? He was laughing. Was he upset?
You're saying that he's not hurt, he's acting. Why will
obviously,
he act?
You tell me something. One sec. You tell me when he made a comment on Renuka Chaudhary, did you do a show? Did you do a show on Vote Chaudhary? Did you do a show on hybrid child? Did you do a show on...
What did he say about Renuka Chaudhary?
One second.
And Padmaja must have done
shows. Walk out. I don't have to attend a show if I'm going to be interrupted.
No, Dr. Ajay Kumar, although I will make it very clear that when 50 crore ki girlfriend was said, I not only did a show, I actually pursued it and broke that story as well. So yes, it doesn't, two wrongs do not make a right.
No, first question.
Right now I'm asking you, do you believe that this was abuse and emotion, or you actually think, like your party and the RJD have said, this is simply an emotional card being played for elections?
No, first question is, what is his emotion? I have no clue on. I saw him laughing in China. So he's very upset, but he tried to express it in Bihar in a meeting of women. It's for you to decide. Second question. I want the BJP to nationally apologize for 50 crore girlfriend, Jersey cow, hybrid child, and then talk about insult to women. What nonsense are they saying? This is Prime Minister saying
You should apologize to Shashi Tharoor.
Again,
you should apologize to Shashi Tharoor for shortchanging him.
I'm not going to attend a debate where the people keep talking in between.
Okay, let everyone have their opening comment. Fine. You're saying the people will eventually decide.
Let me complete. Look, you
30 more seconds, please complete your point. Yeah. Everyone needs to get their opening comment.
And the good part is the only time you covered vote chori now finally, because some random guy has said nasty things about the Prime Minister. What about Urmila Devi? So I'm saying Mr. Joshi, whoever is setting the agenda in all the TV channels should understand that first Prime Minister should apologize for all that he said. And I'm saying that the person who said that should be arrested, has been arrested, and you do take criminal action, the maximum legal action against him. We condemn it. We don't say it. But the fact is, this is the blackest kettle in the world calling someone else black. Prime Minister has repeatedly shown him as a serial offender on this matter.
Okay.
Repeatedly.
All right, fine. So, one, the Prime Minister himself is a serial offender, and Suhail said, less emotion, more election.
See, I have a different view here. I totally agree with what Ajoy said, what Shazia said. My view is political discourse in this country has fallen to its lowest ever. My issue with any comments on Mr. Modi is he has a dual role. He's also the Prime Minister of our country. He's the first citizen in a manner of speaking. I mean, President, Vice President apart. This does no good for any political party. You have young people today, Padmaja, in this country. What role models do you want them to grow up aspiring to be? This political slugfest where you need abuse in order to prove a point shows the shallowness of the mind. Ajoy is from the East, as I am too. Gurudev Tagore said something very important. He says, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, into that heaven of freedom, let my country awaken. No one's head is held high when you indulge in abuse. Padmaja, you're very young. I've done zillions of debates. I've never had to recourse to abuse or slander in a debate. You use logic, you use satire, you use humor. You don't insult people's families, mothers, parents, children. No, it's unacceptable. B, it's not in our Sanskriti. It's not in our civilizational DNA. Every person is so respectful of elders. Forget parents. वो तो दूर की बात है. So my appeal through your program would be, don't get into whataboutery. Oh, he said this, therefore she said this, therefore he said this. B, why should Rahul Gandhi have stepped in? Because he comes from a decent family. He comes from a family that is known for its decency. I've always said this before and I will repeat. Mrs. Gandhi, the mother, Sonia ji, conducts herself with grace and dignity, as does the Prime Minister in his personal capacity, as do senior leaders. Why do we need to create a whirlpool of disgusting abuse which is personal in nature? See, the Tejasvis and all, I'm not holding a candle for them because I don't know him well enough. My point here is, Padmaja, today India is at a crossroads where we have an aspirational society, formative youth, give them examples that are illustrious, not that are derogatory and denigratory. That's my limited point in my opening remarks.
Okay. Now, today when the Prime Minister spoke, he specifically reached out to the women of Bihar. Remember, the function itself was in the audience where rural women from Bihar were there. Why is this important? It's important to know this because always, as far as data shows us, the women voters of Bihar have outdone men at the ballot box. When it comes to elections, the turnout of women is far greater than that of men. Take a look at the last 15 years, the last 20 years itself. Beginning from 2010, women were over 50%. Men were at 51%. So, women's percentage was 3% more than that of men voters. 2015, this went up even further. 60% of the women turned up to vote as compared to 53% men. And in 2020, this figure was at 56.69% as compared to 54% men. हर्षवर्धन जी, क्या ये सच में एक तरीके से औरतों को, जो महिला वोटर्स हैं, उनको एक तरीके से इमोशनली अपील करने की कोशिश है? जैसे कि अब कहा जा रहा है कि भाई जिस तरीके से एक अपील की जा रही है, ये कहा जा रहा है कि महिलाएं कभी माफ नहीं करेंगी, महिलाएं इसका बदला लेंगी, ये तो पूरा पॉलिटिसाइजेशन हो गया ना?
नहीं पद्मजा, निश्चित तौर पर पॉलिटिसाइजेशन है और ये होना ही चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी एक्टिंग कर रहे थे, अभी मैंने कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता हैं उनको सुना और वो क्या रिलेट कर रहे हैं, वो पैरेलल खींच रहे हैं कि क्यों प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब एससीओ गए तांजियान में तो वहां वो हंसते हुए क्यों दिखे। अब इससे ज्यादा एब्सर्ड लॉजिक क्या हो सकता है। कोई भी व्यक्ति अलग अलग रोल्स में अलग अलग इमोशन उसके होते हैं, और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को मां की गाली दी गई, उनको बुरा नहीं लगेगा, और वो उसके बाद से लगातार सिर्फ और सिर्फ हर वक्त चीखते रहेंगे, चिल्लाते रहेंगे, लड़ते रहेंगे। ये तो ऐसा तो मैंने आज तक आदमी नहीं देखा। मैंने मतलब किसी के भी घर में ऐसा पॉसिबल नहीं, लेकिन अजय जी के इमोशंस कुछ अलग हो गए। लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी, जिनको कह रहे हैं एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं, कमाल के एक्टर हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, और उनको चिंता क्या हुई एक्टिंग करते हुए, रसोई गैस पहुंचाने की, विमेन एम्पावरमेंट। कमाल के एक्टर है नरेंद्र मोदी। न्यूट्रिशियस फूड मिले जो प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन है, एक्टिंग किया उन्होंने, पहुंचा दिया उनके घर पर। लोगों के, महिलाओं के बच्चों को रोशनी मिले तो उसके लिए उन्होंने एलईडी बल्ब लगवा दिया। महिलाएं खेत में जो काम करती हैं उनके लिए सुविधा बढ़ा दी। महिलाओं को सीधे खाते में रकम मिलने लगी। महिलाओं से जितनी जुड़ी योजनाएं हैं उसका पैसा पुरुष के हाथ में जाकर उनके हाथ में मिलने लगा। सब एक्टिंग कर दिया। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इज ए ग्रेट एक्टर। कमाल की बात यह है कि आज जब हम इतने सेंसिटिव इशू पर बात कर रहे हैं, और पद्मजा जी उस दिन मैं आपके शो पर था जब कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता के तौर पर नहीं माना था, तहसीन ने बाद में मान लिया था, नेक मोहम्मद रिजवी मुझे याद है, आपने उनको लाइव बिठाया था और कांग्रेस की आईटी सेल, उसके बड़े बड़े नेता ये कोशिश कर रहे थे कि ये जो रिजवी पकड़ा गया है बिहार में उसको नेक मोहम्मद रिजवी बता दें। आप जरा समझिए, यानी बीजेपी का जो वर्कर मध्य प्रदेश का है उसको आपने बिहार के उस गालीबाज कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता की तरह किया। और मैं इसको बहुत जिम्मेदारी से कह रहा हूं। जब राहुल गांधी कहते हैं उसको डंडा मारेंगे लोग, निकलने दो उसको डंडा मारेंगे, पीएम के लिए बोलते हैं। जब राहुल गांधी कहते हैं उसका आत्मविश्वास मैंने फाड़ दिया है, वो खत्म हो गया है, खत्म है, मीडिया का क्रिएशन है। जब वो कहते हैं उसने फोन किया, इसने कहा सरेंडर, उसने कहा सरेंडर, हो गया। और अभी मैंने सुना एससीओ समिट से पीएम लौटे, बहुत बड़ी स्ट्रेटेजिक डिप्लोमेटिक विन है। और क्या राहुल गांधी से सवाल पूछा गया तो उनका पूछा गया सवाल, पीएम के ऊपर आप क्या कहेंगे, कैसी रही समिट? वो कहते अच्छा वोट चोर, वोट चोर। क्या ऐसा स्तरहीन नेता विपक्ष, और उस पर हम ये डिबेट कर रहे हैं। दरअसल राहुल गांधी ने अजय राय से लेकर रिजवी तक अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के मन में इतना जहर भर दिया है चुने हुए प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति कि वहां तक
प्राइम मिनिस्टर हर्षवर्धन जी, तुम्हारा पॉइंट वाज डिफरेंट। मेरा पॉइंट था कि आज ये आपत्ति उठाई जा रही है कि ठीक है प्रधानमंत्री या बीजेपी इसको अपोज करे कि अब्यूज हुआ है, लेकिन इसको चुनाव में घसीटना ये तो बड़ा सिनिकल पॉलिटिक्स है ना, कि आप कहें कि नहीं बिहार की महिलाएं इसका जवाब देंगी, बिहार की देश की महिलाएं जवाब देंगी।
पद्मजा सिर्फ एक लाइन, डेवलपमेंट पे, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पर इस पे चुनाव होगा ही होगा, लेकिन क्या देश की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी जो वोट अधिकार यात्रा की बात करे, प्योरिफिकेशन ऑफ वोटर लिस्ट की बात करे, उसके दौरान पीएम की मां को गाली दी जाए, ये चुनावी मुद्दा नहीं होना चाहिए? बिल्कुल होना चाहिए।
अजय कुमार, डॉक्टर कुमार, quickly respond to this and I want to bring in Rashid Kide and Ajay Yadav. Quick rebuttal to this.
हर्षवर्धन जी is living in a different paradise और इनकी सोच भी अजीब है। मैं क्लियरली करता हूं और आपको बोलता हूं, जब हाथरस में रेप हुआ था तो हाथ के प्रधानमंत्री दुखी नहीं हुए थे, रोए नहीं साहब। मणिपुर में लोग मर रहे थे, रोए नहीं साहब। बिहार के 9 करोड़ लोग के जो 60 रुपए से नीचे का दिहाड़ी है, रोए नहीं साहब। और एक्टिंग करके बोलते कि गरीब का राशन। आप भी अच्छा एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं हर्षवर्धन जी, आपको जो है तालियां। यू आर सच अ गुड एक्टर। बिहार के 9 करोड़ लोग 20 साल के बीजेपी और जेडीयू के शासन में रोज की कमाई 60 रुपए से नीचे है, बिलो 60 रुपीज। आंसू नहीं आई, एक आदिवासी के ऊपर पेशाब के आंसू नहीं आई। प्रेम शुक्ला ने नहीं, लेट मी कंप्लीट बिकॉज ही आस्क्ड मी, लेट मी कंप्लीट सर, लेट मी कंप्लीट। द क्वेश्चन इज हाउ मेनी शोज ऑन वोट चोरी। वोट चोरी के बारे में हर्षवर्धन जी जो मार दिए थे महिला लोग को, 100 में से 60% महिला को निकाल दिया। ज्ञानेश्वर गुप्ता, महिला की इज्जत नहीं जा रही है उसमें बड़ा नाम हो रहा है। महिला का नाम निकाला 60%। आपने आवाज उठाया, मोदी जी ने आंसू बहाए। उर्मिला देवी जो जिंदा थी उसको वोट से हटा दिया, जिंदा महिला को मार दिया। माफी मांगना चाहिए आपको।
ओके, इमोशन इज फेक एंड ड्रामा।
No, my question is, don't make this prime minister into milk of human kindness.
पद्मजा, आदित्य श्रीवास्तव, ममता देवी, गुरकीरत सिंह डंग, सुबोध कुमार, रंजू देवी, सबने आकर राहुल गांधी का झूठ सामने डाला।
हिंदी में क्यों बोलते हो? हिंदी
राहुल गांधी फिर झूठ बोलते हैं। और कमाल की बात ये तो अलग ही डेटा लिया है कि 60% वुमेन को काट दिया।
The problem is when he starts speaking on Mr. Gandhi, and make stories on Mr. Gandhi, I will object.
I want to say something here.
I will object. No, one second.
Okay, Sohail said then Shazia Almi, then I really must bring in the other two guests waiting very patiently. What is your disagreement? Sohail
No,
said.
Ajoy, I will just have a limited point.
No, sure, but a lot is being said, and as
we can't
I'm
be
coming to you, Shazia
competitive
Almi.
in
You know
abuse.
something? Just a second, Shazia Almi. Sohail said 30 seconds, then Shazia Almi.
I'm just saying very simply, there is no point being competitive in who's abusing who. I'm saying end this. Make this as an example that going forward, there will be respect, reverence, and no abuse. If you want to score a point, score it on the basis of logic and reality, not by abusing people.
You know, Sohail said, I think those are very, very noble thoughts, but let's be very honest. Let's be very honest, right from the time that Maut Ka Saudagar has been said, Nali Ka Keeda has been said, 50 crore ki girlfriend has been said, this is just a part of political parlance. Now the question though is the response to it emotional or political? That is the nub of the story today. Shazia Almi, fine, you have filed an FIR, you have arrested a man, but now you are trying to milk it for votes, and that's a very serious charge. Are you milking it for women's votes in Bihar?
So somebody can abuse a prime minister or any leader, and they should get away with it. Prime minister should not express his sorrow and anguish. Is that what is being said? And if it really were to become an issue at electoral hustings, why was it done in the first place? The kind of zehar, as Harshvardhan ji said, then the visceral hatred that is there injected in the minds and hearts of Congress cadres by Rahul Gandhi. It's really shocking and deplorable. But let me say, milk of human kindness, Ajoy ji, for you, for those women, and I'm talking about 1.16 crore women who've got free gas connections. Yes, he is the epitome and milk of human kindness. He epitomizes that. And for 12 crore toilets that have been made, which benefit 35 crores women. Yes, Modi ji is indeed a messiah along with Nitish ji. And yes, the policies, whether it's gas connection or Ujjwala Yojana, or the houses that have been there, in crores in numbers, yes, indeed, Modi and Nitish ji do bring a sense of relief to every house. So let me tell you, your definition, and we're calling him Bhasmasur, Ravan, Chuha, Nali Ka Keeda, Boti kar denge, kabr khod denge. Do you think it does anybody any good? Yes, it does lower the standards. It is shocking, and for it to be said by anybody. And as you're very worried about Shashi Tharoor now, but you have shortchanged Shashi Tharoor, and like how? You did not even allow him to speak in the parliament because Rahul Gandhi is quite, I would say, jealous and envious of Shashi Tharoor's, gift of gab or articulateness.
Let's leave Shashi Tharoor out of it.
Please don't give us lectures.
Okay,
and got Tanchmal, Marti Devi, Tanchmal, Smriti Irani, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Jayaprada, the kind of horrible things have been said.
Okay, Ajay Yadav, if you are saying something like this in Bihar before the elections, then what do you expect the BJP to do? Yes, it is also going to be addressed to the women in Bihar because the comment was made in Bihar. You shouldn't have given them that issue on a platter.
Padmaja, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi showed his high standards and his good values when he went to West Bengal and said, Didi, oh Didi. That was his high standard and that was his decency. Again, he showed his decency when he said, what did he say to Sonia? When he said when he said Vidhva, Congress ki Vidhva. Was that his high
so
value?
I want to do a quick fact check on this. The Prime Minister was actually talking about a scam that had taken place in Rajasthan where non-existent women were given Vidhva pension. So he actually did not name Mrs. Gandhi anywhere. Just to be clear on facts, he actually said कि यहाँ पर ऐसी सरकार चल रही थी where girls who were not even born were made into widows and then Vidhva pension was put in their account. Who are these widows of the Congress who are being given this Vidwa pension? Just to be clear on facts, he did not call Mrs. Sonia Gandhi a widow or Congress ki Vidwa or anything else. Just to be clear. But other comments have been made in the past. On that, I am with you. But just to be clear, this wasn't addressed at Mrs. Gandhi in particular. Yes, but finish your point.
Okay, Padma. Again, his high standards and his so-called great values, as my BJP spokesperson was saying, he questioned Nitish Kumar's DNA. Nitish Kumar ka DNA ganda hai. Wasn't that an abuse? His high standard. This is Narendra Modi's high standard when he constantly abuses.
Okay, but Ejaji, what I am asking you today is, we are not doing any moral equivalence. Nobody can sit on a moral high ground on this. My question to you is, today if you are saying that this is nothing more than a toolkit for elections, why did you give the Prime Minister the opportunity to use that toolkit? Don't abuse his mother in Bihar. He will not have the opportunity to use it as an election issue. Simple.
Padmaja, Narendra Modi, Prime Minister, knows that his position in Bihar is not good in the state election, and he knows that India bloc is going to form government here. So he's trying to manipulate situations. He's trying to play victim card, and that's nothing. All people have understood that it's
manipulate
just a
how?
card. It's a
Did he put that man on the
stage,
get him his own mother abused so that he would be able to manipulate it and make an emotional appeal, Ajaji?
Yes, of course, Padmaja ji. Again, his high values.
Okay.
He calls his mother, he calls himself what? I'm non-biological. Isn't that an abuse to his mother? He himself abuses his mother. Padmaja, when you go and tell your mother that you are non-biological, do you think your mother is going to catch your back?
Okay, Harshvardhan ji will say it. And then I want to... Yes, Harshvardhan ji wants to respond. Yes.
मुझे एक कमाल का लॉजिक है और मैं फिर कह रहा हूँ ये कांग्रेस आरजेडी स्पोक्सपर्सन जो कहते हैं तो ये लगता है कि पीएम को गाली दे रहे हैं ये जानबूझ के कर रहे हैं ये चाहते हैं कि कांग्रेस वर्कर पीएम को अब्यूज करे ये चाहते हैं और इस गठजोड़ की इतनी संभावना है इतनी प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि राहुल गांधी ने तेजस्वी यादव को मुख्यमंत्री का दावेदार नहीं माना इतनी प्रोबेबिलिटी है
हर्षवर्धन जी आप जर्नलिस्ट हो कि बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता और you're speaking better than बीजेपी हर्षवर्धन जी no one said पद्मजा जी please put बीजेपी spokesperson is damn good for बीजेपी इतना अच्छा बोल रहे हैं हर्षवर्धन जी बीजेपी लगा दो यार जर्नलिस्ट को जर्नलिज्म को क्यों बदनाम कर रहे हो नहीं जर्नलिज्म को क्यों बदनाम कर रहे हो बता दो बॉस
Dr. Kumar, this is not fair. I'll tell you and I will say this very clearly to the party spokesperson on the panel. Here is what happens. You know, when our discourse gets so polarized, people like Harshvardhan Tripathi and Rashid Kidwai get caught in the crossfire. I have been on shows where Harshvardhan Tripathi has been called a BJP agent by the Congress and Rashid Kidwai has been called a Congress agent by the BJP. This is not okay. They can have analysis, they can have points of view. Let's leave them out of it. They have points of view. Rashid Kidwai, let me come to you. Let me come to you before I do that. And you know, he's been waiting very patiently. Thank God he hasn't uttered a word or he may have also been branded a Congress agent. Just a second. Let me show you another important data from 2020. How did women in Bihar vote? You know, why is there so much unease about the women's vote and why are they being wooed so actively? Because the fact is, when it comes to purely the women voters in Bihar, and we're looking at data from 2020, it was very clear that a large chunk of women were voting for the NDA, followed by the Mahagathbandhan. The men were voting for Mahagathbandhan, the women overwhelmingly were voting for the BJP. Here is what the data from 2020 tells us. Women 38% voted for the NDA, whereas only 36% voted for the Mahagathbandhan. Here it gets even more interesting. Let's look at the caste-wise breakup. Upper caste women, 59% voted for the NDA, whereas you only had 12% voting for the Mahagathbandhan. It's only in two sectors, Yadav women and Muslim women, where the Mahagathbandhan got 82% and 74% of the votes, but non-Yadav OBC women and Dalit women again went towards the NDA. Look at this. Other than Yadavs, OBC women 63% voted for the NDA, Only 18% voted for the Congress and the RJD. Dalit women also 33% voted for the NDA and 24% voted for the Mahagathbandhan. My question is, Rashid Kidwai, does such an emotional appeal really have that kind of draw where women will think, this wasn't right? You know, this shouldn't have happened. Maybe we need to give the NDA another chance, even if there is anti-incumbency.
Thank you, Padmaja. Padmaja, we have seen in elections, these kind of, so to say, emotional issues, they become a contributing factor and they do influence the outcome. But it is not that just because the comment has been made. I always say, if Manishankar had not that particular remark, do you think the outcome of 2024 verdict would have been different? So the answer is no. See, the abuse has no place in civilized society, in democratic polity. We can go on talking about it. I think the opposition strategy is flawed in the sense that they are bringing a lot of whataboutery, even if it is justified. It is not going to find any traction. Mr. Modi has a popularity, rating which is very high, 50% or more, and the BJP has a kind of, ecosystem to make a political capital, whether they may like to admit it or not. So in that scheme of thing, it is not a smart politics on the part of the opposition to be, harping on that. They should actually, condemn it, take action, and do all these things that are required to be done, rather than bringing things of the past. Things of the past have mentioned, as Padmita, you were also mentioning, but for a political point of view, I think this is not a good strategy. The BJP is very good at this stuff, and it's shown in the past that they do it. I'm not so sure about that figure that you have shown, because to best of my knowledge, it is secret ballot, so nobody can know which woman or which man has voted for which political party.
Post-election analysis, just to be very clear.
So these are surveys. These are survey-based.
Post-election analysis.
Clarify.
Yes.
Yeah,
and that is data that has been widely accepted and used post-2020. Lok Niti data is what we've used, Sohail said.
Padmaja, I'll just say three quick things. Number one, I worked on Sheila Dikshit's campaign. Bhagidari was the word I'd coined. I worked on Vajpayeeji's campaign. I can tell you, abuse doesn't get you votes. Work does. Development does. A. B, I totally agree with Rashid. Let me tell you, if there is a vote tomorrow, Narendra Modi will win. Whether we like it or not, it's the reality. And all the polls have said it. I'm not saying it. I have no idea about polling. Number three, I totally agree with Rashid. The opposition has made many forays, some of them excellent. The problem is the consistency. The consistency of thought and purpose. Whenever Rahul speaks, whenever the opposition speaks, they put their finger on a mudda, on an issue, and then it dissipates. There is no consistency. The difference, Padmaja, is Narendra Modi is a politician, Rahul Gandhi is an activist. He needs to morph into a politician. That's the only problem, to my mind. But as I said, I'm no expert like the people on your panel.
Dr. Ajay Kumar, was this a bit of a misstep to give an emotional issue like this on a platter to the BJP? This is going to find an echo day after tomorrow. There is a band that has been called by the NDA as well in Bihar.
No. First question is, everybody is condemning it, all kinds of it, but the BJP will not. And I totally disagree with Sohail on a couple of things. No. Which TV channel is covering the opposition? Which newspaper is covering? What about the vote? One sec, but Sohail, I didn't interrupt you, so please.
No, but since you named me, I don't run a TV channel.
You answer it after I
one day I will.
Sohail, you're a gentleman. Let me finish. My question to you is, have the integrity. So I would like to have your views on TV coverages, on vote shows.
I agree.
One sec.
I totally agree.
No, one sec. 4,300 crores donation to 10th smallest party for 50,000. No coverage. TV and the major newspapers. And then you say opposition is missing? The question is, the opposition is missing from the traditional so-called disappearing media, the YouTubers, I mean the media in the long run. But most important part is, we are fighting on the road. And you have and Sohail, to counter what you're saying, Bihar and every other state, Haryana is going to come next. If you win elections by cheating and you say you're the most popular, and Padmaja, I want to finish off. No, let me finish. We got the same amount of votes in Maharashtra and Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. All the additional 70 lakh votes, Mr. Sohail said, and all the experts, all the 70 lakh additional votes went to NDA. Tell me, how does that happen, Padmaja? You have been in TV for
No, 1 minute. Since you mentioned my name,
again, we have gone off the rails on this particular debate. We are now talking about the votes that were added. And may I point out, just because we are talking about the additional votes in Maharashtra, that is not the correct figure, because according to your own leader of opposition, Dr. Ajay Kumar, the last time he spoke of votes being added in Maharashtra, he said 1 crore vote महाराष्ट्र में ऐड किए गए थे. So I suggest within your party you correct the disconnect on how many votes have been added in Maharashtra. You today have said 70 lakhs. In his last address in Bihar, Mr. Gandhi said 1 crore vote add किए गए थे, whereas the actual figure is 39.8 lakhs, and that has been explained by the Election Commission. I go purely by data, but can we come back to the topic? I would really appreciate it.
Since Ajay Kumar mentioned my name, 1 minute. Since Ajay Kumar mentioned my name, I have only one thing to say. It is not the business of Narendra Modi and Amit Shah to go to Khan Market to buy or look for an opposition. It is the opposition's business. Now you say they don't have recourse to media. Get the recourse to media. By the way, Ajay, I was the first. 1 minute. I was the first person in Open Magazine to praise Bharat Jodo Yatra by Mr. Gandhi.
I'm asking what's your view on Election Commission? Election Commission, Gyaneshwar Gupta. Tell me, no, I'm interested to know your view.
No, 1 minute.
No,
I don't
you tell
care.
me your view on the way Election Commission is
1 minute. I can only tell you what I can do. I'm not as powerful as you. Second thing,
you are more powerful.
Hear me out here. Day before yesterday on Advaita Kala's program, I said that what I've heard from distributors, marketing people, we don't have access to, political pundits like you. What I've heard is that they have done pretty well, but so is Prashant Kishore. That's my limited knowledge. But surely you can't blame Narendra Modi because you don't have media access. Create the media access. You guys have run the country for longer. You know all the tricks.
Okay. This is not about media access. I want to gently point out that we have every possible opposition party from Bihar represented right here on this panel. We have got Dr. Ajay Kumar, who has very kindly and graciously accepted our invitation. We have got Ajay Yadav, who is equally gracious, and Shazia Ilmi, all of you very, very gracious. Whoever has a stake in Bihar is sitting here on this program. So I know that we tend to be the whipping boys very often. But here you are. You have a voice right here on NDTV. My question is, we can have a separate and a very long debate on this vote chori. We are anyway waiting very eagerly for your hydrogen bomb when it will happen. We will have you back, Dr. Ajay Kumar.
Today we are talking.
Sohail, tell me what you said. No, but you tell me on election. Wasn't it atom bomb? On
no, but
Madhavpura.
Ajay,
tell me.
Hydrogen bombs in school and college were fart bombs. So be careful of what you pick.
Language.
But you might get blown up with a neutron bomb, Sohail.
It's the Queen's English.
Neutron bomb will wipe out all those Modi guys.
Okay. All right. Harshvardhan Tripathi and Ajay Yadav. My question again, coming back to the original issue, is this rotten eggs? Okay, is this really going to have an impact on women voters? Could this actually end up undoing the impact that the vote adhikar yatra has had in Bihar? Harshvardhan ji.
नहीं पद्मजा, सबसे पहले तो मुझे लगता है कि बिहार का जो वोटिंग पैटर्न है, जिसको आपने ग्राफिक्स में भी दिखाया, नीतीश कुमार अगर वहां सत्ता में हैं तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ इस वजह से क्योंकि पटना हाईकोर्ट ने जब जंगल राज कहा था तो बिहार की महिलाओं के लिए, लड़कियों के लिए शाम 6 बजे के बाद निकलना मुश्किल होता था। बिहार में सड़कों में गड्ढे ऐसे होते थे कि गड्ढे में सड़क है या सड़क में गड्ढा ये नहीं पता होता था। नीतीश कुमार ने वो करके दिखाया। नीतीश कुमार ने लड़कियों को पढ़ने के लिए साइकिल दी जो बहुत शानदार स्कीम थी। नीतीश कुमार ने लड़कियों को लेकर ढेर सारी ऐसी स्कीम चलाई। अब सवाल ये कि नीतीश कुमार को महिलाएं वोट देती हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी पूरे देश में अगर पूरा इलेक्टोरल शिफ्ट हो गया तो उसकी सबसे बड़ी वजह क्या है? महिलाएं आधार है उसका। अब अगर ये दोनों वहां साथ में हैं और नरेंद्र मोदी को मां की गाली दी जाती है और उस पर कांग्रेस पार्टी माफी मांगने के बजाय मुझे कह रही कि मैं बीजेपी का स्पोक्स पर्सन हो गया, तो भैया देखो हमसे तो अजय कुमार कुछ ना होगा। बिहार की जनता आपको जरूर सुन रही है और देखेगी कितना एब्सर्ड लॉजिक है आपका। सामान्य समझ की बात भी आप नहीं करते हैं और आप चाहते हैं कि आपके पक्ष में हम खड़े हों, तो ये नहीं हो सकता।
बीजेपी के खिलाफ
माफी मांगिए, आप माफी मांगिए, उसके बाद देखिए हम आपके साथ खड़े होते हैं।
हमसे मांगिएगा कि आप
लेकिन आप इलॉजिकल होंगे तो ये नहीं चलने वाला। और आपने कहा कि मीडिया दिखाता नहीं,
आपने कहा मीडिया दिखाता नहीं। राहुल गांधी की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, पीपीटी वाली प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, सारे मीडिया चैनल्स ने लाइव काटी 2-2 बार, एक बार दिल्ली में और एक बार बेंगलुरु में। उसके बावजूद आप कुछ साबित नहीं कर पाए, एक भी प्रूफ नहीं दे पाए, तो ये पत्रकारों की और टीवी चैनल्स की गलती नहीं हो सकती।
भाई साहब,
ये आपकी पार्टी की
तो
गलती
भेज दो, एक क्लिप तो भेज दो जब आपने जो है बीजेपी के खिलाफ बोला है, एक क्लिप तो भेज दो हमको, मैं माफी मांगूंगा नेशनल टीवी में। त्रिपाठी जी, एक क्लिप भेज दो जिसमें आपने बीजेपी के खिलाफ बोला, मैं नेशनल टीवी में माफी नहीं भेज दो। पद्मजा से नंबर ले लीजिए, एक क्लिप यार प्लीज, एक क्लिप त्रिपाठी जी।
You make people smile on a mainstream national television program. This is what our politics should be.
Well, I have to say that has largely been my effort. Less shouting, more smiling. Then we'll have so much better conversations and debates, and everyone won't be constantly angry and abusive towards each other. All right, Ajay Yadav, and then Shazal me. Ajay Yadav.
No, Padmaja, I fail to understand why these BJP spokesperson, they want Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Prasad Yadav to apologize, and why not Narendra Modi, who has so many times abused Honorable Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar ji, then Mamata Banerjee, by hooting and saying Didi, oh Didi, and so many things. I mean, it's a long list. But why isn't it expected of Narendra Modi that he should apologize, he should say sorry? And the worst part, Padmaja, now that he's playing the victim card with this abuse issue, didn't he feel that he was also abusing his mother when he said he's not biological?
Okay, and if he indeed was abusing, the voters will eventually punish him. My question is, Ajay ji, very simple. पिछली बार का वोट सीधे दिखाता है that women tend to favor the NDA, the BJP and the JDU. इस बार एक महिला को अब्यूज करके, स्पेशली जो कि है भी नहीं, वो दिवंगत है, उनको अब्यूज करके आपने इनको एक इशू परोस नहीं दिया है. Haven't you given it to them on a platter? Even the young women in Bihar, according to Lok Niti, preferred the NDA over the Mahagathbandhan in 2020. Emotional issue तो काम करता है ना, ये तो आप भी जानते हैं.
Narendra Modi's victim card is not going to have any impact in Bihar politics, Bihar's election, because as I heard one of my co-panelists say that gas cylinders mila, but that is just
okay. It's a victim card. Although when you were with Nitish ji and that DNA comment was made, you also brought up the whole DNA issue and said all Bihar has been insulted, and it's a very emotional issue for Bihar. Were you playing victim card over there? That is what happens in elections. Emotions work, and every politician knows this. कि चुनाव तो इमोशन पर ही लड़ा जाता है. Now, is this emotion going to work, or is this a victim card? Shazi Almi.
So first of all, I'd like to tell Congress and the spokesperson from RJD not to be sore losers and not to be like petulant kids. If they really believe so strongly that elections were being stolen and the EVM card did not work, so the EVM did not work, so now it's electoral rolls. So, like, when we had television, there's pre-production and then the program and post-production. So, when it comes to polling, they lose. So, they you blame the pre-production and post-production, which is, either electoral rolls or EVMs. So, nothing fits. And if they so believe so strongly, what happened in Maharashtra? Why did the Maharashtra High Court have to say that where is the evidence, where is the proof? And not just that, this PowerPoint that he did, why did he refuse to sign an affidavit? Thirdly, and more importantly, if you believe so strongly that, elections are being rigged, why on earth do you sit there in the parliament? Resign from Karnataka, resign from Telangana, resign from Himachal, resign your Lok Sabha seat.
Are you trying to play
come on,
the
I don't
victim
get
card?
it. This is a very weird kind of a situation.
Shazia Almi, are you playing the victim card? It's happening again. मुझे चोर बोला, मुझे बोला कि मैं गरीब हूँ, मेरी माँ को गाली दी.
तो बोला गया है. It's not about victimization, it is about vilification. This constant vilification of a man who comes from very humble beginnings.
But they are saying vilification happens from both sides.
Is constantly
your party also
by an entitled lot
of the Congress
whose mother is not spared. So this vilification, it will boomerang. You watch, it will boomerang. and it is the lowest point, and not one apology. You see the RJD spokesperson and the Congress spokesperson. Even now they're justifying it and indulging in whataboutery.
Okay.
They do not have the decency
Padmaja, can I
to
complete?
apologize.
I'll just say
And
one
they
thing.
justify-
Again and again,
this
you are
will-
quite
I'm telling
certain
you.
that this is going to boomerang. I want to bring in Rashid Kidwai again, but before that,
No.
one more piece of data, because we spoke about the women voters. You know, we'll keep dancing around the issue, but the fact of the matter is, right now, the audience is absolutely clear. It is the women of Bihar, because they are in a decision-making role come elections in the state. We showed you one example of how the votes were divided from women between the Mahagathbandhan and the NDA in 2020. Now let me show you how the young women, because contrary to popular perception, it's not just the more old segment who are more conservative who are voting for the BJP. In the 2020 Bihar elections of the assembly, even among the younger women, it was the BJP and the JDU who got a lion's share of the votes. If you see over here, you've got women in the age group of 18 to 29 and 30 to 39. The BJP, or rather the NDA, has done significantly better. Is this voter group, and I ask you this again, Rashid Kidwai, is emotion among the women here going to be key this October?
But whether it indeed has a potential to, boomerang on opposition. Remember, Prime Minister has, credibility, and in state election, elections are fought on a state issue. So there is, from opposition point of view, it's not a good strategy that if Prime Minister or a kind of, emotional appeal or alleged abuse is brought to focus. I think the impression is sought to be given as if the opposition was responsible for, such abuse. This is not, correct position. This is a random incident. It needs to be condemned by all political parties, including the opposition, without indulging any whataboutery. To say that, election commission has not been questioned, the BJP itself has questioned both electoral practices, that is EVM, as well as, when Naveen Chawla was election commissioner, there was a bid by the BJP also to remove him. So these things happen. Political parties change their position when they are in opposition or when they are in power. But this is something, the momentum is with Mahagathbandhan, in my assessment, in Bihar. Therefore, they need to be a lot more careful about these political distractions.
All right. Are these purely political distractions, Harshvardhanji? Then I'm coming to you, Dr. Ajay Kumar.
I disagree.
Playing this whole thing that Congress ने करवाया, Rahul Gandhi ने करवाया, people are smarter than that. उनको भी लगता है कि गाली गलौज तो होती रहती है politics में. Everyone is in the same boat. And in fact, we've got another example, Dr. Ajay Kumar, of a leader of yours in Karnataka making a very, very slimy comment to a woman journalist. We'll play that out in just a bit. But ultimately, voters के लिए फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. ये emotional card नहीं चलता है voters के लिए. हर्षवर्धन जी.
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि वोटर पर कितना फर्क पड़ता है उसके लिए 2007 गुजरात इलेक्शन ध्यान करना चाहिए। मैंने भी वो चुनाव पूरा कवर किया था और मेरा ये मानना है कि नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए वो सबसे डिफिकल्ट इलेक्शन था। पूरी सूरत और भावनगर की जो डायमंड लॉबी थी ना, वो मोदी के खिलाफ लगी हुई थी। मैं तो उस चुनाव को बहुत अच्छे से मैंने कवर किया था। और आपको याद होगा, मौत का सौदागर, एक शब्द सिर्फ निकला था सोनिया गांधी के मुंह से और गुजरात का चुनाव पूरी तरह से पलट गया था। और मैं फिर कह रहा हूं, नरेंद्र मोदी के ऊपर इस तरह के हमले बैकफायर करते हैं, नुकसान करते हैं। लेकिन अभी जो राहुल कांग्रेस है, ये कांग्रेस नहीं, ये राहुल कांग्रेस है। राहुल कांग्रेस को ये लगता है, क्योंकि कम्युनिस्ट उनके इर्द गिर्द बहुत हैं, वो उनकी एडवाइजर जो कमेटी है उसमें ज्यादा हैं, उनको ये लगता है कि जब हम इस तरह से गालियां देते हैं, और अभी शायद सुहेल सेठ ने कहा एक्टिविस्ट के तौर पर राहुल गांधी, जो स्टूडेंट पॉलिटिक्स में एक्टिविज्म होता है, राहुल गांधी कुछ उस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, कुछ उसी अंदाज में बात कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जब आप इस तरह के इलेक्टोरल पॉलिटिक्स में आते हैं तो शायद वो उस तरह से वर्कआउट नहीं करता है। और राहुल गांधी अगर इस तरह से अपने वर्कर्स को, जिसको कहते हैं ना कि इस तरह की अपब्रिंगिंग उनकी कर रहे हैं, इस तरह की प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हैं, तो बहुत लंबा चलने वाला नहीं है। कांग्रेस के भीतर एक बड़ा तबका है जो राहुल कांग्रेस से दुखी है, नाराज है, उसको ये बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं आता।
Here is what Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande has said when a female journalist asked him about setting up a hospital in Joida Taluk of Uttar Kannada, as people there, especially pregnant women, have been suffering without a hospital. Mr. Deshpande was asked by a lady journalist, when are you going to set up that hospital? And the legislator winked at her and said that I will get your delivery done at another hospital in a neighboring taluk. So when it comes to decency in public discourse and public life, Unfortunately, it is far too scant. Let's quickly listen in to Mr. Deshpande.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್
ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು
Like I said, it's sauce for the goose and sauce for the gander. What do you do about it, and politically how much does it matter? This was a bit of a self-goal. Dr. Ajay Kumar.
No, any kind of abuse is bad. Problem is none of you want to listen. I'm saying whether we do it or they do it. First question. Second issue, you should have played Prajwal Revanna's Modi's meeting also. Serial rapist, Modi went to campaign. What about that, Padmaja? That is the problem which I said in the journalism. No, one sec. Let me complete, ma'am. You should know.
Again,
Why
sir,
do
because
no,
this has been addressed specifically to me. I want to make two things absolutely clear. Did multiple shows on Prajwal Revanna. The man was a sleazeball and he is in jail. Now he is out on bail, but he went to jail as he should have. Point number two, the allegations against him hadn't been made when the Prime Minister went to campaign for him in Mandya. Just to be factually correct on that, the allegations against him were not public when the Prime Minister went to campaign for him in Mandya.
No, it was public.
That's absolutely clear.
No, let us be factually correct. It was public. You want to lay a bet? It was already in the Kannada channel. Modi knew about it. People had complained. There was a BJP guy who had raised it. The issue, Padmaja, is the selective reporting. Show Modi with Prajwal Revanna. No, serial rapist. It is. You show this Karnataka minister, condemnable. I condemn even what they said on Mr. Modi in Bihar is condemnable.
But you just called it a toolkit. You said that the entire thing was emotional drama. The Prime Minister reacting to abuse was emotional drama.
First question. He was acting, but what was said against him was not correct. Those are two different things.
Okay, so you're saying what was said was incorrect, but now he's overacting.
Yeah, and what? No, one sec. Let me complete. Have the courtesy to listen. Second issue is, where is your integrity? Why was Prajwal Revanna has raped over dozens and hundreds of women? Prime Minister
went to campaign for him. My integrity, sir. No. I take this. I take this very personally, Dr. Kumar. This is completely uncalled for. I was in Karnataka when that happened, and when the story broke, there was unequivocal line. I have absolutely no hesitation in saying that the man deserved to be in jail, and which is where he was till the time the courts have granted him bail.
And then, okay,
no tears shed for Prajwal Revanna.
Why don't you show Prem Shukla's comment to the Congress spokesperson? That will also give you marks. What did Prem Shukla tell to Surinder Rajput?
That is terrible. And what Surinder Rajput said to Prem Shukla was also wrong.
So exactly. But you will not tell about what Prem Shukla said to Surinder Rajput.
That is not correct at all. We have shown multiple times.
My question is,
and in fact, again, this is not about me arguing, with you or holding any sort of brief for Prem Shukla.
It is about the way you cover.
No. There is absolutely no difference in how I cover or how I talk about somebody within the BJP or somebody within the Congress when it comes to the issues of women and how they are addressed. There are multiple cases I can list for you, including recently when Mr. Barala's son was made a government lawyer in Haryana. Eventually, he had to be removed because we raised our voice against it. So there is absolutely no doubt in my mind, sir. But that being said, right now we are having a very clear discussion. This is election season and abuse has happened. You think that the reaction to this is more political than emotional?
No,
that is your view?
Read my lips. Okay. Any kind of abuse against anyone is not acceptable. Okay, first question. So read please it. I don't believe the Prime Minister. First question. No, listen to me. Anybody in the party, some weird non-entity went on a stage on a Congress platform is condemnable. But to say Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav is responsible is again.
Then why don't you condemn it? Why don't you apologize?
Who is it? I have said it right from the beginning. How many times? Second, let me complete. Prime Minister should apologize for Jersey cow.
Okay.
Prime Minister should apologize for Oh Didi. Prime Minister applies for hybrid child.
You're back to it. There you go again.
Said it.
So you've heard all the sides over here, contrary to what most people would think.
This will help you.
All sides are represented
this
here.
is really beneficial.
No abuse can be condoned. But when it comes to the political reaction to it, to dismiss it as overacting or playing an emotional card or a toolkit. Ultimately, whether it's a toolkit or it's genuine, the People's Court will be the ultimate judge. But my humble opinion, irrespective of whichever party that person belongs to, whether it's Mr. R.V. Deshpande, whether it is Prajwal Revanna, whether it is somebody else, or whether it is whoever was on stage and abusing the Prime Minister's mother, on the limited point of this kind of abuse, I hope the buck stops here. Thanks very much all for joining us today. Quick break.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Finessa Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Finesta.
My birthday gift to पापा. ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में. फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग. जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया.
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो. प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है. निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें.
From the national capital to the hills and the plains, rain furies unleashing chaos across India. Delhi NCR's waterlogged Gurugram was nearly paralyzed yesterday, while Punjab faces its worst flood. Himachal Pradesh has also been reeling under deadly cloudbursts. Odisha rushed to enforce emergency safety measures, given that several people were left stranded. The situation pretty much the same in Uttarakhand, that remains on high alert. As citizens wade through water and governments scramble for solutions, one question echoes across the country. Is there a watertight solution, or is our infrastructure simply incapable of dealing with one deluge? That's it then on today's edition of The Buck Stops Here. Remember, as always, the biggest story of the day, there is no passing of the buck, because you guessed it, the buck stops here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Finessa Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Find Finer Finesta.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम. रबर टेलिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ. कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
आप
We're in a time when relations between the government and the opposition seem to be perhaps at their lowest. And an example of that was seen in the just concluded monsoon session of Parliament, which saw violent protests from the opposition benches. Several days were washed out. And now things seem to be going perhaps even more downwards, with the Congress party taking its protests to the streets. And in the midst of all of this, joining us today is somebody who has the unenviable job of maintaining a relationship between the government and the opposition benches. Union Parliamentary Affairs and Minority Affairs Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju. Thanks very much, sir. First of all, your monsoon session is over, but it seems that all the allegations, the finger pointing has spilt over onto the streets. First, tell me, with just about 30% business being done in the Lok Sabha and less than 40% being done in the Rajya Sabha, are we now at a point where the government and opposition will never see eye to eye?
I hope it won't be like that. But coming to the productivity of the Parliament session, the percentage which you had mentioned is technically correct, because the duration of time allotted for the particular bill or any business is by the Business Advisory Committee. So we do not deliberate that amount of time for particular bill because the opposition parties were creating ruckus. But in terms of in fact, it's one of the most productive Parliament session, because we passed so many critical and far-reaching consequential bills which are extremely important for our nation. So from the national perspective, from the government's point of view, the Parliament session is extremely useful, and I feel it's a very successful session for us. But not functioning Parliament properly to give proper space for debates and discussion is a huge loss for the opposition party, particularly the members of Parliament from opposition parties. Some of the parties are, in a mood to discuss. But the problem was the Congress party and 2-3 of the main opposition parties, they were hell-bent on disrupting the Parliament to create some headlines for political gains. But I sincerely believe that they have not gained anything. They have lost their credibility by not discharging their duty. So, in terms of the real outcome of the last monsoon session of the Parliament, it has been extremely productive, and those bills, numbers of bills, total 15 bills we had pushed through, they are critical for India's future.
It's very important you use the word push through, because that's what the opposition says. This is not the way democracy functions. The bills should have been debated. How can you push through laws without actually taking the opposition into confidence, without having a proper reasoned debate? This is just, trying to steamroll the opposition.
That is in a way correct, because we waited for 3 weeks for opposition party to come on board. The Parliament session was for 22 days, and for first around 2.5 weeks, we kept on pleading that since times were allotted and bills are important, members should speak on the bills, because after all, these are not ordinary bills. People must listen to the voice of the opposition. So we gave them enough time, but then we can't let the opposition party put the entire Parliament into ransom. We have to run the government. We have to take care of the people of the country.
You're saying they had agreed to have a discussion and then they went back on their word?
The agreement is on the basis of what we have decided in the Business Advisory Committee. And in the BSc, Padmaja, I am very honestly telling you, I have agreed to whatever time opposition party had demanded. Suppose for the sports bill, it's very critical bill for the entire sporting fraternity and the youth of this country. The new sports governance bill and the anti-doping bill, we wanted some 5-6 hours discussion in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. But the opposition parties insisted that we should discuss for 2 days in Lok Sabha and 2 days in Rajya Sabha. That means 4 days. Then I conceded. I said, well, we are okay if you want to sit throughout, till late night in the parliament. No problem. We decided to expand the scope of the discussion, extend the time, everything. Yet, finally, they came to the house and disrupted.
No, but sir, then don't you walk up to the LOPs, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Mr. Kharge, and say, listen, you have agreed to all of this business happening. Why are you doing this?
I told them, I had a meeting with Kharge ji, Rahul ji. I had meeting with all the senior leaders of the opposition parties. Their whips are in touch with me. In fact, they come to my house. They discuss with me. We have an excellent relationship. The problem is at the top. From the initial stage, from the issue of the removal motion against Justice Verma, the judge of Delhi High Court, we all agreed that this is not a government's intention to remove a sitting High Court judge. It should be the voice of the parliament, because the Chief Justice of India had written to the President and the Prime Minister. So I told both of them, Rahul ji and Kharge ji, we three of us sat, and some senior members also joined us. Then we made it a joint effort as a collective notice to the Speaker. And then they surreptitiously brought another motion in the Rajya Sabha. These are uncalled for. You don't do that in the polity. We have trust on words and commitment. There are differences in terms of our approach because we come from different ideological backgrounds. We have our own way of doing things as per BJP's ideology. But when it comes to the running of the Parliament House, it is a collective effort because Parliament is a forum where you have to speak your point of view. Government will definitely have its own way, but then we are ready to listen.
But Mr. Rijiju, if that is how things stand right now, already Mr. Rahul Gandhi has taken out a Vote Adhikar Yatra across Bihar. It concluded yesterday. And he has said that what you saw so far is only an atom bomb. Now he's going to explode a hydrogen bomb. So till the time such a discussion happens, things are only going to go from bad to worse.
See, it's going to expose Rahul Gandhi and his people only. We know if they can't get elected, people don't support them. They will attack the system itself. What can they do? He has miserably failed in 3 elections. Can you imagine? Once upon a time, the grand old party, they had a great nationalist leaders in Congress party. I can't believe that these people are now in the helm of the affairs of the Congress party. Can you believe it? 40 years, 30 years, 50 years back, the great stalwarts of the Congress party leaders. And today look at the Congress leaders. Where have they come? They are a bunch of left-leaning, left-minded people now running the Congress party. How can you attack the constitutional authorities if people don't vote for you? If anybody's name is deleted, who is a genuine voter, there are avenues before Election Commission. You can appeal. Or you come out that I am a genuine voter, my name has been deleted. But how can you just put any allegation? It's a futile exercise on the part of the opposition party to wreck up an issue which government has nothing to do with. We just want that the voter list should be clean, the electoral roll must be robust. Anybody who is illegal, who is not Indian, cannot be voter. Any person who is dead has to be deleted from the electoral roll. Person who has shifted or migrated to another destination or another state has to get his names deleted from the earlier old electoral roll. These are normal things which we all feel that there are numerous loopholes in the past. But the updation, the corrections are continuous process.
You spoke of illegals not being allowed in the voter list. The Home Minister also spoke of कि ये कैसे घुसपैठिया बचाओ रैली बन गई है, जो वोट अधिकार रैली है. Interestingly, so far the Election Commission hasn't given any data of how many illegals, if at all, have been found in the electoral rolls in Bihar, and which is why the Congress would be right in saying कि आप घुसपैठिए की बात तो करते हैं जब भी कोई सवाल आपसे पूछा जाता है, but कितने घुसपैठिए हैं? Where's that number?
Now the process itself will answer everything. Suppose some few lakhs of voters are deleted.
65 lakhs.
If the names are genuine, they'll come out, no? They'll come out and appeal. They will come to the electoral office to justify their claims. If somebody is not coming out to make the claim, that means he's illegal. If somebody is genuine Indian, he or she will fight for her or his case. So if the electoral roll is being corrected, genuine names are removed, there is a mechanism to get back. Those who are illegal will always be illegal. They will have no right whatsoever. They have no business to be in the Indian electoral roll. So I am very happy that the process will churn out the correct version of the electoral roll.
But should there be a figure for this? How many illegals have been identified?
That will come to know, no? Once the final list is published.
Because there's also the fear that, poor Muslims, people who are Congress voters, they are going to be weeded out, RJD voters.
If Muslims have become Congress vote bank, it's not my fault. But a genuine Indian Muslim can definitely say that if anybody's name has been removed, tell me any genuine Indian Muslim whose name is deleted. We ourselves will say that, okay, he is either Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi, whatever may be, but Indian is Indian. He has to be in the electoral roll. We will fight for them. They are our citizens. We are in the government. It's our responsibility to ensure that they are protected. The larger section of the people of Bihar are extremely satisfied with the Election Commission of India and they trust Modi.
But then how are there so many people in the yatra?
That's what I'm saying. In democracy,
these could be actually people who are worried that their names will be struck off, that they will lose their right to vote.
They did not worry. The Election Commission has already clearly stated. See, Padmaja, you are a very senior journalist. In democracy, government will always have an opposition. Say government has 60% of the supporters and 40% of the people will be there to oppose. So that 40% people, if they protest, doesn't mean that they are in majority. The people are with Modi ji, people trust us, and people of India don't want to derail the trajectory which we have achieved in last 11 years and transforming Indians into a stage where we can proudly claim that we are now a nation of fastest growing economy. Who wants to disrupt that?
Let me ask you, sir, when there is a very strident call that, we are going to have three things. Rahul Gandhi first said, ये आग लगी है बिहार के अंदर, ये आग पूरे देश में फैलेगी. Then he said कि अब एक और भी बड़ा धमाका होने वाला है और पूरे देश में लोग कहेंगे वोट चोर गद्दी छोड़. Are you underestimating the impetus that this has? Because this could be a nationwide movement. It could be of the kind, what if people come on the streets?
कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. You have to have faith on the people of India. Do you think that people of India will install a person who doesn't have an idea of India itself? People are not fools. Indians are matured. Our wisdom has been great from the time immemorial. So people may make fun of his speeches, his words, but we don't do that. We don't want to ridicule Rahul Gandhi. But he has been making this kind of statement. Before 2019, he said, "Log Modi ji ko danda marenge." Modi ji came out with 303 seats. People of India trust Modi ji. Then he was saying Rafael chor, this, the Chowkidar chor. Supreme Court had made him understand that you can't say just like that. He apologized. And then he started making, false claims about Modi ji. We came to power for the third time. A Congress party, the oldest party, not able to win the 100 seats for 3 consecutive terms. Do you think that any other leader would have survived in any other democratic party? It is only family-run party like Congress party. It doesn't matter you fail or you win. they have to keep the family first business in entire existence of the party. Our leaders are emerged from the masses. You know, Rahul Gandhi talking about poor people is like making fun of the poor people. Modi ji has emerged from the masses. A humble family, a poor mother, gave birth to a humble person. He becomes the Prime Minister of India, and today globally he is recognized as one of the senior most statesmen, not merely a leader or merely a Prime Minister of India. He is considered a statesman of the world, one of the senior most democratically elected leader.
Is it a problem that you already have a very tumultuous external world? We are talking at a time where you've got an agitation being conducted inside our country, and outside we have got other countries which are threatening us with tariffs. You know, there is a rearrangement of world order happening. What is a real threat before the government at this point?
See, first of all, I will not go into the nitty-gritty of the relations with the foreign countries, but we have to trust our leader. Indian democracy, Indian parliamentary system, and our government is absolutely well in place. Nobody can shake it. Rahul Gandhi and the entire left ecosystem, they are trying to destabilize the country. But be assured, nothing will happen. In India, you can't have the kind of incidents you have seen in some of the countries. People of India have a absolutely clear view about how our government, how our nation, and how our leaders should be. They have a clear judgment, trust their wisdom. Indian people have been there since last so many millennium, centuries, and today we are standing tall as the most successful democracy and the largest democracy in the world. It is because Indian people trust the system, and after independence, Indian people have stood by the Constitution of India. Although Congress party changed the preamble of the Indian Constitution, the Congress party had assaulted the Constitution. Congress party insulted, and they had totally undermined the legacy of Baba Sahib B.R. Ambedkar. But we have revived all these things. Modi ji, from the day one, he bowed before the Parliament House, he bowed to the Constitution. He has revived the legacy of Baba Sahib Ambedkar. Be assured, India is safe under a great leader, Modi ji. And now we are at the higher pedestal in the Committee of Nations, where Indians will always be respected globally. So internally, externally, India is in a safe hand, so nothing to worry.
Final two questions, and I want to ask you this as a member of parliament from Arunachal Pradesh. We are talking about, you know, how in the Committee of Nations, India is being seen. A picture that the whole world was looking at yesterday is the Chinese president, the president of Russia, and our prime minister in that huddle together at the SCO. When you saw that picture, what crossed your mind?
I have a great relief in my mind that Prime Minister Modi ji has the ability to work with every great leader in the world. With China, we face the greatest difficulties because after 1962 conflict, India and China has stopped any formal dealings, trade or anything along the border. I wish someday there will be normal relation and normal trade between India and China through that Arunachal side of the border. Having good relationship with our neighboring countries are always good in the national interest. Prime Minister Modi ji's global vision is well known. He has always said that India's philosophy has Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We want to have good relationship with every nation. So we trust Modi ji. He carries the wishes of the 1.4 billion people. So when he meets the top other global leaders, definitely we are happy.
Final question to you. We also saw a case where a small Congress worker on the stage We spoke at length about the Vote Adhikar Yatra. He was heard making the vilest of abuses. As we speak, we had the Prime Minister today, while speaking to women from Bihar, he did not refer to any one episode, but he said that माही तो हमारा संसार होती है, माही हमारा स्वाभिमान होती है, समृद्ध परंपरा वाले बिहार में कुछ दिनों पहले जो हुआ, उसकी मैंने कल्पना भी नहीं की थी. My question is that very often the opposition says that these episodes are almost created by the BJP. It's almost like a toolkit of the BJP to play on the emotional sentiment. When everything else fails, when in Bihar you think that you have a problem on your hands, you create an emotional card to play.
We don't need emotional card. People trust Modi ji. Can you imagine? For the third time, popularly elected Prime Minister has the greatest appeal across communities, the regions in our country. Why would we play some extra cards to win the confidence of the people? It is not the first time. If you see senior Congress leaders, you're talking about ordinary Congress leaders, senior Congress leaders, how they have abused Modi ji and the family and Modi ji's caste in the past. So this is not an exception or one of the rare cases.
No, I could turn this around and say, if Chai Wala backfired on Congress, why will they abuse the Prime Minister's mother? How do they stand to
learn? The Congress party will never learn. I tell you another thing which normally I don't speak about it. Today, even those who are closest to Rahul Gandhi, top Congress leaders, they are extremely worried about the future of the Congress party. They will not say in public. They are worried people because they have got a person as a leader who doesn't think, who doesn't have the ability to understand the issues. He speaks in a wildest possible language, like abusing each other on the street. And that person is leader of opposition party. We have seen opposition leaders like Vajpayee ji, Advani ji, Sushma ji, Arun Jaitley ji. Look at their language as leader of opposition party. A leader of opposition is voice of the opposition parties, all the combined opposition parties in a way. But if he has a language of that low standard which he speaks today, Modi ji is a senior statesman, Prime Minister of the country. But the way he takes Modi ji's name and abuses, I don't think he can ever win the heart and minds of the people. That is why the Congress leaders themselves are beating their head what kind of leader they have. They don't say it, but slowly and steadily the right thinking people in the Congress party will leave Congress party. They can't tolerate, they can't survive under such erratic leader who doesn't know what he's talking and what he's behaving.
But
they are accusing us of calling him Pappu. You must be knowing this background. It was clarified by a senior Congress leader that nobody said Rahul Gandhi as Pappu, but the Congress leaders themselves have started. In the AICC, some of the senior general secretaries who were sidelined, they came together and they discovered this word Pappu for Rahul Gandhi. So don't think that we are calling him Pappu. So that Congress party's future, no?
No, but is it fair to say that Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, will have provoked a man in Darbhanga to abuse the Prime Minister's mother? Rahul Gandhi possibly...
Forget about provoking. They learned from him. Rahul Gandhi abuses Prime Minister day and night. And then what do you expect his people and the other followers to learn from him?
Okay, thank you very much for speaking to us and being frank as always. I don't know about the future of the Congress, but the future of the country can be safe only when the government and the opposition works together. Hopefully, we will see more business and more cooperation between the Treasury and the opposition benches, at least in the next Parliament session. Thanks very much, Mr. Rijiju, for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect. I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने training वगैरह?
मैंने training भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, sir.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made,
That
sir.
is also Indian
Yes,
made.
sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे।
करेक्ट। लिम्बर आप में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए शीश का अलाइनमेंट करें। बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। आगे ना सर? हाँ चलिए।
फायर लाइन ऑफ। हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ। फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर।
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम। डब्बा टेलिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए ये तो बताओ। कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take you through the top headlines that we are tracking here at this hour. Maratha reservation activist Manoj Jarange ended his indefinite fast at Azad Maidan in Mumbai after accepting the government resolution presented by the Maharashtra Cabinet Subcommittee on Maratha Quota. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister spoke exclusively to NDTV, said working on the demands. Election Commission has now issued notice to Congress leader Pavan Khera for registration as voter into Delhi constituencies. Remember, BJP had highlighted this earlier in the day, after which it sparked a major row. But Congress leader has said that he had asked the EC to cancel one of his cards in 2017. But so far, no resolution has been made, and now he'll reply to the notice in due time. And Delhi High Court denies bail again, says role of Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam prima facie is grave, having delivered inflammatory speeches on communal lines to instigate mass mobilization. A total of 30 people have lost their lives in Punjab due to severe rains and floods in the state. Remember, the state is fighting its worst ever flood situation. So far, the number of death toll is 30 and is expected to rise. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and others have already inspected the flood-affected areas and assured more relief. In fact, Punjabi singers have also given full support to the people on the ground who are affected by these floods. Another earthquake jolts Afghanistan. A new quake of magnitude 5.5 shakes devastated Afghan region as death toll exceeds to 1,400. First up, we have some breaking news coming in, and this is the veteran Karnataka Congress MLA Ravi Deshpande's embarrassing and sexist comments. They have put the Congress party in a tight spot. When a woman journalist asked the MLA for a hospital in the area, as pregnant women have to go miles away, the Congress MLA laughed it off. Believe it or not, we have it all on camera. He laughed it all and ridiculed the journalist, saying that when her time will come for delivery, the Congress MLA will take her for delivery in a nearby hospital in an area. Listen in if you don't believe me.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್
ನಿನ್ನೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ
ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್
ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು
You heard the reaction coming in. Now my colleague Deepak Bopanna is joining me to put the whole picture into perspective. Deepak, why was this comment made in such a bad taste?
Well, absolutely uncalled for and a crass comment coming, especially from a senior Congress leader who's held multiple top positions, been a minister as well in the past. Now, he should have, of course, been more mindful of his language when he was speaking to a female journalist. The senior female journalist there was asking a very pertinent question that there has been a long-standing demand for a multi-speciality hospital in Uttara Kannada, and especially in the region that he was in. Many pregnant women have been struggling even to deliver children when especially there's heavy rainfall and flooding in certain areas. To that, of course, he says, we'll get yours done in Halyal. Halyal is where he comes from, where there is a hospital. And, to that, she again says that, okay, but you need to respond to the plight of the people and the demand of the people who've been suffering, and this has to be done in this term. And then he just says, okay. So it's quite shocking that to a serious question like, providing a hospital to that constituency, the response that comes in from the legislator is, of a nature where it's belittling the question, belittling the person and saying that, we'll get your delivery done at this hospital. So it's quite shocking that this has been said. We'll really have to see how the MLA responds to this, because right now we could expect the opposition as well, to rake up this matter. So we'll have to see how the government and the legislator himself respond.
Right, Deepak, do stay with me. We also have Vijay Prasad, the BJP spokesperson, joining in on the news. Vijay, Mr. Prasad, how do you see it, the reaction of the Congress MLA, and not just, one such element, but we have seen multiple times how the anti-women mindset come across?
Yeah, see, Aditi, from Karnataka to Bihar, one party, one chief mentality. Insulting women and mothers is not politics, it's moral bankruptcy. See, when ideas fail, abuse begins, that is the Congress culture. Congress doesn't have link between head and tongue. See, Rahul Gandhi talks about love and respect, but his leaders spread hate and insult. This double-speak must be exposed. See, our politics is about performance, governance and service. Congress politics is about insult, abuse and family attacks. See, this kind of double-speak, they speak today, deny tomorrow and repeat the same the next week. This shows the Congress High Command itself silently approves such behavior. See, Rahul Gandhi, every now and then, at the drop of the hat, he says, he talks about love and respect, but his leaders spread hate and insult. This double speak of the Congress must be exposed. See, Congress can't respect women, can't respect mothers, can't respect democracy. This is the double speak of the Congress,
okay.
And at any point of time, the misogynist remarks of R.V. Deshpande is highly condemnable, highly objectionable, and he has to come out in public and issue a public apology to the journalists he spoke ill about.
Absolutely. The apology is what we are also hoping for, that the MLA will surrender somehow. Thank you so much, Vijay Prasad, for joining us with that quick comment. We're also hoping that we will get some reaction from the Congress party as well, as so far they have denied to speak on it. Now moving on. And more breaking news coming in. This sparks the women's safety debate in Karnataka. A minor was sexually assaulted and filmed by people she met on Instagram. The accused has been arrested and has been sent to judicial custody, but what remains alarming is that the accused not only sexually harassed this minor girl but also filmed the whole act. This brazen, shameful act finds no place in this society, and I hope that such perpetrators get more punishment than they are getting now. My colleague Deepak Bopanna is also joining me with more details. Deepak, do walk us through the details of this case.
Well, quite a shocking case here. Fortunately, the cops have made swift arrests here. The girl is said to have met these individuals on social media, and two of them believed to have carried out the sexual assault, and then one of them even filming the act and then circulating it. When the girl learnt about it, she went and approached the police. Two people have been arrested on charges of sexual assault under POCSO because this is a minor girl. Also, there are several people who've also been arrested because they have circulated the video as well. So the case, of course, has been registered under POCSO and under the IT Act too, and the investigations continue.
Right. Thank you so much, Deepak, for giving us those details. Shifting our focus to more breaking news, this is coming from Tamil Nadu, where Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has just now shared a post on social media X saying that The Prime Minister should negotiate with the United States for a deal as people of Tirupur are suffering due to the tariffs by US President Donald Trump. Remember those double tariffs, that 50% tariff that US has put on India. Now Tamil Nadu Chief Minister is saying and asking the centre to negotiate a deal as possible so that the suffering of the people ends. He also goes on to say, and I'm quoting him, that India is buying cheap Russian oil to make it useful in the Gujarat refineries, which is unfair as people in Tirupur, the dollar city of Tirupur, is suffering. But the politics over the matter is escalating, and now BJP is reacting to it, calling these statements of the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin as unfortunate. Sample the reactions.
Tariff issue, we are having negotiations with America also. We all know that. So the time will tell that India will succeed in this issue, because we are concerned about our exporters, and also America also knows that in fact more of Indian exports are happening, or imports in America is happening. Even they are in need of our materials. So it is not a one-way traffic, it's a two-way traffic. Definitely we will solve these issues.
As the impact of President Trump's 50% tariff on goods exported from India is beginning to hit exporters across the country, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has trained his guns on Prime Minister Modi, questioning his logic permitting oil refineries in Gujarat to procure oil at a low price from Russia, crippling exporters in Tamil Nadu who employ thousands of workers. He demanded Prime Minister Modi to justify his title Vishwaguru by resolving this crisis with President Trump, who he had supported till recently, and by fulfilling the list of relief demands he had made, including the COVID situation like moratorium for businesses and industries across the country. This on a day the Hosiery capital of India, Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, witnessed a massive protest by ruling DMK and allies against the centre, demanding the Prime Minister's immediate intervention. The BJP has slammed Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's stand, calling it immature and unfortunate, and that he neither understands economy nor politics. Politics aside, time is certainly ticking and pressure is mounting on Prime Minister Modi to intervene and fix this crisis before it turns irreparably too late. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find NDTV.
Well, thank you, Sam, for giving us all those details. And shifting our focus now to Maharashtra, where now the Maratha reservation activist Manoj Jarange has ended his indefinite fast at Azad Maidan in Mumbai. Why it happened? Well, the activist has accepted the government resolution presented by the Maharashtra Cabinet Subcommittee on Maratha Quota. The ministers went on to meet Jarange where he was protesting. Now, once he broke the fast, the activist was seen in tears. The visuals are on your screens. He broke down in tears, calling it a Diwali for the community. The Cabinet Subcommittee head Radhakrishna Patil thanked Jarange for accepting the government's proposal and breaking his fast by drinking juice, as he and his supporters looked visibly happy. Now, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde spoke exclusively to NDTV on how the government is walking on a very tightrope when it comes to the Maratha quota. But the government has assured Jarange and his supporters that a mutual understanding will be built on the demands that have been put forth. Listen in.
सर, जो आंदोलन चल रहा था उनकी एक प्रमुख मांग ये थी कि मराठा समुदाय को कुनबी का दर्जा दिया जाए, उसमें शामिल किया जाए। और ये एक ऐसी कानूनी पेचीदगी है कि ये इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे होगी, इस पर लोगों के मन में काफ़ी प्रश्न है। तो ये कैसे तय होगा, ये स्टेटस कैसे दिया जाएगा, किस आधार पर दिया जाएगा, क्या महत्वपूर्ण फैक्टर्स होंगे?
अब तो जीआर जो निकला है, उनकी मांग ये भी थी हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करें। हैदराबाद गैजेट को लागू करते समय यहाँ पर जो भी जो गांव है वहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं उनको एफिडेविट देना है, उनके कोई रिलेशन में जो है उनको कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र उनके पास हो तो उनके आधार पर उनको कुनबी मैं हूँ करके एफिडेविट देना पड़ेगा और उसके बाद एक होम इंक्वायरी, गृह चौकसी कहते हैं उसको, वो हो जाएगी और गांव के लोग उससे सर्टिफाई करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से वहाँ पर उनको कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट मिल सकता है और मिलेगा, ऐसा तय हुआ है.
The 5-day-long hunger strike of Maratha activist Manoj Jarange Patil finally ended today, where he accepted the government resolution GR presented to him by the cabinet subcommittee. And definitely, the most important primary demand, one of the important demand of Manoj Jarange Patil to implement Hyderabad Gadget was accepted by the government, and other demands like those cases against Maratha activists should be taken back, that also has been accepted. In fact, those Maratha activists who died during the protest for financial assistance along with a government job to their families is another demand that also been accepted by the government, and these all demands were later made into a government resolution and presented before him. And then finally the chairman of the cabinet subcommittee for Maratha reservation, Minister Vikhe Patil, gave him the juice which he drank and later called off the protest. The massive protest was seen at Azad Maidan and in the surrounding premises, right at CST, BMC headquarters and across South Mumbai, bringing the entire Mumbai to a standstill has finally ended, and now Mr. Jarange has been shifted to JJ Hospital for further treatment as he was on a hunger strike. But definitely the fight for Maratha reservation, especially for Marathas of Marathwada region to be given Kunbi caste certificate, is definitely has taken a step forward, and government has agreed to their demand, and now those Marathas belonging to Marathwada area can give their proofs before the designated committee that has been formed at district level, taluka level and at the village level, and after verification they will be given Kunbi caste certificate and a direct reservation under OBC category.
Shifting our focus to the national capital, where the Delhi High Court has denied bail to activists and former Jawaharlal Nehru University students Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam and 7 others in connection with the 2020 Delhi riots larger conspiracy case. Now, Delhi High Court says role of Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam prima facie is grave, having delivered inflammatory speeches on communal lines to instigate mass mobilization. For Umar, this was his 6th unsuccessful attempt at seeking bail. As per the court, Umar Khalid delivered speeches in Amravati which coincided with the visit of US President Donald Trump. The court said this cannot be lightly brushed aside. Khalid, along with others, are facing allegations of larger conspiracy to allegedly cause the riots in Northeast Delhi between Feb 23-25 in 2020. This left 53 people dead and over 700 injured. The politics on the matter is also escalating as the opposition is claiming that Umar Khalid is not even getting a chance to represent himself in the court and being denied the right to represent himself in the court. Even before being found guilty, he is facing the same trial in the jail. But keeping the politics aside, the court has kept its verdict that so far he cannot be granted bail. None of the 7 accused can be given a bail at this point, as there is grave charge against them and the proof is also tilting against their side.
Delhi High Court, while denying bail to Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, has taken a prima facie view that their role was in fact grave in having delivered inflammatory speeches on communal lines to instigate mass mobilization of Muslims in the wake of the Citizenship Amendment Act that was brought back by the parliament back then. Umar Khalid, the court observed, made a speech in Amravati, which in fact coincided with the visit of US President Donald Trump, and the High Court said that this cannot be brushed aside lightly. The High Court also went on to observe that a hurried trial would in fact prove to be detrimental to both rights of appellants as well as the state. The court took a prima facie view that Imam and Umar Khalid were in fact first ones to act after CAA was passed, and by creating WhatsApp groups and distributing pamphlets among Muslims populated areas calling for protest and chakka jam. So these were some very important observations by the High Court while denying bail to the several accused in the Delhi riots conspiracy case. The court has also ruled that grant of bail on sole ground of prolonged incarceration and delay in trial is not a universally applicable rule in all the cases. The High Court said that all the cases, while dealing with especially such cases, interest and safety of society at large,
And shifting our focus now to flood fury across this country, which has been reported in several parts. Flood water entered houses in Delhi NCR as the water level of the Yamuna River crossed the danger mark after heavy rainfall. Now, the rising water levels have also caused significant traffic congestion, particularly at the Delhi-Gurugram border. And we saw those visuals. A flood warning was issued in Delhi by authorities after discharge from Haryana's Hatnikund barrage rose to over 3.22 lakh cusecs, which is the highest this season. Now, there is a red alert that has been issued for Delhi NCR. Schools have been shut. The release of excess water has caused a steady rise at the river level in the city. Officials have warned that water levels in Yamuna could cross the danger mark just in the few days. Take a look at our reports.
I'm here in the middle of River Yamuna, which itself speaks volumes about the flood-like situation in city and surrounding areas. There are unprecedented measures that have been taken by the government and administration, assuring that almost every possible help and assistance will be provided to the people. For that, people have been shifted to safer locations, but the volume and the quantum of water that you see in the river is unprecedented. There has been flood-like situation in Delhi earlier in the past since 1947. It's been almost 7 to 8 times that the city and surrounding areas have seen major floods. But this time it's different because there has been non-stop either cloudburst or landslides or such kind of situations in the neighboring states, including Haryana, Punjab and Uttarakhand, that has led to the increase of water level in Yamuna, which has been flowing above the danger mark of 205.9 meters. So what is the danger mark? That's so hovers somewhere around 205.3 meters, and if it goes more than that, it becomes and changes into danger level, and that's the reason of worry. Most of the bridges will have lesser traffic in the region. There will be a stopping of traffic and also traffic snarls in the national capital region. The pictures from Gurgaon spoke volumes of what has been the condition of the roads as well as the traffic because of this rainfall. However, in the next 48 hours, there is an expectation of more rainfall, and with that, more issues. With camera person Pooja, this is Manogya Loiwal in Yamuna River, New Delhi for NDTV.
Now, as we continue to chatter around what do we need, what is the watertight solution against such leaking infrastructure that we have in the city, my colleague Tanushka spoke with some citizens in Gurugram to discuss what can be the possible solution for this.
We're in the Millennium City that drowns in every bouts of rain, every monsoon, same story. Gurugram is riddled with not just waterlogging issues, pothole-ridden roads, and also a huge garbage problem at this point. Let us get talking to some residents of Gurugram and understand the kind of issues that they have faced since yesterday and today.
The problem is that although we listen to lots of promises before the rains, during the whatever should start during the winters, the desilting should actually start. And what I see and why I read in the newspaper, crores are being spent on desilting, but what is actually happening on ground, that nobody can hide.
Because of the rain, and even getting into a metro was a task. There was a lot of crowd in the metro, and I had to walk all the way from Sector 43 metro station to my home, which is more than 5 kilometers. And the entire road was waterlogged. It was full of traffic, and the filth along with the water was causing a lot of trouble in walking. And there was a fear that we may fall into a manhole. All this was contributing to a lot of hassle to the people, and many had to suffer. Many were stuck on the roads, which is all due to the mismanagement by the civic authorities of Gurgaon.
तो हमारा तो यही है कि देखो गुड़गांव में अब ये न्यू नॉर्मल हो गया है कि जब भी बारिश होगी और गुड़गांव में इसी तरह से जाम लगेगा, इसी तरह से गुड़गांव में लोग सड़कों पे फंसेंगे। तो इसके लिए सरकार को विशेष तौर पे डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को एक इस तरह से एक मेजर स्टेप उठाना चाहिए कि गुड़गांव को तैयार करना होगा एक बड़ी बरसात आने के बावजूद भी ड्रेनेज सिस्टम उस तरह से डेवलप हो।
Especially for the senior citizens, they can't move out from their houses just because of their incompetence.
And shifting our focus to Punjab, where the state is facing its worst ever flood disasters in decades. Triggered by heavy rainfall, rivers are swelling. Punjab government is reviewing and taking all the measures, but what remains to be seen is that at least 2.5 lakh people have been displaced so far, while 30 people have lost their lives, at least in flood-related incidents. Take a look at my colleague Gurpreet Chinna's ground report.
Now the NDTV team has reached in Thoba village, and some of the local residents, they are joining us, so we will talk to them. तो कैसी सिचुएशन है, क्योंकि पानी पहले तो कह रहे बहुत ज़्यादा है, अभी भी हम ट्रैक्टर के थ्रू यहाँ पे आए हैं क्योंकि गाड़ी वगैरह नहीं पहुँच रही, तो कैसी सिचुएशन है?
सिचुएशन ऐसी है पे पानी बहुत ज़्यादा पीछे से आया है, जो बंद टूटा हुआ 8-9 जगह से बंद टूटा हुआ है, तो राशन तो बड़ा आ गया, बहुत ज़्यादा राशन आ गया। 10 ਦਿਨਾਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜੋ ਪਸ਼ੂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਚਾਰੇ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਆ, ਅਚਾਰ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪਾਣੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਤਰ ਗਿਆ ਫਿਰ ਪਸ਼ੂਆਂ ਦਾ ਚਾਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਆ कि ਜਿਹੜੀ जगह तो बंद टूटा, एक जगह तो नहीं टूटा, 8-9 जगह तो बंद टूटा हुआ।
तो हमारे साथ एक और साथी हैं, आप लगातार ये पानी वगैरह खाना वगैरह पहुँचा रहे हो, तो कितनी की मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है?
मुश्किलें तो बहुत आ रही है, आप देख सकते हो। वहीं वहाँ पर 2 भाई खड़े हुए हैं जो सबको रास्ता बता रहे हैं भी जहाँ से जाओ, ठीक है। बहुत मुश्किलें आ रही हैं। मुश्किलें तो चलो जो पंजाबी है हमारे, मुश्किलें तो पहले दिन तो आती ही आ रही हैं, ठीक है ना। बहुत मुश्किलें इन्होंने चली है, अब भी आ रही है। जो 88 पर आया था तब भी बहुत आई थी, ठीक है ना, अब भी बहुत है। सो मैं आपको सबको ये अपील करता हूँ कि जो राशन और खाने पीने का जो भी सामान है वो तो बहुत आ चुका है। जो आज तो 20 दिन बाद जो मुश्किलें आनी हैं, जो क्योंकि घर पर जो डंगर पर आनी है, वो मेरा भाई सब मिलकर आओ, ठीक है ना। हूँ तो बहुत आ रहे हैं भाई, ठीक है, तब भी आना उस वेले।
And Indian crafts have taken center stage, and the world is finally acknowledging it amid the Prada versus Kolhapuri controversy. My colleague Mayank has more details. Take a look.
From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Assam to Gujarat, India's rich crafts have been making headlines recently. Legacy of Crafts, an initiative by the Fashion Design Council of India and Ministry of Textiles, celebrating the enduring Indian craftsmanship. In this age of fast fashion, where does craft stand today?
I think in this age of fast fashion, that's an excellent question. Crafts is the future. And it's the future solution to fashion. Look at the idea of circular fashion. It also includes the consumer. and the consumer plays a very, very key important role in completing that entire cycle.
I think growing up in Bhagalpur, I mean, that's what my fashion. I never knew that, like, this craft has so much unique character till the time I joined NIFT. When I joined NIFT and came back to my hometown, and I realized that, okay, this has a huge potential and why we should not work on this craft.
There'll always be patrons, there'll always be people who will want finer things, who will want things that take time to make, who will want things that have a bit of a story, soul, heritage, and a legacy. And that's where I think craft sits really well.
The Indian fashion and art community is taking significant steps, ensuring that our artisans are not only promoted, but protected on a global level, giving them the due credit that they deserve. With camera person Kanan Patra, this is Mayank Chaudhary for NDTV.
And on that note, it's a wrap for me, but we will see you on the other side with more news and updates coming up at News at 11. So don't go anywhere, keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
ICICI for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold ICICI
for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict,
to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV and this is News at 11. You're watching with me, Aditi Bhardwaj. Let's take a look at the top stories that are making headlines at this hour. Karnataka Congress MLA makes sexist remark, asked for hospital. MLA ridicules female journalist, says we'll get your delivery done in a nearby hospital. This is Congress MLA Ravi Deshpande. Well, the BJP attacked the Congress party, saying this is the anti-women mindset on display. Maratha reservation activist Manoj Jarange ended his indefinite fast at Azad Maidan in Mumbai after accepting the government resolution presented by the Maharashtra Cabinet Subcommittee on Maratha Quota. Delhi election officer issues notice to Congress leader Pavan Khera for registration as to voter in 2 Delhi constituencies. Congress leader says this is what the Congress has been protesting against, vote chori, and disregards. I hope that the Congress's complaints will also be taken so seriously by the Election Commission. Delhi High Court denies bail, says role of Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam prima facie is grave, having delivered inflammatory speeches on communal lines in 2020 Delhi riots case. Punjab battles its worst ever flood in decades. A total of 30 people have lost their lives in Punjab due to severe rains and floods in the state. There is no end to the misery of Afghanistan people. New quake of magnitude 5.5 shakes devastated Afghan region as death toll exceeds 1,400. And starting up, our focus remains for the Tamil Nadu battle. AIA-DMK General Secretary and Leader of Opposition in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, Edapadi Palanisamy, has sharpened his offensive against the DMK. He has accused Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's government of corruption, neglecting people's grievances and betrayal of public trust. This comes during his rally where he said that people will be held accountable once the AIA-DMK returns to power in 2026. Listen in to this reaction.
அது மட்டும் இல்ல, இங்க இருக்கிற மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இந்த தொகுதி மந்திரி உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். நாங்க தெரியவே வேண்டியல. அங்க மேலூர்ல இருக்கும்போது அங்க கூட்டத்துல இருந்து பேசுறாங்க, ஐயா பேசுங்க அப்படின்னு. என்னப்பா பேசுறது? இங்க இருக்கிற மாவட்ட மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். அவர் பத்திரப்பதிவு துறையில் இருக்காரு. ஆக கொள்ளையோ கொள்ள அடிக்கிறான்னு கீழே இருக்கிற மக்கள் பேசுறாங்க. நான் பேசுறேன். எங்களுக்கு பாயிண்ட் எடுத்து கொடுக்குறாங்க மக்கள். இப்போ ஏற்கனவே பிராந்தி கடையில் 10 ரூபாய்ன்னு ஒருத்தர் பேர் வாங்கியிருக்காரு. யார் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இப்போ இங்க இருக்கிற அமைச்சர் 10% பதிவு செஞ்சா 10%, பத்திரப்பதிவு செஞ்சா 10% அவருக்கு போய் சேர வேணும். அப்படி சேர்ந்தால்தான் அந்த பத்திரப்பதிவு நடக்கும். நடக்குதுல உண்மைதானே? உண்மைதானுங்க.
And my colleague Vasudha Venugopal is joining me to put this attack in perspective. Vasudha, do give us more details why EPS is calling the Tamil Nadu Sarkar as corrupt.
Well, Aditi, as you know, that elections are coming up in Tamil Nadu, and Edapadi Palaniswamy, who's the AIDMK General Secretary and also former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, he is undertaking this very long yatra. It's called Makkale Kapom Tamilgatte Meepom, and as part of this yatra, he was in Selur and of course in Madurai today, and he has made two important points. He has taken on the DMK government by saying that there is large-scale corruption in every part of the government. In fact, he says that people keep getting transferred from one department to another, and that there is a lot of money that's being made even with regard to these transfers, and all these ministers will be held accountable once the AIDMK government comes to power in 2026. He also said that when it comes to tungsten mining, the DMK did not really protest the auction or the project of the center. It was the AIDMK-led farmer protest that actually made the center realize what it's doing, and that he also said that unlike Jayalalitha, who ensured the farmers' rights were priority for the government, Stalin has not really been able to do that, especially talking to opposition partners, specifically Pinarayi Vijayan, who's the Chief Minister of Kerala, or even Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who belong to the allied partners of India bloc. He went on to say that not just corruption, it's also farmers' issues which are raging, and that the DMK is not able to address these two issues. Now, all of this, putting it in context, this is Edapadi Palaniswamy trying to put on a very aggressive front and trying to take on the DMK government and saying that all their petitions, remember that MK Stalin has also launched this statewide yatra asking people to come up with their grievances. Edapadi Palaniswamy is saying that the government has done nothing and that the government and the ministers will be held accountable once it changes in 2026.
Right. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for joining us and giving that whole picture. This is the battle for Tamil Nadu, and 2026 polls are already nearby. Thank you so much, Vasudha. Shifting our focus to more news that is coming in from Tamil Nadu. In a fresh centre versus Tamil Nadu friction, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin has asked PM Modi to end the suffering of people in Tirupur. He claimed that they are suffering as cheap Russian oil is being bought for refineries in Gujarat is unfair, and PM Modi should negotiate with US President Donald Trump for a better deal. Citing reports of the impact on Tirupur's textile hub due to the US tariff hike of 50% that came into effect on Wednesday, Chief Minister MK Stalin demanded that the union government provide immediate relief and implement structural reforms to safeguard the industries and workers. The BJP, however, has slammed Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's comments, calling them unfortunate. Sample the reactions coming in.
Issue, we are having negotiations with America also. We all know that. So the time will tell that India will succeed in this issue, because we are concerned about our exporters, and also America also knows that in fact more of Indian exports are happening or imports in America is happening. Even they are in need of our materials. So it is not a one-way traffic, it's a two-way traffic. Definitely we will solve these issues.
As the impact of President Trump's 50% tariff on goods exported from India is beginning to hit exporters across the country, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin has trained his guns on Prime Minister Modi, questioning his logic permitting oil refineries in Gujarat to procure oil at a low price from Russia, crippling exporters in Tamil Nadu who employ thousands of workers. He demanded Prime Minister Modi to justify his title Vishwaguru by resolving this crisis with President Trump, who he had supported till recently, and by fulfilling the list of relief demands he had made, including the COVID situation like moratorium for businesses and industries across the country. This on a day the Hosiery capital of India, Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, witnessed a massive protest by ruling DMK and allies against the centre, demanding the Prime Minister's immediate intervention. The BJP has slammed Chief Minister MK Stalin's stand, calling it immature and unfortunate, and that he neither understands economy nor politics. Politics aside, time is certainly ticking and pressure is mounting on Prime Minister Modi to intervene and fix this crisis before it turns irreparably too late. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
And now shifting our focus to Karnataka, where the Karnataka Congress divide and rule strategy seem to be working for some as knives are out between Congress leaders in Karnataka, especially from the Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar factions. Now, son of former Minister Rajanna and MLC Rajendra Rajanna hits back at MLA Balakrishna, who earlier had said that Rajanna has one foot in the BJP. Now, Rajanna's son has said that it's not his father, but Congress MLAs who are trying to appease BJP and trying to join them. Listen to this reaction coming in.
ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಏನಂದರೆ ಇವ್ರುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಾಜಣ್ಣವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಇವರೇ ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯನೂ ಪಡೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ಶಾಸಕರು ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 60-65 ಜನ ನಾನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಅವರು ಆಗಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ನಡೆದು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಏನು ರಾಜಣ್ಣವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಇದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು.
Moving on, veteran Karnataka Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande's embarrassing and sexist comments have put the Congress party in a tight spot. When a woman journalist asked the MLA for a hospital in the area as pregnant women have to go miles away, the Congress MLA laughed it off and ridiculed the journalist, saying that when her time will come, the Congress MLA will himself take her for delivery in a nearby hospital. My colleague Deepak Bopanna spoke to that journalist. Let's listen in.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು
वहाँ एक सुपर स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल नहीं है इवन तो एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है फिर भी वहाँ एक हॉस्पिटल नहीं है जो सुपर स्पेशलिटी हो तो वहाँ के लोग सभी हुबली जाते हैं नहीं तो धारवाड़ जाते हैं नहीं तो बेलगांव जाते हैं नहीं तो मणिपाल जाते हैं इमरजेंसी में बाय रोड जाने के टाइम बहुत सारे डेथ्स हुए हैं इसीलिए और जो जोड़ा तालुक पे वहाँ प्रॉपर हॉस्पिटल ही नहीं है प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन जो डिलीवरी के लिए जाते हैं तभी बहुत सारे ऐसे डेथ्स हुआ है इसीलिए वहाँ होते इसलिए मैंने उनको एक प्रश्न पूछा कि सुपर स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल का मांग है और कोई भी हॉस्पिटल नहीं है बारिश का सीजन है बहुत सारे फ्लड सभी होता है इसीलिए एक अच्छा सा हॉस्पिटल चाहिए जो प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन्स होते हैं डिलीवरी के टाइम में आप तो बहुत बड़ा पॉलिटिशियन है आप अभी 7 टाइम आप एमएलए रह चुके हैं आपकी ही एक जो आपका जो ये कॉन्स्टेंसी है तो आप आपके जो टर्म है इसी टर्म में एक हॉस्पिटल बनाइए ये मांग है यहाँ का ऐसा मैंने एक प्रश्न पूछा इसलिए उन्होंने बोला कि आप आ जाओ हलियाल को मैं आपका डिलीवरी करवा दूंगा ऐसे उन्होंने बोला मैं तो बहुत शॉक हुई क्योंकि कभी भी वो बहुत ऐसा नॉनसेंस स्टेटमेंट कभी नहीं दिया है अभी पहली बार उनके मुंह से मैं ऐसा स्टेटमेंट सुनी और मैं बहुत शॉक हो गई और वो एक ऑस्पिशियस प्रोग्राम था सभी बहुत खुश थे तो
क्या उनसे आप एक अपॉलॉजी डिमांड करेंगे ऐसे स्टेटमेंट के लिए
बाद में मैंने हमारा जो चैनल है उसमें मैं इस टॉपिक को सीरियसली और मैंने मांग किया नॉट ओनली फॉर मी पूरे जो उत्तर कन्नड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के जो महिलाएं हैं उसके तरफ से उनके तरफ से मैंने ये मांग किया था इसीलिए मैंने उनको पूछा कि आप सभी को एक अपॉलॉजी देना चाहिए नॉट ओनली फॉर मी होल उत्तर कन्नड़ा के जो महिलाएं हैं उनके तरफ से मैं मांग कर रही हूँ आप तो एक अपॉलॉजी देना चाहिए फिर भी उन्होंने अब तक कुछ भी रेस्पॉन्ड नहीं किया है
धन्यवाद मैडम हमसे बात करने के लिए एंड होपफुली ही विल रिस्पॉन्ड एंड होपफुली ही विल अपोलोजाइज फॉर अ क्रॉस स्टेटमेंट लाइक दिस
Now to the southern political soap opera from Telangana. The battle within the BRS between KCR's daughter and party MLC K. Kavita and her brother K.T. Rama Rao and cousin Harish Rao is split wide open. Kavita was suspended from the BRS and is likely to resign both from the party and her MLC post a day after she publicly alleged that her father K. Chandrasekhar Rao was made a scapegoat by her cousin and former minister Harish Rao and party MP Santosh Rao. She alleged that Harish and Santosh were being shielded by Revant Reddy, who has handed the investigations into the alleged scam in the Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR is an accused to the CBI. The statement from Kavita came perhaps as a last straw in the bitter battle in the family that dates back to Kavita's 2019 defeat in the elections. Kavita had recently accused the BRS leaders conspired to merge the party with the BJP when she was in jail. Listen in to what K. Kavita said and the political reactions following.
ఇవాళ 5 సంవత్సరాలు ఇరిగేషన్ మంత్రిగా చేసినటువంటి హరీష్ రావు గారిది మేజర్ పాత్ర లేదా దీంట్లో? అందుకే కదా కేసీఆర్ గారు వారిని సెకండ్ టర్మ్లో తప్పించిండ్రు. ఈ మొత్తం కాళేశ్వరం ఎపిసోడ్లో కేసీఆర్ గారికి మరక అంటిందంటే 2-3 వ్యక్తులు కారణం. మాజీ రాజ్యసభ సభ్యుడు ఒకలైతే, హరీష్ రావు గారు ఒకలైతే, మెగా కృష్ణారెడ్డి గారు ఇంకోటి, మెగానో బోగానో ఏదో. ఈ పెద్ద పెద్ద కాంట్రాక్టర్లు అందరితో కుమ్మక్కై కేసీఆర్ గారు ప్రజల కోసం ఆలోచన చేస్తే, నీళ్ల కోసం ఆలోచన చేస్తే, వీళ్ళు సొంత వనరుల కోసం, డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసం, ఆస్తులు పెంచుకోవడం కోసం ఆలోచన చేసి ఇవాళ మీ వల్ల రేవంత్ రెడ్డి లాంటి వ్యక్తి, తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమానికి సంబంధం లేని వ్యక్తి, కేసీఆర్ గారి కాలి గోటికి సరిపోని వ్యక్తి, ఆయన నిలబడి కేసీఆర్ గారిని చేయెత్తి చూపించి కేసీఆర్ గారి మీద సిబిఐ ఇవాళ నేను వేస్తా అని చెప్తున్నాడంటే కారణం ఎవరు దీనికి? నేను భరించిన. ఇదే హరీష్ రావు గారు, ఇదే సంతోష్ రావు గారు అనేక కుట్రలు చేసినా కూడా భరించిన. నా మీద ఓపెన్గా మీడియా మిత్రులందరితో రకరకాల మాటలు చెప్తే కూడా నేను భరించిన. నా పర్సనల్ అటాక్కి నేను ఎప్పుడు కూడా వాళ్ళను ఇంతవరకు పేరు పెట్టి పిలవలేదు.
ఇట్స్ ఎ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఎ బిగ్ డ్రామా. Kavita commenting on Harish Rao some time ago commenting on Kavita. It's all a part of a drama. Whole KCR family is one. Together they have looted the public money. They are one. They are only pretending as if they are different. Whole KCR family is playing a drama. Kavita's episode is one of that drama's episode.
Revelation by the own daughter of the former chief minister, and she had blamed her cousins for sharing more amount than anyone else, and also by misleading the Honorable CM then. This has exposed the corruption in several projects during the TRS rule, and the dispute has arisen between the members of the family only by the time of distribution of that ill-gotten wealth. So I think this is something very important for the people of Telangana to know, that how Telangana was looted during the BRS Rule 1.
पिछले कुछ महीनों से BRS पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर, मेंबर ऑफ लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल साहिबा कविता जी जो है सो एंटी पार्टी एक्टिविटीज में शामिल हुई है. खास तौर से उन्होंने केसीआर साहब को टारगेट करते हुए और पार्टी वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट केटीआर साहब को टारगेट करते हुए उल्टी सीधी बयान दिए थे इससे पहले.
And politics over K. Kavita's suspension is only flaring up every moment. Tensions flared in Telangana as the rift between BRS and Telangana Jagruti widened dramatically. In Hyderabad's Banjara Hills, Telangana Jagruti workers set ablaze an effigy of Harish Rao, retaliating to BRS cadres who earlier torched a flexi of Kavita in Siddipet and Husnabad. The war of words has turned into a full-blown street battle, with both sides accusing each other of betrayal and disrespect. Police forces have been deployed to maintain calm as political temperatures soar. And my colleague Uma Sudhir will be joining us for more details, but this is a fallout after K. Kavita was suspended from BRS after she alleged that anti-party activities are taking place behind her back, and there is an attempt to merge BRS with the BJP. Let's also take a look at the reactions. Look at your screen. These are the two windows which show you the political temperatures in Telangana currently. One side, K. Kavita's protest posters burnt. On the other side, Harish Rao's effigy burnt. There are clearly two camps. One, those are supporting K. Kavita, and the other who are against K. Kavita's alleged anti-party activities, the grounds on which K. Kavita was suspended today by the BRS. Now, these are the reactions coming in of Telangana Jagruti. Telangana Jagruti claims that how could she, K. Kavita, remain silent as she is a daughter of a fighter. My colleague Uma Sudhir is also joining me for more details. Uma, take us through the political temperatures in Telangana. On one side, we see Telangana Jagruti in full-blown support of K. Kavita.
Yes, indeed. So there are three kinds of protests that happened, all from the BRS-related families. So what happened was in the morning, you had all the BRS activists coming out and protesting against the CBI probe that had been ordered by the Revant Reddy government. Subsequently, they were, after the suspension of Kavita from the party, we saw the BRS activists actually removing flexis of Kavita's put up in party offices and other public places, and there was even some incidents of the flexis being burnt. And Kavita's own supporters, which is the Telangana Jagruti, also targeted posters of Harish Rao, who she said was responsible for KCR now having to face a CBI probe, and those posters were targeted by the supporters of Kavita. So in that sense, political temperature certainly high, and the cadre was fairly agitated after the kind of comments that she had made, explosive comments about alleged, wealth accumulation by Harish Rao or Santosh Kumar.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma ma'am, for joining us with those quick updates. And what will be the next step of K. Kavita after being suspended remains our top focus. Don't go anywhere. We're slipping into a very short break.
Captain Chakravarti, not one but two warships. That's amazing. Vishnu and I, through our careers, have been to many commissionings. Vishnu a few more than me because he's slightly older than me.
He wants to rub that in. But that's just a side dig. Carry on with the...
Yeah, but two ships is incredible. I mean, that's, tell us why that is so significant. The Indian Navy with its huge expanding responsibilities is hungry for more ships. So getting two ships at the same time is a bonus, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, of course. Like you said it yourself, the responsibilities are increasing. Indian Ocean is where the action is happening, and Indian Ocean is going to be the future playground for all not just the navies, the nations around the world. And Indian Navy, as the preferred security partner, is very active in this area. Given the responsibility and the large area that is, the number of assets is required. And that's the reason we are getting these warships. They're not just numbers, it's not just the quantity, it's the quality of these warships also, because they have high speed and they have got very large endurance and they can stay out at sea for long times. The frigates are very versatile ships to be. And so these two warships are going to add a punch, not just to the Eastern Naval Command, in particular, of course, Eastern Naval Command, but in
You saw that picture of a slogan from RJD Congress's stage where allegedly Prime Minister Narendra Modi was abused. Now, Prime Minister has finally broken his silence with a sharp rebuttal to RJD and Congress, saying that it is not just insult of his mother, but nation's mothers have been insulted by such derogatory remarks. Listen into what the Prime Minister said and the political reactions that follow.
RJD कांग्रेस के मंच से मेरी मां को गालियां दी गई। ये गालियां सिर्फ मेरी मां का अपमान नहीं है, ये देश की मां, बहन, बेटी का अपमान है। मुझे पता है आप सबको भी, बिहार की हर मां को, बिहार की हर बेटी को, बिहार के हर भाई को ये देख सुनकर कितना बुरा लगा है।
प्रधानमंत्री ने उनको लेकर जो अपशब्द कहे गए थे पिछले दिनों कांग्रेस के मंच से, उस पर पहली बार रिएक्ट किया है और कहा है कि एक बार के लिए वो तो माफ़ कर भी दें, लेकिन जो देश की माताएं हैं वो माफ़ नहीं करेंगी। क्या आपका इस पर रिएक्शन है?
देखिए, इस हालत तक देश को पहुंचाने के लिए अगर कोई जिम्मेदार है तो स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री है। जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री ने सोनिया जी के बारे में, राहुल जी की माता जी के बारे में जिस शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया, वो लोग भूले नहीं। देश आज भी याद रखता है। जर्सी गाय से उनको संबोधन किया था। और हर चुनाव में जब भी कोई चुनाव आता है तो कोई ना कोई ऐसी बात वो बोलते हैं जो लोगों को बुरी लगती है। जैसे मंगलसूत्र छीन के ले जाएंगे अगर कांग्रेस वाले जीत गए, गठबंधन, इंडिया गठबंधन जीत गया। तो जो प्रधानमंत्री के पद पर रहते वो इस तरह की भाषा, अपशब्द का इस्तेमाल करता हो, वो एक मामूली कार्यकर्ता से क्या अपेक्षा करता है, क्या उम्मीद करता है?
Shifting our focus to Afghanistan, where quakes after quake are hitting it and making the situation even worse. A 5.5 magnitude earthquake has struck after several lives were lost. The number of the dead is currently around 1,400 as several people continue to manage the livelihood in the quake hit areas. Take a look at my colleague Ridhima Kedia's report.
A series of powerful earthquakes have ripped through eastern Afghanistan. More than 1,400 people are dead, over 3,000 injured. The toll is only climbing by the hour. Entire villages in Kunur province lie in ruins. Thousands left without homes, food or shelter.
سر مالو بنقعد على بش لو دو زمان بخيمات الشيء بكي براتو وسارو بقراو مثلو او مالو ما تشارج وانا منزلالو تورسو كوش مساد منزلالو.
The 6.0 magnitude earthquake struck as families slept on Sunday night.
لګا پاو کم 12 بجې زلزلہ شروع شوې ده. زموږ د کور دوه غړي چې دي شهیدان شوي دي او کورونه ټول ډنګ شوي دي او کور کې داسې د عصري ځای نشته چې موږ پکې کېنو. زموږ سرپناه ته ضرورت دی. زموږ چې دی
Helicopters are lifting survivors to hospitals, but the mountains, destroyed roads and collapsed bridges have cut off many communities.
دا ویل اوس امکان لري چې څونه شهیدان او څونه زخمیان دي. البته دا درته ویل سم چې موږ یعنی د پیښو سره د مبارزې مدګي ملي ادارې ټیمونه د کونړ ولایت ټیم په خپل د پیښو سره د مبارزې مدګي ملي ادارې لوی رئیس احمد نورالدین ترابي صاحب د کابل څخه دلته راغلی دی چې سار راغلی د کمیټې تشکیل کړل چې په کمیټو کې د صحت کمیټه ده، د شهیدانو د انتخاب کمیټه ده، د زخمیانو د انتخاب کمیټه ده.
Taliban is pleading for urgent help. Britain has pledged £1 million. China and other countries have also offered aid. India too has stepped in. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar said he spoke with his Afghan counterpart, conveying condolences and confirming the delivery of 1,000 family tents in Kabul. Another 15 tons of food aid are being sent to Kunur, with more supplies leaving India. But the United Nations warned the devastation could reach hundreds of thousands.
This is a crisis within a crisis. We cannot afford to forget the people of Afghanistan who, as I've said before, are facing multiple crises, multiple shocks, and resilience of the communities has been saturated.
A nation battered by drought, mass refugee returns, and crippling aid cuts now faces fresh devastation. In Kunur's shattered villages, grief runs deeper than the rubble. Families burying loved ones, clinging to hope that help will arrive in time. With Ridhima Kedia, Bureau Report, NDTV World.
And on that note, we are slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Keep watching NDTV.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV and this is News at 11. You're watching with me, Aditi Bhardwaj. Let's take a look at the top stories that are making headlines at this hour. Karnataka Congress MLA makes sexist remark. Asked for hospital, MLA ridicules female journalist. Says, we'll get your delivery done in a nearby hospital. This is Congress MLA Ravi Deshpande. Well, the BJP attacked the Congress party, saying this is the anti-women mindset on display. Maratha reservation activist Manoj Jarange ended his indefinite fast at Azad Maidan in Mumbai after accepting the government resolution presented by the Maharashtra Cabinet Subcommittee on Maratha Quota. Delhi election officer issues notice to Congress leader Pavan Khera for registration as to voter in 2 Delhi constituencies. Congress leader says this is what the Congress has been protesting against, vote chori, and disregards. I hope that the Congress's complaints will also be taken so seriously by the Election Commission. Delhi High Court denies bail, says role of Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam prima facie is grave, having delivered inflammatory speeches on communal lines in 2020 Delhi riots case. Punjab battles its worst ever flood in decades. A total of 30 people have lost their lives in Punjab due to severe rains and floods in the state. There is no end to the misery of Afghanistan people. New quake of magnitude 5.5 shakes devastated Afghan region as death toll exceeds 1,400. And starting up, our focus remains for the Tamil Nadu battle. AIA-DMK General Secretary and Leader of Opposition in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, has sharpened his offensive against the DMK. He has accused Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's government of corruption, neglecting people's grievances and betrayal of public trust. This comes during his rally where he said that people will be held accountable once the AIA-DMK returns to power in 2026. Listen in to this reaction.
அது மட்டும் இல்ல, இங்க இருக்கிற மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இந்த தொகுதி மந்திரி எப்படிப்பட்டவர்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். நாங்க சொல்லி தெரிய வேண்டியதில்லை. அங்க மேலூர்ல பேசும்போது அங்க கூட்டத்துல இருந்து பேசுறாங்க, ஐயா பேசுங்க அப்படின்னு. என்னப்பா பேசுறது? இங்க இருக்கிற மாவட்ட மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். அவர் பத்திரப்பதிவு துறையில் இருக்காரு. ஆக கொள்ளையோ கொள்ள அடிக்கிறான்னு கீழே இருக்கிற மக்கள் பேசுறாங்க. நான் பேசுறேன், எங்களுக்கு பாயிண்ட் எடுத்து கொடுக்குறாங்க மக்கள். இப்ப ஏற்கனவே பிராந்தி கடையில் 10 ரூபாய்னு ஒருத்தர் பேர் வாங்கியிருக்காரு. யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இப்போ இங்க இருக்கிற அமைச்சர் 10% பதிவு செஞ்சா 10%, பத்திரப்பதிவு செஞ்சா 10% அவருக்கு போய் சேர வேணும். அப்படி சேர்ந்தாதான் அந்த பத்திரப்பதிவு நடக்கும். நடக்குதுல உண்மைதானங்க?
And my colleague Vasudha Venugopal is joining me to put this attack in perspective. Vasudha, do give us more details why EPS is calling the Tamil Nadu Sarkar as corrupt.
Well, Aditi, as you know, that elections are coming up in Tamil Nadu, and Edapadi Palanichami, who's the AIDMK General Secretary and also former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, he is undertaking this very long yatra. It's called Makkale Kapom Tamilgatte Meepom, and as part of this yatra, he was in Selur and of course in Madurai today, and he has made two important points. He has taken on the DMK government by saying that there is large-scale corruption in every part of the government. In fact, he says that people keep getting transferred from one department to another, and that there is a lot of money that's being made even with regard to these transfers, and all these ministers will be held accountable once the AIDMK government comes to power in 2026. He also said that when it comes to tungsten mining, the DMK did not really protest the auction or the project of the center. It was the AIDMK-led farmer protest that actually made the center realize what it's doing, and that he also said that unlike Jayalalitha, who ensured the farmers' rights were priority for the government, Stalin has not really been able to do that, especially talking to opposition partners, specifically Pinarayi Vijayan, who's the Chief Minister of Kerala, or even Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who belong to the allied partners of India bloc. He went on to say that not just corruption, it's also farmers' issues which are raging, and that the DMK is not able to address these two issues. Now, all of this, putting it in context, this is Edapadi Palaniswamy trying to put on a very aggressive front and trying to take on the DMK government and saying that all their petitions, remember that MK Stalin has also launched this statewide yatra asking people to come up with their grievances. Edapadi Palaniswamy is saying that the government has done nothing and that the government and the ministers will be held accountable once it changes in 2026.
Right. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for joining us and giving that whole picture. This is the battle for Tamil Nadu, and 2026 polls are already nearby. Thank you so much, Vasudha. Shifting our focus to more news that is coming in from Tamil Nadu. In a fresh centre versus Tamil Nadu friction, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin has asked PM Modi to end the suffering of people in Tirupur. He claimed that they are suffering as cheap Russian oil is being bought for refineries in Gujarat is unfair, and PM Modi should negotiate with US President Donald Trump for a better deal. Citing reports of the impact on Tirupur's textile hub due to the US tariff hike of 50% that came into effect on Wednesday, Chief Minister MK Stalin demanded that the union government provide immediate relief and implement structural reforms to safeguard the industries and workers. The BJP, however, has slammed Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's comments, calling them unfortunate. Sample the reactions coming in.
Issue, we are having negotiations with America also. We all know that. So the time will tell that India will succeed in this issue, because we are concerned about our exporters, and also America also knows that in fact more of Indian exports are happening, or imports in America is happening. Even they are in need of our materials. So it is not a one-way traffic, it's a two-way traffic. Definitely we will solve these issues.
As the impact of President Trump's 50% tariff on goods exported from India is beginning to hit exporters across the country, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin has trained his guns on Prime Minister Modi, questioning his logic permitting oil refineries in Gujarat to procure oil at a low price from Russia, crippling exporters in Tamil Nadu who employ thousands of workers. He demanded Prime Minister Modi to justify his title Vishwaguru by resolving this crisis with President Trump, who he had supported till recently, and by fulfilling the list of relief demands he had made, including the COVID situation like moratorium for businesses and industries across the country. This on a day the Hosiery capital of India, Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, witnessed a massive protest by ruling DMK and allies against the centre, demanding the Prime Minister's immediate intervention. The BJP has slammed Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's stand, calling it immature and unfortunate, and that he neither understands economy nor politics. Politics aside, time is certainly ticking and pressure is mounting on Prime Minister Modi to intervene and fix this crisis before it turns irreparably too late. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find NDTV.
And now shifting our focus to Karnataka, where the Karnataka Congress divide and rule strategy seem to be working for some, as knives are out between Congress leaders in Karnataka, especially from the Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar factions. Now, son of former Minister Rajanna and MLC Rajendra Rajanna hits back at MLA Balakrishna, who earlier had said that Rajanna has one foot in the BJP. Now, Rajanna's son has said that it's not his father, but Congress MLAs who are trying to appease BJP and trying to join them. Listen to this reaction coming in.
ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ, ಆ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಏನಂದರೆ ಇವ್ರುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಾಜಣ್ಣವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಇವರೇ ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಪಡೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ಶಾಸಕರು ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 65 ಜನ ನಾನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಿ ಜೆ ಪಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಅವರು ಆಗಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ನಡೆದು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಏನು ರಾಜಣ್ಣವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಇದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು.
Moving on, veteran Karnataka Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande's embarrassing and sexist comments have put the Congress party in a tight spot. When a woman journalist asked the MLA for a hospital in the area, as pregnant women have to go miles away, the Congress MLA laughed it off and ridiculed the journalist, saying that when her time will come, the Congress MLA will himself take her for delivery in a nearby hospital. My colleague Deepak Bopanna spoke to that journalist. Let's listen in.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್
ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು
वहाँ एक सुपर स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल नहीं है इवन तो एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है फिर भी वहाँ एक हॉस्पिटल नहीं है जो सुपर स्पेशलिटी हो तो वहाँ के लोग सभी हुबली जाते हैं, नहीं तो धारवाड़ जाते हैं, नहीं तो बेलगांव जाते हैं, नहीं तो मणिपाल जाते हैं. इमरजेंसी में बाय रोड जाने के टाइम बहुत सारे डेथ्स हुए हैं. इसीलिए और जो जोड़ा तालुक पे वहाँ प्रॉपर हॉस्पिटल ही नहीं है. प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन जो डिलीवरी के लिए जाते हैं तभी बहुत सारे ऐसे डेथ्स हुआ है. इसीलिए वहाँ होते इसलिए मैंने उनको एक प्रश्न पूछा कि सुपर स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल का मांग है और कोई भी हॉस्पिटल नहीं है, बारिश का सीजन है, बहुत सारे फ्लड सभी होता है, इसीलिए एक अच्छा सा हॉस्पिटल चाहिए जो प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन्स होते हैं डिलीवरी के टाइम में. आप तो बहुत बड़ा पॉलिटिशियन है, आप अभी 7 टाइम आप MLA रह चुके हैं, आपकी ही एक जो आपका जो ये कॉन्स्टेंसी है तो आप आपके जो टर्म है इसी टर्म में एक हॉस्पिटल बनाइए, ये मांग है यहाँ का. ऐसा मैंने एक प्रश्न पूछा, इसलिए उन्होंने बोला कि आप आ जाओ हलियाल को, मैं आपका डिलीवरी करवा दूंगा. ऐसे उन्होंने बोला. मैं तो बहुत शॉक हुई क्योंकि कभी भी वो बहुत ऐसा नॉनसेंस स्टेटमेंट कभी नहीं दिया है. अभी पहली बार उनके मुंह से मैं ऐसा स्टेटमेंट सुनी और मैं बहुत शॉक हो गई. और वो एक ऑस्पिशियस प्रोग्राम था, सभी बहुत खुश थे. तो
क्या उनसे आप एक अपॉलॉजी डिमांड करेंगे ऐसे स्टेटमेंट के लिए?
बाद में मैंने हमारा जो चैनल है उसमें मैं इस टॉपिक को सीरियस ली और मैंने मांग किया, नॉट ओनली फॉर मी, पूरे जो उत्तर कन्नड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के जो महिलाएं हैं उसके तरफ से, उनके तरफ से मैंने ये मांग किया था. इसीलिए मैंने उनको पूछा कि आप सभी को एक अपॉलॉजी देना चाहिए, नॉट ओनली फॉर मी, होल उत्तर कन्नड़ा के जो महिलाएं हैं उनके तरफ से मैं मांग कर रही हूँ, आप तो एक अपॉलॉजी देना चाहिए. फिर भी उन्होंने अब तक कुछ भी रेस्पॉन्ड नहीं किया है.
धन्यवाद मैडम हमसे बात करने के लिए एंड
Thank you.
होपफुली ही विल रिस्पॉन्ड एंड होपफुली ही विल अपोलोजाइज फॉर अ क्रास स्टेटमेंट लाइक दिस.
Now to the southern political soap opera from Telangana. The battle within the BRS between KCR's daughter and party MLC K. Kavita and her brother K.T. Rama Rao and cousin Harish Rao is split wide open. Kavita was suspended from the BRS and is likely to resign both from the party and her MLC post a day after she publicly alleged that her father K. Chandrasekhar Rao was made a scapegoat by her cousin and former minister Harish Rao and party MP Santosh Rao. She alleged that Harish and Santosh were being shielded by Revant Reddy, who has handed the investigations into the alleged scam in the Kaleshwaram project, in which KCR is an accused to the CBI. The statement from Kavita came perhaps as a last straw in the bitter battle in the family that dates back to Kavita's 2019 defeat in the elections. Kavita had recently accused the BRS leaders conspired to merge the party with the BJP when she was in jail. Listen in to what K. Kavita said and the political reactions following.
ఇవాళ 5 సంవత్సరాలు ఇరిగేషన్ మంత్రిగా చేసినటువంటి హరీష్ రావు గారిది మేజర్ పాత్ర లేదా దీంట్లో? అందుకే కదా కేసీఆర్ గారు వారిని సెకండ్ టర్మ్లో తప్పించిండ్రు. ఈ మొత్తం కాళేశ్వరం ఎపిసోడ్లో కేసీఆర్ గారికి మరక అంటిందంటే 2-3 వ్యక్తులు కారణం. మాజీ రాజ్యసభ సభ్యుడు ఒకలైతే, హరీష్ రావు గారు ఒకలైతే, మెగా కృష్ణారెడ్డి గారు ఇంకోటి, మెగానో బోగానో ఏదో. ఈ పెద్ద పెద్ద కాంట్రాక్టర్లు అందరితో కుమ్మక్కై కేసీఆర్ గారు ప్రజల కోసం ఆలోచన చేస్తే, నీళ్ళ కోసం ఆలోచన చేస్తే, వీళ్ళు సొంత వనరుల కోసం, డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసం, ఆస్తులు పెంచుకోవడం కోసం ఆలోచన చేసి ఇవాళ మీ వల్ల రేవంత్ రెడ్డి లాంటి వ్యక్తి, తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమానికి సంబంధం లేని వ్యక్తి, కేసీఆర్ గారి కాలి గోటికి సరిపోని వ్యక్తి, ఆయన నిలబడి కేసీఆర్ గారిని చేయెత్తి చూపించి కేసీఆర్ గారి మీద సిబిఐ ఇవాళ నేను వేస్తా అని చెప్తున్నాడంటే కారణం ఎవరు దీనికి? నేను భరించిన, ఇదే హరీష్ రావు గారు, ఇదే సంతోష్ రావు గారు అనేక కుట్రలు చేసినా కూడా భరించిన. నా మీద ఓపెన్గా మీడియా మిత్రులందరితో రకరకాల మాటలు చెప్తే కూడా నేను భరించిన. నా పర్సనల్ అటాక్కి నేను ఎప్పుడు కూడా వాళ్ళను ఇంతవరకు పేరు పెట్టి పిలవలేదు.
It's a part of a big drama. Kavita commenting on Harish Rao some time ago commenting on Kavita. It's all a part of a drama. Whole KCR family is one. Together they have looted the public money. They are one. They are only pretending as if they are different. Whole KCR family is playing a drama. Kavita's episode is one of that drama's episode.
Revelation by the own daughter of the former chief minister, and she had blamed her cousins for sharing more amount than anyone else, and also by misleading the Honorable CM then. This has exposed the corruption in several projects during the TRS rule, and the dispute has arisen between the members of the family only by the time of distribution of that ill-gotten wealth. So I think this is something very important for the people of Telangana to know, that how Telangana was looted during the BRS Rule 1.
पिछले कुछ महीनों से BRS पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर, मेंबर ऑफ लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल साहिबा कविता जी जो है सो एंटी पार्टी एक्टिविटीज में शामिल हुई है। खास तौर से उन्होंने केसीआर साहब को टारगेट करते हुए और पार्टी वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट केटीआर साहब को टारगेट करते हुए उल्टी सीधी बयान दिए थे इससे पहले।
And politics over K. Kavita's suspension is only flaring up every moment. Tensions flared in Telangana as the rift between BRS and Telangana Jagruti widened dramatically. In Hyderabad's Banjara Hills, Telangana Jagruti workers set ablaze an effigy of Harish Rao, retaliating to BRS cadres who earlier torched a flexi of Kavita in Siddipet and Husnabad. The war of words has turned into a full-blown street battle, with both sides accusing each other of betrayal and disrespect. Police forces have been deployed to maintain calm as political temperatures soar. And my colleague Uma Sudhir will be joining us for more details, but this is a fallout after K. Kavita was suspended from BRS after she alleged that anti-party activities are taking place behind her back, and there is an attempt to merge BRS with the BJP. Let's also take a look at the reactions. Look at your screen. These are the two windows which show you the political temperatures in Telangana currently. One side, K. Kavita's protest posters burnt. On the other side, Harish Rao's effigy burnt. There are clearly two camps. One, those are supporting K. Kavita, and the other who are against K. Kavita's alleged anti-party activities, the grounds on which K. Kavita was suspended today by the BRS. Now, these are the reactions coming in of Telangana Jagruti. Telangana Jagruti claims that how could she, K. Kavita, remain silent as she is a daughter of a fighter. My colleague Uma Sudhir is also joining me for more details. Uma, take us through the political temperatures in Telangana. On one side, we see Telangana Jagruti in full-blown support of K. Kavita.
Yes, indeed. So there are three kinds of protests that happened, all from the BRS-related families. So what happened was in the morning, you had all the BRS activists coming out and protesting against the CBI probe that had been ordered by the Revanth Reddy government. Subsequently, they were, after the suspension of Kavita from the party, we saw the BRS activists actually removing flexis of Kavita's put up in party offices in other public places, and there was even some incidents of the flexis being burnt. And Kavita's own supporters, which is the Telangana Jagruti, also targeted posters of Harish Rao, who she said was responsible for KCR now having to face a CBI probe, and those posters were targeted by the supporters of Kavita. So in that sense, political temperature certainly high, and the cadre was fairly agitated after the kind of comments that she had made, explosive comments about alleged, wealth accumulation by Harish Rao or Santosh Kumar.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma ma'am, for joining us with those quick updates. And what will be the next step of K. Kavita after being suspended remains our top focus. Don't go anywhere. We're slipping into a very short break.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about
You saw that picture of a slogan from RJD Congress's stage where allegedly Prime Minister Narendra Modi was abused. Now, Prime Minister has finally broken his silence with a sharp rebuttal to RJD and Congress, saying that it is not just insult of his mother, but nation's mothers have been insulted by such derogatory remarks. Listen into what the Prime Minister said and the political reactions that follow.
RJD कांग्रेस के मंच से मेरी मां को गालियां दी गई. ये गालियां सिर्फ मेरी मां का अपमान नहीं है, ये देश की मां, बहन, बेटी का अपमान है। मुझे पता है आप सबको भी बिहार की हर मां को, बिहार की हर बेटी को, बिहार के हर भाई को ये देख सुनकर कितना बुरा लगा है।
प्रधानमंत्री ने उनको लेकर जो अपशब्द कहे गए थे पिछले दिनों कांग्रेस के मंच से, उस पर पहली बार रिएक्ट किया है और कहा है कि एक बार के लिए वो तो माफ़ कर भी दें, लेकिन जो देश की माताएं हैं वो माफ़ नहीं करेंगी। क्या आपका इस पर रिएक्शन है?
देखिए, इस हालत तक देश को पहुंचाने के लिए अगर कोई जिम्मेदार है तो स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री है। जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री ने सोनिया जी के बारे में, राहुल जी की माता जी के बारे में जिस शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया, वो लोग भूले नहीं। देश आज भी याद रखता है। जर्सी गाय से उनको संबोधन किया था। और हर चुनाव में जब भी कोई चुनाव आता है तो कोई ना कोई ऐसी बात वो बोलते हैं जो लोगों को बुरी लगती है। जैसे मंगलसूत्र छीन के ले जाएंगे अगर कांग्रेस वाले जीत गए, गठबंधन, इंडिया गठबंधन जीत गया। तो जो प्रधानमंत्री के पद पर रहते वो इस तरह की भाषा, अपशब्द का इस्तेमाल करता हो, वो एक मामूली कार्यकर्ता से क्या अपेक्षा करता है, क्या उम्मीद करता है?
Shifting our focus to Afghanistan, where